I know what he's quoting from, but you've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beaches as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they have operated from. They literally said, they said, well, the vast majority of protesters acted in a peaceful manner. During most protests, dozens have approached the fence attempting to damage it.
Many fucking points.
What is that supposed to prove?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Just shut up, please. Don't teach me about the English language.
So the declaration of Judge
I said plausibility is the same concept as qualifying.
The court is not asked at this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well-founded. They're not well-founded. They're not even well-founded. It's called dolo specialis. It is the most important part of genocide, which is proving the special.
I don't know how you don't come across this term in dealing with genocide. That seems really strange. I think it's like the most important factor when it comes to genocide is that special intent thing. I feel like this comes up all the time when you do any genocide research, but okay.
There's a highly special intent to commit genocide. It's possible that Israel could...
That's mens rea.
No. The mens rea...
And then he's smiling here because he's pulling up like mens rea, but mens rea is just a reference for general state of mind. But there's a higher state of mind for genocide, which is the dolo specialis that I refer to.
Dolo specialis is a highly special intent. Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is a highly special intent.
I'm going to ask you again.
Genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I read the case?
Putting my display on camera. You're putting yours in books. Okay?
I read the case around 4 times.
I have yet to see Finkelstein make that pose that you showed us. Did you make it up? What? I feel like I watched him do it like 400 times in the conversation. What? You're aware that your existence literally triggered Finkelstein during this debate, right? Or he heard stuff about me or whatever, I'm not sure. But like I said, I have to I'm trying to evaluate this. I think I need a totally different normative frame to analyze his behavior. And then I think his background must be like Soviet or like hardcore East, because all of his, especially when you start, and I don't think I bring up any of that in this debate. When you start looking at his other political opinions, you start to see like, you don't, like, it's like everything is so predictable. Like, oh, you support Russia over Ukraine. Of course you do. Oh, you think Russians had a reason to invade Ukraine. Oh, of course you do. Oh, you think that Charlie Hebdo, those guys deserve to get killed by those poor Palestinians. Oh, of course you think this. Or like every single opinion just becomes so obvious and predictable, and it's all just like super partisan, like anti-Western bullshit, basically. Yeah. How much of this is academic gatekeeping? He tried to gatekeep, but it's not academic. Whatever he does is far outside of the world of academia. I don't know. It's just. I would just call it trolling. I would just call it trolling, I guess. Yeah.
For what happened in Europe, and uniquely close the only safe haven for Jews.
Professor Morris, because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened.
Oh my God. Does he really think that about Charlie Hebdo? He thinks that Charlie Hebdo is basically the same thing as the Nazi propaganda. John Brown's body in Gaza. Dolores Ibru, La Pasionaria, famously exhorted during the Spanish Civil War, better to die on your feet than live forever on your knees. For the past 20 years, the people of Gaza, half of whom are children, have been immured in a concentration camp. Today, they breached the camp's walls. If we honor John Brown's armed resistance to slavery, if we honor the Jews who revolted in the Warsaw Ghetto, then moral consistency commands that we honor the heroic resistance in Gaza. I, for one, will never begrudge. On the contrary, it warms every fiber of my soul. The scenes of Gaza's smiling children as their arrogant Jewish supremacist oppressors have finally been humbled. Holy shit. I think Erin said she was going to try to reach out to get me a debate with this guy, so maybe we'll chat with Finkelstein. Jesus Christ. Wait, somebody said to look up what he said about Charlie Hebdo? No shot, right? Hold on. There's no shot. Norman Finkelstein, Charlie Hebdo. Charlie Hebdo is sadism, not satire. He has no sympathy for the staff at Charlie Hebdo? No shot. Let's say, amidst all of this death and destruction, 2 young Jews barged into the headquarters of the editorial offices of Der Stürmer, and they killed the staff for having humiliated them, degraded them, demeaned them, and insulted them, queried Norman Finkelstein, right? A professor of political science and author of numerous books, including The Holocaust Industry and Method and Madness. How would I react to that, said Finkelstein, who is a son of Holocaust survivors. The desperate and despised people of today are Muslims, he said, considering the number of Muslim countries racked by death and destruction in the cases of Syria, Iraq, Gaza, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Yemen. So two despairing and desperate young men act out their despair and desperation against this political pornography, no different than Der Stürmer, who, in the midst of all this death and destruction, decided somehow noble to degrade, demean, humiliate, and insult the people. I'm sorry, maybe it is very politically incorrect. I have no sympathy for the staff of Charlie Hebdo. Should they have been killed? Of course not. But of course, Stryker shouldn't have been hung. I don't hear that from many people. Stryker was among those who stood trial on charges at Nuremberg following World War II. He was hung for those cartoons. And he compares the brave young Palestinian men who rose up and killed the Charlie Hebdo people the same way that he would the Jews of the Ghetto Warsaw Uprising, basically. He quotes like 50 million different Nazi Holocaust things constantly. He probably rides on that Holocaust shit more than any other Jewish person I've ever seen in my life. Or not Palestinians, Muslims, sorry.
The goal was to explore, together, the history, present, and future of Israel and Palestine in a free-flowing conversation. No time limits, no rules. There was a lot of tension in the room from the very beginning, and it only got more intense as we went along. And I quickly realized that this very conversation, in a very real human way, was a microcosm of the tensions and distance and perspectives on the topic of Israel and Palestine. First question is about 1948. For Israelis, 1948 is the establishment of the State of Israel and the War of Independence. For Palestinians, 1948 is the Nakba, which means catastrophe, or the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from their homes as a consequence of the war. What to you is important to understand about the events of 1948 and the period around there, 47, 49, that helps us understand what's going on today, and maybe helps us understand the roots of all of this that started even before 1948. I was hoping that Norm could speak first, and Benny, then Ween, and then Steve. Norm?
After World War II, the British decided that they didn't want to deal with the Palestine question anymore, and the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations. Now, as I read the record...
Why didn't you fight back more? Norm was such an angry dick, but you stayed relatively polite. I think I was trying to consider, one is respect for Lex's platform, because he's brought a lot of people together to have a conversation about this. I didn't want to just turn it into like a shit show, like screaming match. And then secondly, because I figure if the other side doesn't bring up a single coherent point from the entire conversation, which they didn't, and they're like being unhinged the entire time, I feel like hopefully it plays better to me. I definitely could have gone harder though, given how unhinged Norm was, but I don't know. I figure I'll let it stand.
The UN was not attempting to arbitrate or adjudicate rights and wrongs. It was confronting a very practical problem. There were two national communities in Palestine, and there were irreconcilable differences on fundamental questions, most importantly, looking at the historic record on the question of immigration, and associate with the question of immigration, the question of land. The UN Special Committee on Palestine, which came into being before the UN 181 partition resolution, the UN Special Committee, it recommended two states in Palestine. There was a minority position represented by Iran, India, Yugoslavia. They supported one state, but they believed that if forced to, the two communities would figure out some sort of modus vivendi and live together. The United Nations General Assembly supported partition between what it called a Jewish state and an Arab state. Now, in my reading of the record, and I understand there's new scholarship on the subject, which I've not read, but so far as I've read the record, there's no clarity on what the United Nations General Assembly meant by a Jewish state and an Arab state, except for the fact that the Jewish state would be demographically, the majority would be Jewish, and the Arab state demographically would be Arab. The UNSCOP, the UN Special Committee on Palestine, it was very clear, and it was reiterated many times, that in recommending two states,
this is on 1.25,
the Arab state and the Jewish state, would have to guarantee full equality of all citizens with regard to political, civil, and religious matters. Now that does raise the question, if there is absolute full equality of all citizens, both in the Jewish state and the Arab state, with regard to political rights, civil rights, and religious rights, apart from the demographic majority, it's very unclear what it meant to call a state Jewish or call a state Arab. In my view, the partition resolution was the correct decision. I do not believe that the Arab and Jewish communities could, at that point, be made to live together. I disagree.
2.5 hours in, and I think you and Benny were way stronger. They looked silly, and it seemed like even favoring you guys a bit, especially when Finkel was quoting Benny. Yeah, maybe.
Agree with the minority position of India, Iran, and Yugoslavia.
What are you looking at here? It looks like Finkelstein is looking at you. I think Finkelstein generally only looks at Benny. I think he just didn't respect me or was trying to discredit me because he didn't want to get anything I had to say.
And that not being a practical option, 2 states was the only other option. In this regard, I would want to pay tribute to what was probably the most moving speech at the UN General Assembly proceedings by the Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. I was very tempted to quote it at length, but I recognized that would be taking too much time. So I asked a young friend, Jamie Stern-Weiner, to edit it and just get the essence of what Foreign Minister Gromyko had to say. During the last war, Gromyko said, the Jewish people underwent exceptional sorrow and suffering. Without any exaggeration, this sorrow and suffering are indescribable. Hundreds of thousands of Jews are wandering about in various countries of Europe in search of means of existence and in search of shelter. The United Nations cannot and must not regard this situation with indifference. Past experience, particularly during the Second World War, shows that no Western European state was able to provide adequate assistance for the Jewish people in defending its rights and its very existence from the violence of the Hitlerites and their allies. This is an unpleasant fact, but unfortunately, like all other facts...
Were you nervous? A little bit in the beginning. Usually, if I walk into a debate and I think it's going to be really easy, those are usually the ones that make me the most nervous because I feel like it can't actually be this stupid, right? It can't be this easy. There must be some huge thing I'm missing. And at least leading up to this, I kept thinking, like, maybe there's, like, am I on the wrong side of this, like, conflict? Is there something I've overlooked? Or is there some, like, factoid or some, like, area of knowledge that I have no whatever? So in the beginning, I'm pretty cautious, but then I started to realize through this, like, oh, no, like, Norm is about as stupid as every single rando. I don't want to say that, actually. Saying Norm is as stupid as every rando I bring into Discord is actually not true. Norm is worse than most of the people that I've had long-form conversations with on Discord about this. It is that bad, yeah.
It must be admitted. Gromyko went on to say, in principle, he supports one state, or the Soviet Union supports one state. But, he said, if relations between the Jewish and Arab populations of Palestine proved to be so bad that it would be impossible to reconcile them and to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the Arabs and the Jews, the Soviet Union would support 2 states. I personally am not convinced that the 2 states would have been unsustainable in the long term if, and this is a big if, the Zionist movement had been faithful to the position it proclaimed.
If that is so, surely people like Lycan would now admit to it. I think that the issue with people like Finkelstein, and this is true of a lot of pro-Palestinian people, is there is an assortment of bad readings of international law, bad use of logic, and then bad use of sourcing, and then selective picking of quotes from good sources. There's this whole thing that's been built up on that side. I feel that makes it impossible for those people to honestly engage with just anything that's actually happened. But I mean, they would probably accuse my side of doing the same, I guess. But that's basically the feeling that it's basically impossible to break somebody once you're locked in on kind of the Hamas myth or the Palestinian myth or whatever on this side. Once you're locked in, you're never ever breaking out. You're just you'd have to go back and undo so many fallacious lines of reasoning to bring yourself back into reality that I think it's impossible. But who knows? I mean, this is they would probably accuse our side of doing the same thing, or my side of doing the same thing. So
claimed during the UNSCOP public hearings. At the time, Ben-Gurion testified, quote, "I want to express what we mean by a Jewish state. We mean by a Jewish state simply a state where the majority of the people are Jews, not a state where a Jew has in any way any privilege more than anyone else. A Jewish state means a state based on absolute equality of all her citizens and on democracy." Alas, this was not to be. As Professor Morris has written, quote, "Zionist ideology and practice were necessarily and elementally expansionist." And then he wrote in another book, "Transfer," the euphemism for expulsion, "transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state. And a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yeshuv's leaders, the Yeshuv being the Jewish community, the Yeshuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. Or, as Professor Morris retrospectively put it, quote, "A removing of a population was needed. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established," unquote. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution. I won't play games with that. I know a lot of people try to prove it's not true. It clearly, in my view, is true. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution.
Do you think that Scars of War, Wounds of Peace, for someone who knows nothing about Israel-Palestine, would be a good read? I don't think if you don't have a background already in it a little bit, I think that book would be really dry and kind of hard to follow, because I think he goes through the history very quickly. I don't know what I'd recommend as a first book to read on this shit. I have no idea.
While Israeli leaders, acting under compulsions inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism, found the pretext in the course of the first Arab-Israeli war to expel the indigenous population and expand its borders. I therefore conclude that neither side was committed to the letter of the partition resolution, and both sides aborted it.
Thank you, Norm. Norm asked that we make a lengthy statement in the beginning. Benny, I hope it's okay to call everybody by their first name in the name of camaraderie. Norm has quoted several things you said. Perhaps you can comment broadly on the question of 1948 and maybe respond to the things that Norm said.
Yeah.
Wait, is he reading from his own book? Yeah, I look it up in the middle of the debate. All three books he's brought are his own books. Yeah, to quote from.
The United Nations Special Committee on Palestine recommended partition. The majority of UNSCOP recommended partition, which was accepted by the UN General Assembly in November 1947, essentially looking back to the Peel Commission in 1937. 10 years earlier, a British commission had looked at the problem of Palestine, the two warring national groups who refused to live together, if you like, or consolidate a unitary state between them. And Peel said there should be two states. That's the principle. The country must be partitioned into two states. This would give a modicum of justice to both sides, if not all their demands, of course. And the United Nations followed suit. The United Nations, UNSCOP, and then the UN General Assembly, representing the will of the international community, said two states is the just solution in this complex situation. The problem was that immediately with the passage of the resolution, the Arab states and the Arabs of Palestine said no, as Norman Finkelstein said. They said no, they rejected the partition idea, the principle of partition, not just the idea of what percentage which side should get, but the principle of partition. They said no to the Jews should not have any part of Palestine for their sovereign territory. Maybe Jews could live as a minority in Palestine. That also was problematic in the eyes of the Palestinian Arab leadership. Husseini had said only Jews who were there before 1960 1917 could actually get citizenship and continue to live there. But the Arabs rejected partition, and the Arabs of Palestine launched, in very disorganized fashion, war against the resolution, against the implementation of the resolution, against the Jewish community in Palestine. And this was their defeat in that civil war between the two communities, while the British were withdrawing from Palestine, led to the Arab invasion, the invasion by the Arab states in May 1948 of the country. Again, basically with the idea of eradicating or preventing the emergence of a Jewish state in line with the United Nations decision and the will of the international community. Norman said that the Zionist enterprise, and he quoted me, meant from the beginning to transfer or expel the Arabs of Palestine, or some of the Arabs of Palestine. And I think he's sort of quoting out of context. The context in which the statements were made that the Jewish state could only emerge if there was a transfer of Arab population was preceded, in the way I wrote it and the way it actually happened, by Arab resistance and hostilities towards the Jewish community. Had the Arabs accepted partition, there would have been a lot.
This is going to be a huge theme for the first 2 hours of this debate. It's going to be Norm quoting something, saying that like, oh, well, you guys said the transfer had to happen. And Benny's like, well, if you read my book, what I was saying was that because of the Arab violence in response to Jewish immigration, like transfer became necessary. And Norm just can't, I don't know if this is like the wheel stopped turning or what, but he just can't understand that.
Large Arab minority in the Jewish state, which emerged in 47. And in fact, Jewish economists and state builders took into account that there would be a large Arab minority and its needs would be cared for, etc. But this was not to be, because the Arabs attacked. And had they not attacked, perhaps a Jewish state with a large Arab minority could have emerged, but this didn't happen. They went to war, the Jews resisted, and in the course of that war, Arab populations were driven out. Some were expelled, some left because Arab leaders advised them to leave or ordered them to leave. And at the end of the war, Israel said they can't return because they just tried to destroy the Jewish state. And that's the basic reality of what happened in 48. The Jews created a state. The Palestinian Arabs never bothered to even try to create a state before 48 and in the course of the 1948 war. And for that reason, they have no state to this day. The Jews do have a state because they prepared to establish a state, fought for it, and established it, hopefully lastingly.
When you say hostility, in case people are not familiar, there was a full-on war where Arab states invaded, and Israel won that war.
Let me just add to clarify. The war had two parts to it. The first part was the Arab community in Palestine, its militiamen, attacked the Jews from November 1947. In other words, from the day after the UN partition resolution was passed, Arab gunmen were busy shooting up Jews, and that snowballed into a full-scale civil war between the two communities in Palestine. In May 1948, a second stage began in the war in which the Arab states invaded the new state, attacked the new state, and they too were defeated, and thus a state of Israel emerged. In the course of this two-stage war, a vast Palestinian refugee problem occurred.
And so after that, the transfer, the expulsion, the thing that people call the Nakba happened.
Regarding Zionism and transfer, I think Chaim Weizmann, the head of the World Zionist Organization, had it exactly right when he said that the objective of Zionism is to make Palestine as Jewish as England is English or France is French. In other words, as Norman explained, a Jewish state requires Jewish political, demographic, and territorial supremacy. Without those three elements, the state would be Jewish in name only. And I think what distinguishes Zionism is its insistence, supremacy, and exclusivity. That would be my first point. The second point is, I think what the Soviet foreign minister at the time, Andrei Gromyko, said is exactly right, with one reservation. Gromyko was describing a European savagery unleashed against Europe's Jews. At the time, it wasn't Palestinians or Arabs. The savages and the barbarians were European to the core. It had nothing to do with developments in Palestine or the Middle East. Secondly, at the time that Gromyko was speaking, those Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and others who were in need of safe haven were still overwhelmingly on the European continent and not in Palestine. And I think, given the scale of the savagery, I don't think that any one state or country should have borne the responsibility for addressing this crisis. I think it should have been an international responsibility. The Soviet Union could have contributed. Germany certainly could and should have contributed. The United Kingdom and the United States, which slammed their doors shut to the persecuted Jews of Europe as the Nazis were rising to power, they certainly should have played a role. But instead, what passed for the international community at the time decided to partition Palestine. And here I think we need to judge the partition resolution against the realities that obtained at the time. Two-thirds of the population of Palestine was Arab. The Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, constituted about 1/3 of the total population and controlled even less of the land within Palestine. As a preeminent Palestinian historian, Walid al-Khalidi has pointed out, the partition resolution, in giving roughly 55% of Palestine to the Jewish community, and I think 42% to the Arab community, to the Palestinians, did not preserve the position of each community or even favor one community at the expense of the others. Rather, it thoroughly inverted and revolutionized the relationship between the two communities. And as many have written, the Nakba was the inevitable consequence of partition, given the nature of Zionism, given the territorial disposition, given the weakness of the Palestinian community, whose leadership had been largely decimated during a major revolt at the end of the 1930s, given that the Arab states were still very much under French and British influence, the Nakba was inevitable, the inevitable product of the partition resolution. And one last point also about the UN's partition resolution is, yes, formally that is what the international community decided on the 29th of November 1947. It's not a resolution that could ever have gotten through the UN General Assembly today for a very simple reason. It was a very different General Assembly. Most African, most Asian states were not yet independent. Were the resolution to be placed before the international community today, and I find it telling that the minority opinion was led by India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, I think they would have represented the clear majority. So partition, given what we know about Zionism, given that it was entirely predictable what would happen, given the realities on the ground in Palestine, was deeply unjust. And the idea that either the Palestinians or the Arab states could have accepted such a resolution is I think, an illusion. That was in 1947. We saw what happened in 48 and 49. Palestinian society was essentially destroyed. Over 80%, I believe, of Palestinians resident in the territory that became the State of Israel were either expelled or fled, and ultimately were ethnically cleansed, because ethnic cleansing consists of two components. It's not just forcing people into refuge or expelling them. It's just as importantly preventing their return. And here, and Benny Morris has written, I think, an article about Yosef Weitz and the transfer committees. There was a very detailed initiative to prevent their return, and it consisted of razing hundreds of Palestinian villages to the ground, which was systematically implemented, and so on. And so Palestinians became a stateless people. Now, what is the most important reason that no Arab state was established in Palestine? Well, since the 1930s, the Zionist leadership and the Hashemite leadership of Jordan, as has been thoroughly researched and written about by the Israeli-British historian Avi Shlaim, essentially colluded to prevent the establishment of an independent Arab state in Palestine in the late 1940s. There's much more here, but I think those are the key points I would make about 1948.
We may talk about Zionism, Britain, UN assemblies, and all the things you mentioned. There's a lot to dig into. So, again, if we can keep it to just one statement moving forward,
sure.
After Steven, if you want to go a little longer. Also, we should acknowledge the fact that the speaking speeds of people here are different. Steven speaks about 10 times faster than me. Steven, do you want to comment on 1948?
Yeah, I think it's interesting where people choose to start the history. I notice a lot of people like to start at either 47 or 48 because it's the first time where they can clearly point to a catastrophe that occurs on the Arab side that they want to ascribe 100% of the blame to the newly emergent Israeli state to. But I feel like when you have this type of reading of history, it feels like the goal is to moralize everything first and then to pick and choose facts that kind of support the statements of your initial moral statement afterwards. Whenever people are talking about 48 or the establishment of the Arab state, I never hear about the fact that a civil war started in 47. That was largely instigated because of the Arab rejectionism of the 47 partition plan. I never hear about the fact that the majority of the land that was acquired happened by purchases from Jewish organizations of Palestinian Arabs of the Ottoman Empire before the mandatory period in 1920 even started. Funnily enough, King Abdullah of Jordan was quoted as saying, "The Arabs are as prodigal in selling their land as they are in weeping about it." I never hear about the multiple times that Arabs rejected partition, rejected living with Jews, rejected any sort of state that would have even had any sort of Jewish exclusivity. It's funny because it was brought up before that the partition plan was unfair, and that's why the Arabs rejected it, as though they rejected it because it was unfair, because of the amount of land that Jews were given, and not just due to the fact that Jews were given land at all, as though a 30% partition or a 25% partition would have been accepted, when I don't think that was the reality of the circumstances. I feel like most of the other stuff has been said, but I noticed that whenever people talk about 48 or the years preceding 48, I think the worst thing that happens is there's a cherry picking of the facts where basically all of the blame is ascribed to this built-in idea of Zionism, that because of a handful of quotes or because of an ideology, we can say that transfer or population expulsion or basically the mandate of all of these Arabs being kicked off the land was always going to happen, when I think there's a refusal sometimes as well to acknowledge that regardless of the ideas of some of the Zionist leaders, there is a political, social, and military reality on the ground that they're forced to contend with. And unfortunately, the Arabs, because of their inability to engage in diplomacy and only to use tools of war to try to negotiate everything going on in mandatory Palestine, basically always gave the Jews a reason or an excuse to fight and acquire land through that way, because of their refusal to negotiate on anything else, whether it was the partition plan in 47, whether it was the Lucerne peace conference afterwards, where Israel even offered to annex Gaza in 51, where they offered to take in 100,000 refugees. Every single deal is just rejected out of hand because the Arabs don't want a Jewish state anywhere in this region of the world.
I would like to engage.
Oh shit, that was way more coherent than I thought it was. After I gave the speech, I thought it was completely out of whack. Okay, that was a good art. Okay, I'll take it.
Professor Morris, if you don't mind, I'm not with the first name. It's just not my way of relating.
You can just call me Morris.
I don't know why I hate people that virtue signal like this. He says this like, "Oh, I don't do people's first names," and then I think he calls him Benny for the rest of the debate. It's so stupid. Oh my god.
If you don't mind, I'm not with the first name. It's just not my way of relating.
You can just call me Morris. You don't need the professor.
Okay. There's a real problem here. And it's been a problem I've had over many years of reading your work. Apart perhaps from as grandchild, I suspect nobody knows your work better than I do. I've read it many times, not once, not twice, at least 3 times, everything you've written. And the problem is, it's a kind of quicksilver. It's very hard to grasp a point and hold you to it. So we're going to try here to see whether we can hold you to a point. And then you argue with me the point. I have no problem with that. Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell referred to cherry picking and handful of quotes. Now, it's true that when you wrote your first book on the Palestinian refugee question, you only had a few lines on this issue of transfer.
4 pages.
Yeah. In the first book.
In the first book, 4 pages.
Maybe 4. I'm not going to quarrel. My memory is not clear. We're talking about 4.
I've read 3 times. A few lines, 4 pages. Okay. Oh god.
40 years ago. I read it, but then I read other things about you. Okay. And you were taken to task, if my memory is correct, that you hadn't adequately documented the claims of transfer. Allow me to finish. And I thought that was a reasonable challenge because it was an unusual claim for a mainstream Israeli historian to say, as you did in that first book, that from the very beginning, transfer figured prominently in Zionist thinking. That was an unusual, if you read Anita Shapiro, you read Shabtai Tevitt, that was an unusual acknowledgement by you. And then I found it very impressive that in that revised version of your first book, you devoted 25 pages to copiously documenting the salience of transfer in Zionist thinking. And in fact, you used a very provocative and resonant phrase. You said that transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. We're not talking about circumstantial factors, a war, Arab hostility. You said it's inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Now, As I said, so we won't be accused of cherry picking, those were 25 very densely argued pages. And then in an interview, and I could cite several quotes, but I'll choose one, you said, removing a population was needed. Let's look at the words. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established. Now, you're the one, again, I was very surprised when I read your book. Here I'm referring to Righteous Victims. I was very surprised when I came to that page 37, where you wrote that territorial displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. Territorial displacement and dispossession were the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. So you then went on to say, because the Arab population rationally feared territorial displacement and dispossession, it of course opposed Zionism. That's as normal as Native Americans opposing the Euro-American manifest destiny in the history of our own country, because they understood it would be at their expense. It was inbuilt and inevitable. And so now...
For doing this debate and in general being fair, I don't always agree with you, but you always are in good faith, so I appreciate that. Thanks, Eaton.
For you to come along and say that it all happened just because of the war, that otherwise the Zionists made all these plans for a happy minority to live there, that simply does not gel. It does not cohere. It is not reconcilable with what you yourself have written. It was inevitable and inbuilt. Now, in other situations you've said, that's true, but I think it was a greater good to establish a Jewish state at the expense of the indigenous population. That's another kind of argument. That was Theodore Roosevelt's argument in our own country. He said, we don't want the whole of North America to remain a squalid refuge for these wigwams and teepees. We have to get rid of them and make this a great country. But he didn't deny that it was inbuilt and inevitable.
I think you've made your point there. First, I'll take up something that Muin said. He said that the Nakba was inevitable.
As have you.
And predictable. No, I've never said that. It was inevitable and predictable only because the Arabs assaulted the Jewish community and state.
There's literally no point for Benny to even be speaking or to say this, because every single thing that he just said and will say will be ignored for about the next hour. So very clearly, when I said that transfer whatever was inevitable, when I said this was inevitable, it was in response to Arab violence. None of this is ever going to land upon the ears of the other end of the table. I don't know why.
And predictable only because the Arabs assaulted the Jewish community and state in 1947-48. Had there been no assault, there probably wouldn't have been a refugee problem. There's no reason for a refugee problem to have occurred, expulsions to have occurred, a dispossession, massive dispossession to occur. These occurred as a result of war. Now, Norman has said that I said that transfer was inbuilt into Zionism in one way or another. And this is certainly true. In order to buy land, they had the Jews bought tracts of land on which some Arabs sometimes lived. Sometimes they bought tracts of land on which there weren't Arab villages, but sometimes they bought land on which there were Arabs. And according to Ottoman law and the British, at least in the initial years of the British mandate, the law said that the people who bought the land could do what they liked with the people who didn't own the land, who were basically squatting on the land, which is the...
This is also a lose-lose. I realized this in talking the prior day. I don't know if this comes from the debate, but if Jews would have bought the land and kicked the Arabs off, it's horrible because it's displacement. But if Jews would have bought the land and would have worked the land with the Arabs, then people would have viewed the Arabs as being slaves. So this was like always a lose-lose. The reality is nobody cares that Jews bought the land. Nobody cares that nobody cares that Jews kicked anybody off the land. They just care that Jews were there, period, or that people bought the land, period. Like that was always the issue.
Arab tenant farmers, which is, we're talking about a very small number actually of Arabs who were displaced as a result of land purchases in the Ottoman period or the Mandate period. But there was dispossession in one way. They didn't possess the land, they didn't own it, but they were removed from the land. And this did happen in Zionism. And there's, if you like, an inevitability in Zionist ideology of buying tracts of land and starting to work it yourself and settle it with your own people and so on. That made sense. But what we're really talking about is what happened in 47-48. And in 47-48, the Arabs started a war. And actually, people pay for their mistakes. And the Palestinians have never actually agreed to pay for their mistakes. They make mistakes, they attack, they suffer as a result. And we see something similar going on today in the Gaza Strip. They do something terrible. They kill 1,200 Jews. They abduct 250 women and children and babies and old people and whatever. And then they start screaming, please save us from what we did, because the Jews are counterattacking. And this is what happened then, and this is what's happening now. There's something fairly similar in the situation here. Expulsion, and
I do think there was a guy that came on that I would say was really pro-Zionist a few days ago, but I think I agreed with almost every single thing he said. One point that he brought up that I super agree with is, and I've kind of almost gotten to this through other stuff, but I think he really crystallized it. One thing that I brought up in the early years was Israel as a state thrived, I think in part, due to the fact that they were on their own. It forced the early state to kind of recognize, okay, well, what can we get away with? What's possible? What would win us support from the West? What's going to keep us safe? Like that, like you're back against the wall and being forced to evaluate realistically, you know, on the brink of destruction, I think forces you to be realistic about your scenario. One thing that's incredibly harmful to Palestinians is Palestinians never suffer permanent political losses ever, because it was initially the Arab states would insulate them from losses, psychologically, saying, oh, it's okay, we'll get your land back. Oh, it's okay, we'll fight for it. And now it's the international community and grifters like Finkelstein that insulate them from political losses. Like, oh, no, it's okay. Another UN resolution is going to save you. Oh, no, it's okay. The ICJ is going to save you. Oh, no, it's okay. It's a genocide, apartheid, colonial state. This is wrong. You're going to be saved. And the idea that I think when Palestinians feel like they can never suffer a political loss, then you just go full balls to the wall all the time, constantly. Because who cares? It's not like anything bad's going to happen if you lose for the 15th time in a row. And that unwillingness to deal with any sort of political reality, I think, destroys a person's ability to negotiate in reality.
What's happening now? There's something fairly similar in the situation here. Expulsion, and this is important, Norman, you should pay attention to this. You didn't raise that. Expulsion, transfer, were never policy of the Zionist movement before 47. It doesn't exist in Zionist platforms of the various political parties, of the Zionist organization, of the Israeli state, of the Jewish agents.
Destiny, losing 80% of your land seems like a loss to me. I don't know. But the problem is people like you don't say that, Axel. You would never say Palestinians have lost 80% of their land. You say the exact opposite. You say the negotiations should start at the 67 borders. Which is what everybody on your side says. So there is no 80% lost land. That land is not lost. It's just temporarily being stolen by Israel, and eventually the UN or the Arab states or the world or God or somebody will give it back. So there is no real loss.
See, nobody would have actually made it into policy because there was always a large minority. If there were people who wanted it, always a large minority of Jewish politicians and leaders would have said, no, this is immoral. We cannot start a state on the basis of an expulsion. So it was never adopted, and actually was never adopted as policy even in 48, even though Ben-Gurion wanted as few Arabs in the course of the war staying in the Jewish state after they attacked it. He didn't want disloyal citizens staying there because they wouldn't have been loyal citizens. But this made sense in the war itself. But the movement itself and its political parties never accepted it. It's true that in 1937, when the British, as part of the proposal by the Peel Commission to divide the country into two states, one Arab, one Jewish, which the Arabs, of course, rejected, Peel also recommended that the Arabs, most of the Arabs in the Jewish state should be transferred, because otherwise, if they stayed and were disloyal to the emergent Jewish state, this would cause endless disturbances, warfare, killing, and so on. So Ben-Gurion and Weizmann latched onto this proposal by the most famous democracy in the world, the British democracy, when they proposed the idea of transfer side by side with the idea of partition, because it made sense. And they said, well, if the British say so, we should also advocate it. But they never actually tried to pass it as Zionist policy. And they fairly quickly stopped even talking about transfer after 1938.
So just to clarify.
I love the laugh. You saw it? You saw the Finkel smirk? It was starting.
And they fairly quickly stopped even talking about transfer after 1938.
So just to clarify.
This is what I hear when he's...
What you're saying is...
Do you typically agree with Benny's takes, or are there significant things you disagree with him on? I'm not qualified to disagree with anything Benny says about history. That guy just knows way too much. The one thing I would disagree with him on, and I think this comes at the end of the debate, I think Benny is more dismissive of international law or international regulations than I am. Because Benny doesn't like any of it at all, which I'm sympathetic towards, but yeah.
That 47 was an offensive war. not a defensive war.
By the Arabs, yes.
By the Arabs.
Yep.
And you're also saying that there was never a top-down policy of expulsion.
Yes.
Just to clarify the point.
If I understood you correctly, you're making the claim that transfer, expulsion, and so on was in fact a very localized phenomenon, resulting from individual land purchases, and that, if I understand you correctly, you're also making the claim that the idea that
I hate this guy's fucking face. God, kill me, dude. What's Benny's issue with international law? I mean, if you're an Israeli, to you, the only thing international law is a way for the entire world to just wag their finger at you while you're surrounded by some of the most genocidal, insane fucking countries in the fucking world. As an Israeli, you're sitting to the southwest of a state that's had over 300,000 people killed in a civil war, Syria, that has used gas weapons at the command of its leader multiple times against its population, and you have more resolutions condemning your activity than them. You're sitting, you're sitting to the northeast of the entire continent of Africa that might have several genocides going on at any particular point in time, and people are hitting you with more resolutions than the entire continent of Africa combined. You're sitting to the west, the northwest of, countries like Yemen, where there are tens of thousands of people that are starving to death, and they're claiming that your occupied territories are undergoing starvation, even though not a single person died of starvation prior to October 7th. Yeah, if you're Israeli, you're just thinking like, okay, I guess international law is just this thing created to like mind fuck us over and over and over again, basically. So if you're Israeli, you probably don't give a fuck about international law. But
a Jewish state requires a removal or overwhelming reduction of the non-Jewish population was...
If the Arabs are attacking you, yes.
But that, let's say prior to 1947, it would be your claim that the idea that a significant reduction or wholesale removal of the Arab population was not part of Zionist thinking. Well, I think there's two problems with that. I think what you're saying about localized disputes is correct, but I also think that there is a whole literature that demonstrates that transfer was envisioned by Zionist leaders on a much broader scale than simply individual land purchases. In other words, it went way beyond, we need to remove these tenants so that we can farm this land. The idea was, we can't have a state where all these Arabs remain, and we have to get rid of them. And the second, I think, impediment to that view is that long before the UN General Assembly convened to address the question of Palestine, Palestinian and Arab and other leaders as well had been warning ad infinitum that the purpose of the Zionist movement is not just to establish a Jewish state, but to establish an exclusivist Jewish state, and that transfer, forced displacement, was fundamental to that project. And just responding to, sorry, was it Bonnell or Donnell?
Yeah.
With a B.
Yeah.
Yeah. You made the point that the problem here is that people don't recognize is that the first and last result for the Arabs is always war. I think there's a problem with that. I think you might do well to recall the
just why the smirk? Why?
1936 general strike conducted by Palestinians at the beginning of the revolt.
If you could go back and redo the whole debate, what do you think you need to completely demolish Finkelstein and Moyen? It would have to be one-on-one, and it would have to be like asking, because the way that you shut down the rambling is just, I need a yes or no question. So like this would be the very simple question. If I could be like, answer this, it would be, okay, is it true that Jews accepted a state that would have had a huge Arab population? Yes or no? You have to say yes, okay? And eventually you'll be like, okay, yes, they did accept that in the partition plan. Whether you thought it was a ruse or not, they accepted it. They did say yes to the international community. The next question would be, have the Arabs since 1920 accepted any Jewish presence of people that would have resembled an Israeli state in the British mandatory period in that territory? No, there was no state there. So that means that, because if you cut through the bullshit on that, then we can get rid of was the partition plan fair or not. It doesn't matter. There was no partition plan that the Arabs would have ever accepted. 20% of the land going to Jews wouldn't have been accepted. No partition plan would have been accepted ever. So we can cut through all the bullshit on that. Then we can say, okay, so when you say that Zionists felt that population transfer was necessary, isn't it then true that that would be the case? But not because the Jews would have never accepted Arabs living on the land, because they did. It was because the Arabs never accepted Jews having a state, which was true and they didn't. That would be the line of argumentation. But you have to cut through all of this rambly bullshit and just go up to very simple, like, answer this question, and then we can build our line of argumentation, rather than the ramble around all of this other stuff. Well, there was this quote from Herzl, well, there was this quote from Ben Gurion, well, there was this line from the Peel Commission, well, like, because all of this is bullshit. None of this really matters.
Which at the time was the longest recorded general strike in history. You may want to consult the book published last year by Laurie Allen, A History of False Hope, which discusses in great detail the consistent engagement by Palestinians, their leaders, their elites, their diplomats, and so on, with all these international committees. If we look at today, the Palestinians are once again going to the International Court of Justice. They're consistently trying to persuade the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to do his job. They have launched widespread boycott campaigns. So, of course, the Palestinians have engaged in military resistance. But I think the suggestion that this has always been their first and last resort, and that they have somehow spurned civic action, spurned diplomacy, I think really has no basis in reality.
So, like, if we could do like a quick yes or no, like, oh, okay, what form of diplomacy did the Arabs accept with the Jews? What was one deal that they would have accepted, or that they said they accepted? A single one. There's not one. There is not a single one until 1979 with Egypt. There's not a single deal.
Diplomacy, I think, really has no basis in reality.
I'll respond to that, and then a question for Norm to take into account, I think, when he answers Benny, because I am curious. Obviously, I have fresher eyes on this, and I'm a newcomer to this arena versus the three of you guys, for sure. A claim that gets brought up a lot has to do with the inevitability of transfer in Zionism, or the idea that as soon as the Jews envisioned a state in Palestine, they knew that it would involve some mass transfer of population, perhaps a mass expulsion. I'm sure we'll talk about Plan Dalet or Plan D at some point. The issue that I run into is, while you can find quotes from leaders, while you can find maybe desires expressed in diaries, I feel like it's hard to truly ever know if there would have been mass transfer in the face of Arab peace, because I feel like every time there was a huge deal on the table that would have had a sizable Jewish and Arab population living together, the Arabs would reject it out of hand. So, for instance, when we say that transfer was inevitable, when we say that Zionists would have never accepted, a sizable Arab population, how do you explain the acceptance of the 47 partition plan that would have had a huge Arab population living in the Jewish state? Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews would have...
Oh, I do ask this. Thank God. Good question. That is the question. And his response is ridiculous. Fuck me. That's a good question. Yes. Okay. Thank God I did ask this. Dude, I was so mind after this debate. I thought I didn't say anything. Okay. But I'm like speaking to you instantly.
Living in the Jewish state. Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews would have slowly started to expel all of these Arab citizens from their country? Or how do you explain that in Lausanne a couple years later that Israel was willing to formally annex the Gaza Strip and make 200,000 or so people those citizens? But I'm just curious, how do we get this idea of Zionism always means mass transfer, when there were times, at least early on in the history of Israel and a little bit before it, where Israel would have accepted a state that would have had a massive Arab population in it? Is your idea that they would have just slowly expelled them afterwards, or
is that a question to me or Norm?
Either one. I'm just curious for the incorporation of the answer. Yeah.
There's some misunderstandings here, so let's try to clarify that. Number one, it was the old historians who would point to the fact, in Professor Morris's terminology, the old historians, what he called not real historians, he called them chroniclers, not real historians. It was the old Israeli historians who denied the centrality of transfer in Zionist.
Also, Norm is one of the worst. Let me explain this really quick, okay? There are two ways to use a appeal to authority fallacy, okay? There are two ways to utilize this, okay? The first way is to appeal to an authority as a way to not deal with the substance of what's being said. This is what Norm does constantly. So for instance, let's say that I go, I don't think that 100 people died in the Omaha fires of 1999. And somebody goes, what do you mean? It's like, well, I knew everybody in that neighborhood and not a single person is dead. I don't know a single person that's dead. And a guy says, well, actually, if you read this historian, they say that they all died. And I'm like, okay, but like, I reconcile that with the fact that there are no obituaries, there are no death records. I knew everybody there. And they're like, well, this historian said it. That's an appeal. That's a fallacious appeal to authority, because what you're doing is you're citing an authority in an attempt to not engage with the underlying material. Okay. This is Norm's entire career is essentially built off of this false authority. Although he will challenge the authority when they say things he doesn't like, as evidenced recently by him claiming that Patton, the lady that headed that UN investigatory mission into Israel to check for rapes on October 7th, he calls that a rape fantasy by her. So he will engage with the authority when he disagrees with them, but when he agrees with them, he'll merely cite the authority and he never engages with the underlying material. The second form of a fallacious appeal to authority is when you cite a false authority or an authority that doesn't have the authority to make the claims that they do. For instance, I really want to invest. I think I'm going to buy, S&P 500 ETFs, and somebody's like, no, you need to buy crypto. It's like, why the fuck would I buy crypto? My uncle told me. Trust me. It's like, hold on, crypto is like really, for a variety of reasons. No. My uncle told me. He's a plumber. He knows. It's like, okay, that would be like a fallacious appeal to authority because you're appealing to an authority that doesn't have the authority there. Or like, oh, my friend is a doctor. He told me that I need to eat vitamins and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, wow, what does he study or whatever? It's like, oh, he's a doctor of English. Okay, wait, that would be a false appeal to authority. Yeah, those are like the two ways you can do it. But
thinking. It was then Professor Morris who, contrary to Israel's historian establishment, who said, now you remind me it's 4 pages, but it came at the end of the book. It was
No, it's at the beginning of the book.
Transfer.
Yes, transfer is dealt with in 4 pages at the beginning of my first book on the Palestinian refugee problem.
It's a fault of my memory, but the point still stands. It was Professor Morris who introduced this idea in what you might call a big way.
Yeah, but I didn't say it's essential to the Zionist experiment.
It is wild to me. And this should be like you're done with the debate at this point. I think if you're an intelligent person, this is where you're like, okay, this is obviously an unserious debate. Is when you have a person who's trying to debate an author about the concepts that they're talking about using 1 or 2 quotes. That's unfathomable to me. A researcher emailed me a long time ago, and I bring this up, and it's very interesting. The researcher emailed me, and he was like, listen, people that do studies, scientists, researchers, whatever, they're not always correct. However, keep in mind that when you're disagreeing with the conclusion of a researcher, what you're saying is, based on their own data, what you're saying is, I trusted you to make the correct decisions on what data to gather. I trusted you on the manipulation of that data. I trusted you on all of the methodologies, all the processes, but I don't trust you to come to the right conclusion. That's what you're saying there. Now, that's not always impossible. There are times where this does happen, and researchers might get conclusions wrong, and we can go through their methodology and see why. But for the most part, it's pretty astounding, especially for a man. Remember, he can't speak Hebrew. He can't speak Arabic. So Norm hasn't gone through any of the original material himself, right? For him to quote Benny, who's written these books, he's chosen exactly what he wants to put on these pages. He's put pen to paper with the exact ideas he wants to express whatever concept he's trying to get out. And he's saying, no, Benny, you're wrong about these things. You don't understand your own material, and I'm telling you that because of these 2 quotes. That's unbelievable. That is an unbelievably strong position to take. It's not indefensible, but Norm never defends it. He just constantly shuts Benny up when Benny tries to correct him on the hey, I don't think you're fully contextualizing my quote.
It still stands. It was Professor Morris who introduced this idea in what you might call a big way.
Yeah, but I didn't say it's essential to the Zionist experiment. You're saying centrality.
Okay.
I never said it was central. I said it was there.
I don't think you can see right now, but I think Fink might be doing the hand thing right now. Whenever he does this, when he's talking over people.
Zionist experiment. You're saying centrality.
Okay.
I never said it was central. I said it was there.
Okay.
The idea.
By the way, it's okay to respond back and forth. This is great. And also, just a quick question, if I may. Mm-hmm. You're using quotes from Benny, from Professor Morris. It's also okay to say those quotes do not reflect the full context of the. So, if we go back, to quotes we've said in the past, and you've both here have written, the 3 of you have written on this topic a lot. Is we should be careful and just admit, that's
just real quick, just to be clear, the contention is that Norm is quoting a part and saying that this was the entire reason for this, whereas Benny's saying it's a part of that.
I'm not quoting a part.
You literally, okay, correct. He's not quoting a part. He's quoting less than a part. He's quoting 1 sentence.
I'm quoting 25 pages.
No, you're literally not. That is literally not what a quotation is. I don't know what his first language is, but in English, a quotation, you are summarizing. A summary is not a quotation, okay?
Where Professor Morris was at great pains to document the claim that appeared in those early 4 pages of his book. Now, you say it never became part of the official Zionist platform.
It never became part of policy.
Fine.
It wasn't policy.
We're also at
There's also something to be said here for whenever Benny tries to clarify or expand on something, clarification and context are the enemy of the sophist, okay? If you have a line or a quote and you say, it's like, okay, you said this, right? Like, yeah, but when I said what I meant, no. Just want to make sure you said these 8 words, okay? Anyway, let me continue on my rampage.
Ask, well, this is true. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? It's because it's a very simple fact, which everybody understands. Ideology doesn't operate in a vacuum. There are real world practical.
That's just stupid. What a stupid thing. It's actually so dumb.
Problems. You can't just take an ideology and superimpose it on a political reality and turn it into a fact. It was the British mandate. There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't
Notice how all of the argumentation here is built on quotes. Not concepts, but on quotes. It's essential to understand this because this is how Norm operates, right? The reason why Arabs were scared was because of fear of dispossession. But that quote about the quote about transfer and everything, and the way that these arguments are built, all of these quotes are deprived of their context.
The fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, Zionism.
He's so slow.
There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession.
But a lot of this was in response to Arab violence and the dispossession and the fear of dispossession. Also, by the way, a huge thing that comes up that I think Benny agrees with, I think most historians agree with, is part of the problem with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is both sides have fantasies and delusions about what the other side wants sometimes as well, which is a problem. But yeah, this idea that the Arabs had this fear of dispossession that was well-founded, right? Keep in mind also, when people are talking about Israel-Palestine, really good example, sorry, look, hold on, I just jumped like 15 different places. If you say that somebody does something out of a fear of dispossession or fear of whatever, you have to talk about how well-founded or if that is like an actual thing that would have happened, right? Which I think is betrayed by the fact that Israel did accept partition plans or did accept deals that would have had a sizable Arab population living in their country. They do today, right? But it's very similar to 67 in that 6-day war when Israel went to preemptively ward the surrounding Arab states and won a lot. That's where they won all the territory that people get so ass mad about today. In that case, Israel was rightfully fearful of an invasion from the surrounding states. They had a right to be afraid of it, but the surrounding Arab states weren't going to invade. They couldn't support it. Even without the surprise attack from Israel, it's questionable at best if the Arab states would have won that war. Nasser had committed over 50,000 troops to a failed civil war in Yemen that were exhausted, that were completely used up. They didn't have the capability to deploy anything meaningful. Like they kicked out the UN peacekeepers, the UNF forces on the Sinai, and they, ran their people all across there, trying to puff his chest up and look big. There's no way that they were going to win that war. But so that would be an example of Israel feared, even maybe rightfully feared, there was good reason to fear an Arab invasion, but that doesn't mean it was going to happen. It doesn't mean that was the reality on the ground, which is what's being said here, right? Yeah, the Arabs feared dispossession of their land because of, incoming Europeans, incoming Jewish people, an Israeli state, but that doesn't mean that the Jews were always going to dispossess all of them, right?
So you couldn't very well expect the Zionist movement to come out in neon lights and announce, hey, we're going to be expelling you the first chance we get. That's not realistic.
Okay, let me respond.
A lot of people, including yourself, debate which side is correct and which side is justified in doing X or Y, but what does the proper resolution to this conflict really look like? Both sides have to be willing to make some painful concessions, but I think the most important roadblock right now to peace is the international gassing up of the Palestinians. That is the number one impediment right now to any peaceful process. Because I think Palestinians feel like they can act with impunity and do whatever they want, and they'll never suffer a political defeat for it. Everything is just on the road to gaining their state back. no matter what happens, they will get that 67 borders territory at some point. It's going to come, whether it's because the ICJ says that Israel's committing genocide, whether it's because it's the 400th UN resolution is going to finally free up the territory, whether it's because other states are going to invade and clear things up, whether it's because Iran is going to get nukes, whether it's because Hezbollah and the Houthis are going to launch simultaneously. Like, it will come. That's what's in the mind of the Palestinians. And that thought needs to be extinguished. It cannot be that you think you can act with impunity no matter what, you'll get what you want. You just have to wait long enough. As long as they think that, they'll never be encouraged to come to the table for any real kind of peace deal.
Look, you've said it a number of times that the Arabs, from fairly early on in the conflict, from the 1890s or the early 1900s, said the Jews intend to expel us. This doesn't mean that it's true. It means
we're going over the same thing that was kind of said before. Yes. Yeah. Oh, he's going to talk about it. Yeah. Just because they thought that doesn't mean it was true. You should be able to speak about people's feelings, regardless of whether those feelings are true or not. You can't cite their feelings as fact of what's going to happen in the future. Those feelings aren't perspective, or they're not prescient. They're not future reading. It's just a way that people feel, and they might act on those feelings whether or not they comport with future reality or not, right?
90s or the early 1900s said the Jews intend to expel us. This doesn't mean that it's true. It means that some Arabs said this, maybe believing it was true, maybe using it as a political instrument to gain support to mobilize Arabs against the Zionist experiment. But the fact is, transfer did not occur before 1947. And Arabs later said, and since then, have said that the Jews want to build a third temple on the Temple Mount, as if that's what really the mainstream of Zionism has always wanted and always strived for. But this is nonsense. It's something that Husseini used to use as a way to mobilize masses for the cause, using religion as the way to get them to join him. The fact that Arabs said that the Zionists wanted to dispossess us doesn't mean it's true. It just means that some Arabs thought that, maybe said it sincerely and maybe insincerely.
Professor Morris.
Later it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is true.
Professor
because
Morris,
the Arabs attacked the Jews.
Professor Morris, I read through your stuff.
He says this so many times over and over and over again. He repeats the same shit. Oh my God.
Yesterday, I was looking through Righteous Victim.
You should read other things. You're wasting your time.
No.
Drew.
No, actually, no. I do read other things, but I don't consider it a waste of time to read you. Not at all. You say that this wasn't inherent in Zionism. Now, would you agree that David Ben-Gurion was a Zionist?
A major Zionist leader.
Right. Would you agree Chaim Weizmann was a Zionist?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe they were. I believe they took their ideology seriously. It was the first generation. Just like with the Bolsheviks, the first generation was committed to
It's just like all non sequitur, all not dealing with anything that's being said whatsoever. It's actually insane.
Idea. By the 1930s, it was just pure realpolitik. The ideology went out the window. The first generation, I have no doubt about their convictions. Okay? They were Zionists. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism.
He's reading the same. I'm pretty sure that, you know what, let's find this actual quote. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism. My understanding is that this refers to land acquisition prior to the creation of the Israeli state. This had nothing to do with the Nakba. This had nothing to do with 48. This just had to do with buying land from the Ottomans. Benny Morris is one Israeli historian who has definitely written about the history of Israel and Palestine in a way that made him an authoritative reference for many scholars and writers, particularly concerning the 48 Nakba. In his pioneering role as a new historian already in the late 1980s, he scrutinized many declassified documents from around 1948 and reached the conclusion that not only was there a transfer, as he quite systematically regards it, but that this transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state, and a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of the Arab population. In Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, there is a conclusion and admission, or that is a conclusion and admission of some magnitude. You don't just go back on this one, but unbelievably, Morris does. At least he tries to. Yesterday, he writes in Haaretz an article bluntly titled, Israel Conducted No Ethnic Cleansing in 1948. Oh, the chapter is called The Idea of Transfer in Zionist Thinking Before 1948. So this is what this whole chapter deals with. What then was the connection between Zionist transfer thinking before 1948 and what actually happened during the first Arab-Israeli war? Arab and pro-Arab commentators and historians have charged that this thinking amounted to pre-planning, and that what happened in 1948 was simply a systematic implementation of Zionist ideology and of a Zionist master plan of expulsion. Old-school Zionist commentators and historians have argued that the sporadic talk among Zionist leaders of transfer was mere pipe dreaming and was never undertaken systematically or seriously, hence there was no deliberation and premeditation behind what happened in 1948, and the creation of the refugee problem owed nothing to pre-planning and everything to the circumstances of the war in the moment, chaos, immediate military needs and dictates, whims of personality, and so on. My feeling is that the transfer thinking and near consensus that emerged in the 1930s and the early 1940s was not tantamount to pre-planning and did not issue in the production of a policy or master plan of expulsion. The Yishuv and its military forces did not enter the 1948 war, which was initiated by the Arab side with a policy or plan for expulsion. But transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state, and a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yishuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. By 1948, transfer was in the air. The transfer thinking that preceded the war contributed to the denouement by conditioning the Jewish population, political parties, military organizations, and military and civilian leadership for what transpired. Thinking about the possibilities of transfer in the 1930s and 40s had prepared and conditioned the hearts and minds for its implementation in the course of the 1948 war, so that, as it occurred, few voiced protest or doubt. It was accepted as inevitable and natural by the bulk of the Jewish population. The fact that Palestine's Arabs and the Arab states had rejected the UN partition resolution and, to nip it in the bud, had launched the hostilities that snowballed into full-scale civil war, and that the Arab states had invaded Palestine and attacked Israel in May of 1948 only hardened Jewish hearts towards the Palestinian Arabs, who were seen as mortal enemies and, should they be co-opted into the Jewish state, a potential fifth column. Thus, the expulsions that periodically dotted the Palestinian Arab exodus raised few eyebrows, and thus the Yishuv's leaders, parties, and population in mid-war accepted without significant dissent or protest the militarily and politically sensible decision not to allow an Arab refugee to return. So this is the full quote. So Finkelstein is trying to quote this as though Zionists always knew that there was going to be a Nakba, whereas Benny talks about that in the 30s and 40s, again, he more or less has said this, in response to the conditions on the ground and the fact that, like, they all wanted a state, and if they had to expel Arabs, it was fine. But it was in response to what was happening on the ground that transfer became such an accepted idea as an inevitability of the conflict.
There were Zionists in Zionism. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism.
You keep repeating the same thing.
Because I have, as I said then, Mr. Morris, I have
how did he read that? How did he get to that quote and not see what we just read before and after? How did that happen? This makes me wonder, did he just get other people to quote mine? I mean, it can't be that, because somebody would have come out and said it, right? That would be my thing. Like, if we're imagining a conspiracy here where Norm has people working for him that just find quotes and then feed it to him, and then he debates off those quotes, I feel like something would have leaked about that, or something would have come out about that. That can't be the case. But it's equally hard to imagine, did he actually read this book? There's no way, right? How could he, there's no way that he could have read it and came away with that one, that he ignored everything before and after, and he came away with that one thing.
You keep repeating the same thing.
Because I have, as I said then, Mr. Morris, I have a problem reconciling what you're saying. It either was incidental or it was deeply entrenched.
Like, it kind of was incidental, but it says it. Fuck, now I wish I would have read. I wish I had to have a list of, tell me every quote you're going to use ahead of time so I can get the context on it. Because if I would have read, but I don't have time to read every book that Morris has written, although apparently I should have. If I would have been familiar with the context around this quote, that is quite literally what he says, that for a decent chunk of this, it was incidental, relating, but not purely incidental. It's not true to say that it was only incidental. Like, the thought was already in the air, but like, it was solidified by Arab resistance.
Here I read, it's deeply entrenched. Two very resonant words, inevitable and inbuilt.
Deeply entrenched, I never wrote.
Well, I'm not sure.
It's something you just invented.
Okay.
But
inevitable and inbuilt.
The idea. Let me concede. Let me concede something.
No.
The idea of transfer was there. Israel Zangwill, a British Zionist, talked about it early on in the century. Even Herzl, in some way, talked about transferring population.
According to your 25 pages, everybody talked about it.
Why does he keep interrupting? He interrupts so much. He's actually he must interrupt more than anybody else in this debate too. He's incredibly rude. I thought it was just to me, but I see now he does it a lot to Benny as well. He just cuts him off.
In some way talked about transferring population.
According to your 25 pages,
like, why would you cut off the guy that wrote the book that you're quoting from? Like, you unbelievable ignoramus. Why would you interrupt the guy who wrote the book that you're quote sniping from? Why not let him explain it?
We keep bringing up this line in the 25 pages and the 4 pages. We're lucky to have Benny in front of us right now. We don't need to go to the quotes. We can legitimately ask, how central is expulsion to Zionism in its early version of Zionism, in whatever Zionism is today, and how much power, influence does Zionism and ideology have in Israel, and influence the philosophy, the ideology of Zionism have on Israel today?
The Zionist movement up to 1948, Zionist ideology was central to the whole Zionist experience, the whole enterprise up to 1948. And I think Zionist ideology was also important in the first decades of Israel's existence. Slowly, the hold of Zionism, like Bolshevism held the Soviet Union, gradually faded. And a lot of Israelis today think in terms of individual success and then the capitalism and all sorts of things which have nothing to do with Zionism. But Zionism was very important. But what I'm saying is that the idea of transfer wasn't the core of Zionism. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jews who had been vastly persecuted in Eastern Europe and, incidentally, in the Arab world, the Muslim world, for centuries, and eventually ending up with the Holocaust. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jewish people by establishing a state or re-establishing a Jewish state on the ancient Jewish homeland, which is something the Arabs today even deny, that there were Jews in Palestine or the land of Israel 2,000 years ago. Arafat famously said, what temple was there on Temple Mount? Maybe it was in Nablus, which of course is nonsense. But they had a strong connection for thousands of years to the land to which they wanted to return and returned there. They found that on the land lived hundreds of thousands of Arabs, and the question was how to accommodate the vision of a Jewish state in Palestine alongside the existence of these Arab masses living on, who were indigenous, in fact, to the land by that stage. And the idea of partition, because they couldn't live together, because the Arabs didn't want to live together with the Jews, and I think the Jews also didn't want to live together in one state with Arabs in general. The idea of partition was the thing which the Zionists accepted. Okay, we can only get a small part of Palestine. The Arabs will get in 1937 most of Palestine. In 1947, the ratios were changed, but we can live side by side with each other in a partitioned Palestine. And this was the essence of it. The idea of transfer was there, but it was never adopted as policy. But in 1947-48, the Arabs attacked, trying to destroy essentially the Zionist enterprise and the emergent Jewish state. And the reaction was transfer in some way, not as policy, but this is what happened on the battlefield. And this is also what Ben-Gurion at some point began to want as well.
Right.
Well, one of the first books on this issue I read when I was still in high school, because my late father had it, was the Diaries of Theodor Herzl. And I think, Theodor Herzl, of course, was the founder of the contemporary Zionist movement. And I think if you read that, it's very clear. For Herzl, the model upon which the Zionist movement would proceed, his model was Cecil Rhodes. I think, Rhodes, from what I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, has quite a prominent place in Herzl's diaries. I think Herzl was also corresponding with him and seeking his support. Cecil Rhodes, of course, was the British colonialist after whom the former white minority regime in Rhodesia was named. And Herzl also says explicitly in his diaries that it is essential to remove the existing population from Palestine.
Can I respond to this?
In a moment, please. He says we shall have to spirit the penniless population across the borders and procure.
I'm so glad. And this is another example of dishonesty. Listen to everything he's taught, how much he's built this quote up, right? I'm so glad that Benny has read this whole diary thing. God, I'm so glad Benny is here for this. God, this is so slimy.
In a moment, please. He says we shall have to spirit the penniless population across the borders and procure employment for them elsewhere, or something. And Israel's Anglo, who you mentioned, a land without a people for a people without a land. They knew damn well it wasn't a land without a people. I'll continue, but please go ahead.
Just to this. There is one small diary entry in Herzl's vast...
it's 5 volumes.
Yeah, 5 volumes. There's one paragraph which actually mentions the idea of transfer. There are people who think that Herzl was actually pointing to South America when he was talking about that. The Jews were going to move to Argentina, and then they would...
Wow, Illuminator, thanks for the 5 gifted subs.
Try and buy out or buy off or spirit the penniless natives to make way for Jewish settlement. Maybe he wasn't even talking about the Arabs in that particular passage. That's the argument of some people. Maybe he was. But the point is, it has only a 1/100th of a 1% of the diary which is devoted to the subject. It's not a central idea in Herzl's thinking. What Herzl wanted, and this is what's important, not Rhodes, I don't think he was the model. Herzl wanted to create a liberal, democratic, Western state in Palestine for the Jews. That was the idea. Not some imperial enterprise serving some imperial master, which is what Rhodes was about, but to have a Jewish state which was modeled on the Western democracies in Palestine. And this, incidentally, was more or less what Weizmann and Ben Gurion wanted. Ben Gurion was more of a socialist, Weizmann was more of a liberal Westerner, but they wanted to establish a social democratic or liberal state in Palestine. And they both envisioned through most of the years of their activity that there would be an Arab minority in that Jewish state. It's true that Ben Gurion strived to have as small as possible an Arab minority in the Jewish state because he knew that if you want a Jewish majority state, that would be necessary. But it's not something which they were willing to translate into actual policy.
Just a quick pause to mention that for people who are not familiar, Theodor Herzl, we're talking about over a century ago, and everything we've been talking about has been mostly 1948 and before.
Yes. Just one clarification on Herzl's diaries. I mean, the other thing that I recall from those diaries is he was very preoccupied with, in fact, getting great power patronage, seeing Palestine, the Jewish state in Palestine, I think his words, an outpost of civilization against barbarism.
Yes.
In other words, very much seeing his project as a proxy for Western imperialism in the Middle East.
Right word. Not proxy. He wanted to establish a Jewish state which would be independent. To get that, he hoped that he would be able to garner support from major imperial powers,
including the Ottoman Sultan, who he tried to cultivate. I just want to respond to a point you made earlier, which was that people expressed their rejection of the partition resolution on the grounds that it gave the majority of Palestine to the Jews.
Why do you dislike the other guy so much? You'll see. I don't dislike him as a person, but his, you'll see.
Community, which formed only a third. Whereas, in fact, if I understood you correctly, you're saying the Palestinians and the Arabs would have rejected any partition resolution.
Yeah, I think a couple things. That one, they would have rejected any. Two, a lot of that land given was in the Negev. It was pretty terrible land at the time. And then three, the land that would have been partitioned to Jews, I think would have been, I think I saw it was like 500,000 Arabs. It would have been 500,000 Jews, 400,000 Arabs, and I think like 80,000 Bedouin would have been there. So the state would have been divided pretty close.
I think you raise a valid point, because I think the Palestinians did reject the partition of their homeland in principle. And I think the fact that the United Nations General Assembly then awarded the majority of their homeland to the Zionist movement only added insult to injury. I mean, one doesn't have to sympathize with the Palestinians to recognize that they have now been a stateless people for 75 years. Can you name any country, yours, for example, or yours, that would be prepared to give 55%, 25%, 10% of your country to the Palestinians? Of course not. And so the issue was not the existence of Jews in Palestine. They had been there for centuries. And of course they had ties to Palestine, and particularly to Jerusalem and other places, going back centuries, if not millennia. But the idea of establishing an exclusively Jewish state at the expense of those who are already living there, I think it was right to reject that. And I don't think we can look back now, 75 years later, and say, well...
I wrote down so much on my paper that I want to respond to, but because there's four of us, because there's 2 debate, I can't. But like, if you're going to say that it was right for them to reject it, that they should have rejected it, that's fine. But then how can you say in your intro that Zionism was built on exclusion and superiority? Like, because you're saying that the Arabs would have excluded the Jews no matter what. So why would we say that of Zionism?
you should have accepted losing 55% of your homeland because you ended up losing 78% of it, and the remaining 22% was occupied in 1967. That's not how things work.
Yeah.
And I can imagine an American rejecting giving 10% of the United States to the Palestinians, and if that rejection leads to war and you lose half your country, I doubt that 50 years from now you're going to say, well, maybe I should have accepted that.
Sure. So I like this answer more than what I usually feel like I'm hearing when it comes to the Palestinian rejection of the 47 partition plan. Because sometimes I feel like a weird switch happens to where the Arabs in the area are actually presented as entirely pragmatic people who are simply doing a calculation and saying like, well, we're losing 55% of our land. Jews are only maybe 1/3 of the people here, and we've got 45, and the math doesn't work basically. But it wasn't a math problem. I think, like you said,
it was a matter of principle.
It was an ideology problem.
No, it was a matter of principle.
Yeah, ideologically driven. That they, as a people, have a right to or are entitled to this land that they've never actually had an independent state on, that they've never had even a guarantee of an independent state on, that they've never actually ruled or governed.
That last point is actually not correct, because for all its injustice, the mandate system recognized Palestine as a Class A mandate, which provisionally recognized the independence of that territory.
Of what would emerge from that territory, but not of the Palestinian.
It was provisionally recognized.
But the territory itself was, but not of the Palestinian people to have a right or a guarantee to a government that would emerge.
It was a British mandate of Palestine, not the...
I like when they're wrong on a point. I don't know how... I need to figure out a way to, like... when I'm in a debate and I realize that I'm incorrect about something or I'm wrong on something, it's pretty embarrassing. Like, okay, sure. And then I concede. Other people don't have this inbuilt, like, embarrassment mechanism. They just roll right on through. So he made a patently false claim that there was a guarantee to the Palestinian people for a state after the mandate expired. That is not true. The only guarantee there was that to whatever state emerged, or whatever, like, whatever government, whatever governing body, whatever administration emerged as a stable thing from that territory, that's what would inherit the state, not to the Palestinian people. He was completely wrong there. And then I kind of say like, well, no, that's not true. But then he just like steamrolls on through. He like doesn't care. He has no care in the world that what he just said was completely not true. But not of the Palestinian people to have a right or a guarantee to a government that would emerge.
It was a British mandate of Palestine, not the British mandate of Israel.
The word
but British mandate of Palestine, what doesn't mean a state for the Arabs living there? What are you talking about? Like,
exclusive, which you keep using, is nonsense. The state which Ben Gurion envisioned would be a Jewish majority state, as they accepted the 1947 partition resolution, as Stephen said. That included 400,000 plus Arabs in a state which would have 500,000 Jews. So the idea of exclusivity wasn't anywhere in the air at all among the Zionist leaders in 47-48. They wanted a Jewish majority state, but were willing to accept a state which had 40% Arabs. That's one point. The second thing is the Palestinians may have regarded the land of Palestine as their homeland, but so did the Jews. It was the homeland of the Jews as well. The problem was the Arabs were unable and remain to this day unable to recognize that for the Jews, that is their homeland as well. And the problem then is, how do you share this homeland? Either with one binational state or separate this partition into two states. The problem is that the Arabs have always rejected both of these ideas. The homeland belongs to the Jews, as Jews feel, as much as it does, if not more, than for the Arabs.
Jews.
I would say for the Jews. It's the Jewish people's
I would also,
homeland.
real quick, I just want for both of you guys, because I haven't heard these questions answered. I really want these questions to be, I'm just so curious how to make sense of them. It was correctly brought up that I believe that Ben Gurion had, I think Shlomo Ben-Ami describes it as an obsession with getting validation or support from Western states. Great Britain, and then a couple decades later,
That explains the Suez War, the Suez crisis.
Exactly, correct. That was one of the major motivators, the idea to work with Britain and France on a military operation
Imperial
against Arabs.
stooge.
But then the question again I go back to, if that is true, if Ben Gurion, if the early Israel saw themselves as a Western fashion nation, how could we possibly imagine that they would have engaged in the transfer of some 400,000 Arabs after accepting the partition plan? Would that not have completely and totally destroyed their legitimacy in the eyes of the entire Western world? Would it not have been? How not?
Well, first of all, I think that the Zionist leadership's acceptance of the partition resolution, and I think you may have written about this, that they accepted it because it provided international endorsement of the legitimacy of the principle of Jewish statehood. And they didn't accept the borders. And in fact, later expanded the borders. Second of all,
the borders were expanded in war.
They accepted the UN partition resolution, borders and all. That's how they accepted it. You can say that some of the Zionists, deep in their hearts, had the idea that maybe at some point they would be able to get more.
Including their most senior leaders who said so, and I think you've quoted them.
Yes, but they have the quotes. But it has to do with what the reality on the ground is.
They grudgingly accepted what the United Nations, the world community, had said, this is what you're going to get.
And second of all, I mean, removing dark people darker people. It's
This is such an unbelievably brain dead point. If this would have happened later in the debate, I would have been way more unhinged in response to this. So he's described over and over again, rightfully so, he's described that Israel is obsessed with having a strong Western ally, which is true. It was a very important part politically for Israel's mission early on, is to have a strong Western ally, because they didn't want to stand alone against a sea of Arab enemies, right? But if that's true, how would they have accepted 400,000 Arabs living in their territory and then expelled them all? They would have been completely and totally excoriated by the West if they would have accepted a partition plan and then expelled all those people. And what is Muin's ingenious response? Oh, well, they're brown people. They're brown people.
Yes, and second of all, I mean, removing darker people, it's intrinsic. It's intrinsic to Western history. So the idea that Americans or Brits or the French would have an issue with, I mean, the French had been doing it in Algeria for decades. The Americans have been doing it in North America for centuries. So how would Israel forcibly displacing Palestinians somehow besmirch Israel in the eyes of...
It's such an unbelievably stupid point. Oh my God.
Even in the 1944 resolution of the Labour Party, and at the time even Bertrand Russell was a member of the Labour Party, it endorsed transfer of Arabs out of Palestine. As Muin's pointed out, that was a deeply entrenched idea in Western thinking, that there was nothing, it doesn't in any way contradict or violate or breach any moral values to displace the Palestinian population. Now, I do believe there's a legitimate question. Had it been the case, as you said, Professor Morris, that the Zionists wanted to create a happy state with a Jewish majority, but a large Jewish minority, and if by virtue of immigration, like in our own country, given the current trajectories, non-whites will become the majority population in the United States quite soon. And according to democratic principles, we have to accept that. So if that were the case, I would say maybe there's an argument that had there been mass Jewish immigration, changed the demographic balance in Palestine, and therefore Jews became the majority.
I don't even know what the f***
Make an argument in the abstract that the indigenous Arab population should have been accepting of that, just as whites in the United States, quote unquote whites, have to be accepting of the fact that the demographic majority.
This is a very, very, very Western-brained view of ethnicity or geography, or not geography, I'm sorry, of ethnicity or immigration in a country. That in the West, we inherently accept that demographics will change over time as immigrants come in because we're countries of immigrants. Like, what is the American ethnicity? What is the Canadian ethnicity? Of course, demographics are going to change over time. We don't have a strong racial demographic that we can point to. But to pretend that that's the same case in like every Middle Eastern nation that are all essentially ethno-states, basically, that's an unbelievably weird comparison here. That any Arab state would have just accepted millions and millions of Jewish people immigrating to that state, absolutely would have never happened.
Is shifting to non-whites in our own country. But that's not what Zionism was about. I did write my doctoral dissertation on Zionism. And I don't want to get now bogged down in abstract ideas. But as I suspect you know, most theorists of nationalism say there are two kinds of nationalism. One is a nationalism based on citizenship. You become a citizen, you're integral to the country. That's sometimes called political nationalism. And then there's another kind of nationalism. And that says the state should not belong to its citizens, it should belong to an ethnic group. Each ethnic group should have its own state. It's usually called the German Romantic idea of nationalism. Zionism is squarely in the German Romantic idea. That was the whole point of Zionism. We don't want to be Bundists and be one more ethnic minority in Russia. We don't want to become citizens and just become a Jewish people in England or France. We want our own state.
Like the Arab 23 states.
No, wait. Before we get to the Arabs, let's stick to the Jews for a moment, or the Zionists. We want our own state, and in that concept of wanting your own state, the minority at best lives on sufferance, and at worst gets expelled. That's the logic of the German Romantic Zionist idea of a state. That's why they're Zionists. Now, I personally have shied away from using the word Zionism ever since I finished my doctoral dissertation. Because
was that painful?
Because as I said, I don't believe it's the operative ideology today. It's like talking about Bolshevism and referring to
What does polychrome do?
I doubt Khrushchev could have spelled Bolshevik. But for the period we're talking about, they were Zionists. They were committed to their exclusive state with a minority living on sufferance or, at worst, expelled. That was their ideology. And I really feel there's a problem with your happy vision of these Western Democrats like Weizmann, and they wanted to live peacefully with the Arabs. Weizmann described the expulsion in 1948 as, quote, the miraculous clearing of the land. That doesn't sound like somebody shedding too many tears.
When he says miraculous clearing of the land, like they were so happy to kill all of the Arabs or kick them out, and couldn't possibly be referring to anything else there. Like,
at the loss of the indigenous population.
Let me respond to the word unsufferance. The unsufferance I don't agree with. I think that's wrong. Mm-hmm. The Jewish state came into being in 1948. It had a population which was 20% Arab when it came into being. After Arab refugees, many of them had become refugees, but 20% remained in the country. 20% of Israel's population at inception in 1949 was Arab.
80% went missing.
No. We're talking about what remained in Palestine, Israel, after it was created.
The
20% who lived in Israel received citizenship and all the rights of Israelis, except, of course, the right to serve in the army, which they didn't want to. And they have Supreme Court justices, they have Knesset members. They enjoy
lived under emergency laws until 1966.
For a period, sure. They lived under
so they didn't immediately have citizenship.
No, wait a second.
At
the beginning, it's not fantasy. At the beginning, they received citizenship, could vote in elections for their own people, and they were put into parliament. But in the first years, the the Jewish majority suspected that maybe the Arabs would be disloyal because they had just tried to destroy the Jewish state. Then they dropped the military government and they became fully equal citizens. So if the whole idea was they must have a state without Arabs, this didn't happen in 49, and it didn't happen in the subsequent decades.
Then why did you say, Professor Morris,
yes.
Then why did you say without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established?
Because
oh my God, and he goes back to the one quote that he still doesn't understand. He goes back to the one quote again. The one quote.
Population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established.
Because you're missing the first section of that paragraph, which was that they were being assaulted by the Arabs. And as a result, a Jewish state could not have come into being unless there had also been an expulsion of the population which was trying to kill them.
Norm, I'm officially forbidding you referencing that again.
I think...
Hold on a second, wait. We responded to it. So the main point you're making, we have to take Benny at his word, is like there was a war, and that's the reason why he made that statement.
I think just one last point on this. I remember reading your book when it first came out, and reading, one incident after the other, and one example after the other, and then getting to the conclusion where you said the Nakba was a product of war, not design, I think were your example. And I remember reacting almost in shock to that I felt you had mobilized overwhelming evidence that it was a product of design, not war. And I think our discussion today very much reflects, let's say, the dissonance between the evidence and the conclusion. You don't feel that the research that you have conducted and published demonstrates that it was in fact inherent and inbuilt and inevitable. And I think the point that Norm and I are making is that your own historical research, together with that of others, indisputably demonstrates that it does. I think that's...
But you haven't demonstrated anybody else's research or any other point whatsoever, ever. You haven't made a single... We're an hour and 19 minutes in, and not a single new fact or contextualized piece of information has been brought up to illustrate that. Not one thing.
Fundamental disagreement we're having here.
Does he think having the stack of books in front of him makes him look like he's actually read through anything? No. Norm has definitely gone through all of these books because all three of these books are his own books. These are just his books that he brought to quote from.
Can I actually respond to that? Because this is actually, I think this is emblematic of the entire conversation. I watched a lot of Norm's interviews and conversations in preparation for this, and I hear Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47 partition
I don't think you understand politics.
There's no response to that. The Jews accepted 47. How can you say they would have always rejected everything when they accepted 47? And Arabs rejected everything. It's like the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite fact pattern of what he's trying to conclude from.
Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47 partition
I don't think you understand politics. Did I just say that there is a chasm that separates your ideology from the limits and constraints imposed by politics and reality? Now, Professor Morris, I suspect, would agree that the Zionist movement from fairly early on was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. I am aware of only one major study, probably written 40 years ago, the binational idea in mandatory Palestine by a woman, I forgot her name now, you remember her.
I'm trying.
Yeah, okay, but you know the book.
I think so.
Yeah, she is the only one who tried to persuasively argue that the Zionist movement was actually, not formally, actually committed to the binational idea. But most historians of the subject agree the Zionist movement was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. Having written my doctoral dissertation on the topic, I was confirmed in that idea because Professor Chomsky, who was my closest friend for about 40 years, was very committed to the idea that binationalism was the dominant trend in Zionism. I couldn't go with him there. But Professor Morris, you are aware that until the Biltmore Resolution in 1942, the Zionist movement never declared it was for a Jewish state. Why? Because it was politically impossible at the moment until 1942. There is your ideology, there are your convictions, there are your operative plans, and there's also separately what you say in public. The Zionist movement couldn't say in public, we're expelling all the Arabs. They can't say that. And they couldn't even say, we support a Jewish state until 1942.
You're conflating two things. The Zionists wanted a Jewish state, yes. Correct? That didn't mean the expulsion of the Arabs. It's not the same thing. They wanted a Jewish state with a Jewish majority, but they were willing, as it turned out, both in 37 and in 47, and subsequently, to have an Arab minority, a large Arab minority.
There was a transfer.
They were willing to have a large Arab minority in the country, and they ended up with a large Arab minority in the country. 20% of the population in 49 was Arab, and it still is.
They ended up for about 5 minutes before they were expelled. They agreed to it until 47, and then they were gone by March 1949.
What happened?
They agreed to it until 47, and then they were gone by March 1949.
What happened between 47? Wait, am I about to say that? Please say what happened.
What happened in between the rejection?
Thank you. Yes, Jesus.
And the partition plan and the expulsion of the Arabs.
The Arabs launched the war.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, it wasn't random. Like, there's a potential
I agree, it wasn't random.
There was.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, but
wait, why don't you respond to that? There was a fucking war. What are you talking about? There was a whole ass civil war and then a whole ass invasion.
Design.
You can say that. Random. You can say that, but in this case, the facts betray you. There was no Arab acceptance of anything that would have allowed for a Jewish state to exist.
Of course
Number
not.
one, and number two, I think that it's
okay. And at least Muin says that. Of course not. No, there was no acceptable Jewish state. Muin accepts that. Norm, I think, is a bit more sophisticated and realizes that he can't accept that. I think Muin is a bit more honest and Norm is a bit more retarded. But Muin at least says, yeah, of course, there was no acceptable Jewish state.
highly possible, given how things happen after a war, that this exact same conflict could have played out and an expulsion would have happened without any ideology at play. That there was a people that disagreed on who had territorial rights to a land. There was a massive war afterwards, and then a bunch of their friends invaded after to reinforce the idea that the Jewish people in this case couldn't have a state. There could have been a transfer regardless.
Anything could have been.
Oh, and he doesn't even engage. Oh my God, he doesn't even engage with what I say. Kill me.
But that's not what history is about.
History is about Palestinian rejectionism to any peace deal over and over again.
When the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations, they were faced with a practical problem. And I, for one, am not going to try to adjudicate the rights and wrongs from the beginning. I do not believe that if territorial displacement and dispossession was inherent in the Zionist project, I do not believe it can be a legitimate political enterprise. Now, you might say, that's speaking from 2022. or
what a we again. It's like the 1 and 2. It's like the 1 and 2 quotes that he has, and that's it. His entire view of all of this is built on 1 or 2 quotes. All of it. An hour and 24 minutes in, and not a single new thing has been brought up by this side. Just a couple quotes.
2024
now, I think.
Okay. But we have to recognize that from nearly the beginning, for perfectly obvious reasons, having nothing to do with anti-Semitism, anti-Westernism, anti-Europeanism, but because no people that I am aware of would voluntarily cede its country.
You can
perfectly understand Native American resistance to Euro-colonialism. You can perfectly well understand it without any anti-Europeanism, anti-whiteism, anti-Christianism. They didn't want to cede their country to invaders.
I think
that's completely understandable.
You're minimizing the anti-Semitic element in Arab nationalism.
In all your books, you minimized.
No. Husseini was an anti-Semite. The leader of the Palestinian national movement in the 30s and 40s was an anti-Semite. This was one of the things which drove him, and also drove him in the end to work in Berlin for Hitler for 4 years, with giving Nazi propaganda to the Arab world, calling on the Arabs to murder the Jews. That's what he did in World War II. That's the leader of the Palestinian Arab national movement.
Why is it?
And he wasn't alone.
Why is it, if you read your book, Righteous Victims, you can read it and read it and read.
Why does he do this? It must be obvious to anybody that's not totally bought in on this side at how intellectually bankrupt this is, right? It must be obvious, right? It has to be.
You read your book, Righteous Victims. You can read it and read it and read it and read it, as I have. You will find barely a word about the Arabs being motivated by anti-Semitism.
It exists, though.
I didn't say it doesn't exist.
You agree that it exists.
Hey, I don't know a single non-Jew who doesn't harbor anti-Semitic sentiments.
What a cop-out. Oh my God. What a cop-out here. You acknowledge that a people who were led by a guy that talked to Hitler and would later go on to recruit for the Nazis, that guy was anti-Semitic, right? Listen, bro. Everybody's got a little bit of anti-Semitism in them. Oh my God, what a fucking quote to rip there.
You agree that it exists.
Hey, I don't know a single non-Jew who doesn't harbor anti-Semitic sentiments.
I should have said here, this conversation is making me anti-Semitic. So did this debate,
No.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody. That's just part of the human condition.
Anti-Semitism.
Yes,
Husseini was
and among the Arabs.
So, Professor Mars, here's my problem. I didn't say that in your Righteous Victims. Even when you talked about the First Intifada, and you talked about the Second Intifada, and you talked about how there was a lot of influence by Hamas, the Islamic movement, you even stated that there was a lot of anti-Semitism in those movements, but then you went on to say, but of course, at bottom, it was about the occupation. It wasn't about, and I've read it.
Yeah, you're moving from different
I'm not moving.
ages, across
I'm
the ages.
About your whole book.
The occupation began in 67, the one you're talking about.
I looked for evidence of this anti-Semitism as being a chief motor.
He never said it was a chief motor. Did he say that? Did I miss that?
I didn't say it.
Did he make that claim?
I don't remember the word chief.
Yeah. It never even said that. What are you talking about?
Like a very binary
one of
thing.
the elements.
Binary.
Yes, binary.
Please don't give me this postmodernism binary. You're the
No, but
one.
you're
the one that said the chief motor. Do you have your book here?
You talk about
page 137.
You talk in black and white.
Page 37.
You're talking in black and white concepts when history is much grayer. Lots of things happen because of lots of reasons.
Please don't ever cuck yourself for these people again, even for Lex. Frankly, these people, Candace, Norm, mainstream accepted critics, don't deserve it, and you're way funnier, such more persuasive when you're being aggressive. No, I think as much as I get frustrated by these things, I have to externalize a lot of my analyses of these events, like externalize it from the moment. Like on my Candace thing, I really wanted to tear into her. On this thing, I really wanted to tear into Benny. Not Benny, I'm sorry, tear into Norm. But I think at the end, I think I'm doing these about as I'm supposed to. Keep in mind that like these do unlock our conversations, and we're getting to talk to and see more and more people. If I would just be unhinged, we would never even have this conversation in the first place. So I think my strategy is correct. I just have to stay the course and then slip in things that we can slip in when we can. It's also about buying credibility with certain areas too. Keep in mind that I I think a lot of the success I've had in my career has been about buying credibility with certain communities. I say that like it's disingenuous, but it's not. It's about earning reputation in communities, right? That my Rittenhouse takes, my stance on guns might have earned me more reputations with people on the right. Very initially, my ability to be hardcore and edgy and, whatever, screaming at people online, bought me credibility with online communities. And now I'm in a process of kind of like earning or buying credibility with a little bit more mainstream communities. That's kind of what the mainstream podcasts are, these types of debates are. And to buy that credibility, you have to show that you're exhibiting behavior that's not completely, totally fucking unhinged. Once you have the credibility, then you have a wider arena to play in. But if I were to just like be completely unhinged, because I am like a huge outsider in this conversation, right? Compared to these three people, or at least to two of them, or at least to Benny Morris, I'm a big outsider here. So I think even if it's frustrating and it would be nice to just go full unhinged. Also, I have to respect Lex's reputation here as well. Because keep in mind, I'm only here as an extension of Lex's reputation that he's willing to vouch for me. Otherwise, I'm never in a conversation with Norm and Moyne. So I think it's as frustrating as it is, I think the approach is correct.
Not one or the other, and you don't seem to see that.
Can I ask you a question, because it's for them to talk to? Just a very quick question. What do you think the ideal solution was on the Arab side from 47? What would they have preferred? And what would have happened if? And then the second one, what would have happened?
Example of you buying credibility with Islam? I don't know, maybe shitting on Christians. I don't really care about buying credibility with religious communities, though.
Solution was on the Arab side from 47. What would they have preferred? And what would have happened if? And then the second one, what would have happened if Jews would have lost the war in 48? What do you think would have happened to the Israeli population? Jewish population?
I think the Palestinians and the Arabs were explicit that they wanted a unitary, I think, federal state, and they made their submissions to UNSCOP. They made their appeals at the UN General Assembly.
What do you mean by unitary and federal? I don't get that. They wanted an Arab state. They wanted Palestine to be an Arab state.
Yes.
Simply.
But I think No, it wasn't an exclusively Arab state. I think we have to distinguish between Palestinian and Arab opposition to a Jewish state in Palestine.
Benny's misspeaking a little here. Benny shouldn't have said exclusively an Arab state. What Benny meant was, and if you're using your brain at all, you know what he means. But these people are very, very snaky with the way that they speak. That's why they're saying like, oh, they wanted a unitary federal. What Benny said, they wanted exclusively an Arab state. What Benny meant is they wanted an exclusively Arab-ran state. There could have been other minorities that would existed inside the state, but they'd be dhimmi. They would be second-class citizens. That's what Benny meant. And I think everybody at this table should know that that's what Benny meant. But of course, we're like trying to thread the needle on. They wanted a unitary federalist system that would have had minorities living inside, blah blah. But that's not really what. Yeah.
Palestine on the one hand, and Palestinian and Arab attitudes to Jewish existence in Palestine. And there's a fundamental difference.
Husseini, the leader of the movement, said that all the Jews who had come since 1917, and that's the majority of the Jews in Palestine in 1947, shouldn't be there.
Well,
they shouldn't be citizens and they shouldn't be there.
He did say that.
Yes,
I'm not denying it. It's true. I can understand the sentiment, but I think it's wrong.
But also, you guys are the ones.
We agree on this.
Okay, fine, sure. Maybe the Mufti, maybe the guy that was the leader of the Palestinians did want to expel every single, Jewish person that had come since 1920 or 1917. Maybe, sure, okay, fine. But what about this Theodor Herzl quote? This guy that died, the beginning of the 20th century. What about this guy that died in 1907? What about this guy that? What about when Ben Gurion wrote that thing in his diary, though? Okay, right?
I want to answer
you guys
question.
earlier, because you used the words earlier that it was supremacy and exclusivity that the Zionists...
I bring this up again. Thank God. I go up. I have a whole page of shit written down. Good job. You remember to bring this up. Nice. Okay. How do they respond to this?
You agree on this. I
want to answer
you
your
guys
question.
earlier, because you used the words earlier that it was supremacy and exclusivity that the Zionists...
Well, I want to answer your question.
No! He said those two things. Make him answer it, please. Do I bring this up again, please?
Husseini did say that, and I'm sure there was a very substantial body of Palestinian Arab public opinion that endorsed that. But by the same token, I think a unitary Arab state, as you call it, or a Palestinian state, could have been established with arrangements, with guarantees, to ensure the security and rights of both communities. How that would work in detail had been discussed and proposed, but never resolved. And again, I think Jewish fears about what would have happened.
A second Holocaust. That's what.
Well, no, I think
that was the Jewish fear. A second Holocaust.
That may well have been the Jewish fear. It was an unfounded Jewish.
Oh, so the Jewish fears were unfounded, but the Arab fears were incredibly real and true.
Fear.
It was unfounded?
Of course, it was unfounded.
What about like in 48 and 56?
You really think that the Palestinians, had they won the war, were going to import ovens and crematoria from Germany.
But there were programs across in almost every single Arab state where there were Jews living after 48, after 56, after 67. There were always pogroms. There were always flights from Jews from those countries to Israel afterwards. I don't think it would be.
I wouldn't say there were always pogroms in every.
What do you mean? Well, I wouldn't say exactly that. Oh my God. Oh, it's so slimy. I think Benny corrects me here. Please, God, Benny, give more examples.
Arab state. I think there was flight of Arab Jews for multiple reasons. In some cases, for precisely the reasons you say. If you look at the Jewish community in Algeria, for example, their flight had virtually nothing to do with the Arab-Israeli conflict. The issue of Algerian Jews was that the French gave them citizenship during their colonial rule of Algeria, and they increasingly became identified with French rule. And when Algeria became independent, and all the French...
Thank you for the... this debate... Dude, I want to collect all the bad debate tricks that people use, and we should pick and choose, like 3 debates per year. I'm going to employ every single bad debate tactic, right? Like... Isn't it true yesterday that you ran over 3 people when you were driving to Miami? You ran over 3 people? Okay, hold on. Yesterday, when I drove to Miami Beach, or when I was driving from Miami to Miami, I was driving my Ford Focus RS, okay? It uses the same EcoBoost, I think 2.3 liter, whatever capacity as like the Mustang uses. It's the same type of engine. The gas mileage is not the best. I think it's like 20 miles per the gallon. The all-wheel drive is pretty cool. Like this, like, will you just like ramble on some totally non-central, irrelevant point? Like, why the f are we getting the breakdown, the detailed history of Algeria and French colonization? Why? What are we doing here? Like, it's such an obvious diversionary tactic to try to move the spotlight away from the central point.
Ended up leaving out of fear or out of disappointment or out of whatever. The Jews were identified as French rather than Algerian.
This is a bit of a red herring. There were pogroms in the Arab countries, in Bahrain even, where there's almost no Jews. There was a pogrom in 1947. There was a pogrom in Aleppo in 1947.
I'm not denying any of that.
Oh, and then he's like, well, hold on, I'm not denying. Okay, well, you know about that. Okay, I'm not denying that. You just did try to deny it. You were just saying, well, it was complicated, blah, 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 blah.
History.
Killings of Jews in Iraq and Egypt in 1948-49.
I'm not denying it.
But the Jews basically fled the Arab states not for multiple reasons. They fled because they felt that the governments there and the societies amid which they had lived for hundreds of years.
Do I ever bring up in this debate? Okay, then do we talk about the push-pull factors of the Nakba, or do we exclusively talk about that as a push factor?
Longer wanted them.
Look, without getting into the details, I think we can.
I also hate that. We're at a 6-hour debate. What do you mean without getting into the details? What the f are we here for if not to get into the details? Why would we have a 6-hour convo where we don't get into the detail? What do you mean?
Both agree that ultimately a clear majority of Arab Jews who believe that after having lived in these countries for centuries, if not millennia, came
the repeating of the same thing, the Haas tactic,
to the unfortunate conclusion that their situation had become untenable.
Yes.
I also think that we can both agree that this had never been an issue prior to Zionism and the emergence of the State of Israel. Look, I'm not...
Pogroms didn't begin with Zionism in the Arab world.
The issue is the point I raised, which is whether these communities had ever come to a collective conclusion that their position had become untenable in this part of the world. No, they were Arab Jews.
Well, because untenable meant there was no alternative. But with the creation of Israel, there was an alternative, right? A place where they could go and not be discriminated against or live as second-class citizens or be subject to Arab majority states. I also think it's interesting that, like, when you analyze the flight of Jewish people...
Oh, yes, I'm going to say it. We talk about push-pull factors. Do we say push-pull with the Nakba? Please tell me that's where I'm going.
And I've seen this, that it wasn't just, I agree with you, it wasn't just a mass expulsion from all the Arab states. There were definitely push factors. There were also pull factors. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about the Nakba, but when the analysis of the Nakba comes in, again, it's back to that, well, that was actually just a top-down expulsion. The retreat of wealthy Arab people in the 30s didn't matter. Any of the messaging from the surrounding Arab states didn't matter. It was just an expulsion from Jewish people or people running from their lives from Jewish massacres. Again, it's like I feel like it's a selective critical analysis of the
term Jewish here because
oh my God! And then he goes to the I don't know what to say. What do you? Because I try to qualify this because pre-48 it doesn't make sense to call them Israelis because there's no country yet. Pre-48 you can call them Zionists, I guess, but that feels kind of loaded. And then same thing with like the Arabs or the Palestinians or Palestinian Arabs and surrounding Arab states, or, oh God, and now he fixates on this word Jewish. When it's obvious, like I'm not playing into like, I never bring up anti-Semitism. I have no interest in even going down that hole, although I know why people like to, and I understand where it comes from now. Jesus Christ.
Again, it's like I feel like it's selective. It's a selective critical analysis
of
the
term Jewish here, because it wasn't the Jews of England or the Soviet Jews.
I said Jewish because prior to 48, saying Israeli.
I think we should. I think it's useful to say refer to.
Oh shit! He woke up. Did he just wake up? Did he just find a quote in his own book?
Israeli.
I think we should. I think it's useful to say refer to Zionists before 1948 and Israelis after 48. We don't need to implicate.
Well, sure, but
Jews
the Jewish people that were being attacked in Arab states weren't Zionists. They were just Jews living there.
Yep. Oh, that is true. Good point. That's why I said Jewish. He's so smart. That is true. That is correct. That when Jews were attacked in surrounding Arab states in response to the 48 catastrophe, the Nakba, and the loss of the surrounding Arab states, they were being attacked because they were Jews, not because they were Zionists, because they were Jews. That is true. Good point. Strong point. Yes.
And on that, I was rereading Shlomo Ben Ami's last book, and he does, at the end, discuss at some length the whole issue of the refugee question, bearing on the so-called peace process. And on the question of 48 and the Arab emigration, if you allow me, let me just quote him. Israel is particularly fond of the awkwardly false symmetry she makes between the Palestinian refugee crisis and the forced emigration of 600,000 Jews from Arab countries.
One of the most frustrating things, now that I've talked to Ben-Ami, I need to email him a good list of questions, because he wants to come on stream and chat. One of the most frustrating things about Ben-Ami is he tries so hard to give both sides of like, this is where the Jews f***ed up, this is where the Arabs f***ed up, and this is what people need to do, and this is when he gives some people credit. This is where Golda Meir was a horrible leader. This is where Sadat was an amazing Arab leader. This is where Begin and Rabin, turned on their extremist past, were amazing leaders. This is where Arafat f***ed up, right? He's really good at giving credit to sides when they deserve credit and giving condemnation to sides when they deserve condemnation. It is a crime. It is a crime when terrorists like Finkelstein selectively quote a person like this. I cannot think of something that would be more frustrating than having some loser like this selectively quote you when you try to give a balanced telling of both sides of history.
Following the creation of the State of Israel.
Rabbani is only palatable in contrast to Finkelstein. Rabbani, I don't. His character is okay. As a person, he was respectful. His positions are unhinged. But you don't see that yet, but we'll get there, okay? God damn.
As if it were, quote, an unplanned exchange of populations, unquote. And then Mr. Ben-Ami, for those of you who are listening, he was Israel's former foreign minister, and he's an influential historian in his own right. He says, in fact, envoys from the Mossad and the Jewish Agency worked underground in Arab countries and Iran to encourage Jews to go to Israel. More importantly, for many Jews in Arab states, the very possibility of emigrating to Israel was the culmination of millennial aspirations. It represented the consummation of a...
I like how Norm is catching up to the conversation. Yes, correct. You are giving examples of push-pull factors. Like, why the f*** are you reading this right now? What is...
to take part in Israel's resurgence as a nation. So, this idea that they were all expelled after 1948, that's one area, Professor Moritz, I defer to expertise. That's one of my credos in life. I don't know the Israeli literature, but as it's been translated in English, there is very little solid scholarship on what happened in 1948 in the Arab countries and which caused the Jews to leave.
Arab Jews.
Arab Jews, right. But Shlomo Ben-Ami knows the literature. He knows the scholarship.
He's a historian. Tangiers.
Yeah,
he's from Morocco.
Right. So he knows
this. From Iraq has written on this issue.
And they wrote that the Jews in the Arab lands were not pro-Zionist. They weren't Zionists at all. So certainly Avi Schleim's family was anti-Zionist.
And Avi Schleim, when he was interviewed by Meron Rappaport on this question, he said, you simply cannot say that the Iraqi Jews were expelled. It's just not true. And he was speaking as an Iraqi Jew who left with his family in 1948.
They were pushed out. They weren't expelled.
Well,
did you say you're going to talk to Shlomo Ben-Ami? Yeah, I don't know why. Apparently every single Jew knows every other Jew. So a bunch of people email me who know politicians or people in Israel. And I had an intro call with Ben-Ami a week ago. When I was flying to Omaha, we chatted for about 30 minutes, and then I just need to email him a list of questions so that he knows in advance what we're going to talk about when he comes on stream. Or I told him I would so that he'd be ready to talk about stuff. Yeah. I want to talk to Bonerbox about what those questions should be. Yeah.
Jew who left with his father and family in 1948.
They were pushed out. They weren't expelled.
Well,
that's probably the right phrase.
I think it's more complex than that. I think it was. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're not interrupting me because I only know what's been translated into English, and the English literature on the subject is very small and not scholarly. Now, there may be a Hebrew literature, I don't know. But I was surprised that even Shlomo ben Ami, a stalwart of his state, fair enough, on this particular point, he called it false symmetry.
No, Stephen is right. There was a pull and push mechanism in the departure of the Jews from the Arab lands post-48. But there was also a lot of push.
Wait, real quick. Did I use that card correctly? I used to think for a flush, but I feel like it never actually does anything for me. I can't tell if it's actually bonusing me or not.
That's indisputable.
Okay,
there was,
And on the point of agreement, on this one brief light of agreement, let us wrap up with this topic of history and move on to modern day. But before that, I'm wondering if we can just say a couple of last words on this topic. Stephen?
Yeah, I think that when you look at the behaviors of both parties in the time period around 48, or especially 48 and earlier, there's this assumption that there was this huge built-in mechanism of Zionism and that it was going to be inevitable from the inception of the first Zionist thought, I guess, that appeared in Herzl's mind, that there would be a mass violent population transfer of Arab Palestinians out of what would become the Israeli state. I understand that there are some quotes that we can find that maybe seem to possibly support an idea that looks close to that, but I think when you actually consult the record of what happened, when you look at the populations, the massive populations that Israel was willing to accept within what would become their state borders, their nation borders, I just don't think that the historical record agrees with the idea that Zionists would have just never been okay living alongside Arab Palestinians. But when you look at the other side, Arabs would out of hand reject literally any deal that apportioned any amount of that land for any state relating to Jewish people or the Israeli people. I think it was said even on the other end of the table that Arab Palestinians would have never accepted, the Arabs would have never accepted any Jewish state whatsoever. So it's interesting that on the ideology part, where it's claimed that Zionists are people of exclusion and supremacy and expulsion, we can find that in diary entries, but we can find that expressed in very real terms on the Arab side, I think in all of their behavior around 48 and earlier, where the goal was the destruction of the Israeli state. It would have been the dispossession of many Jewish people. It probably would have been the expulsion of a lot of them back to Europe. And I think that very clearly plays out in the difference between the actions of the Arabs versus some diary entries of some Jewish leaders.
Okay.
Well, one thing which stood out, and I think Muin made this point, is that the Arabs had nothing to do with the Holocaust, but then the world community forced the Arabs to pay the price for the Holocaust. That's the traditional Arab argument. We
got a big virtue signal, 10-minute pause. We're going to take a... Hold on, I'll be right back. We're going to take a quick pit stop into Virtue Signal Town, okay? Now, this is the city that Norm actually has a passport from because he lives here full-time, okay? Virtue Signal City, coming up.
Slightly distorting the reality. The Arabs in the 1930s did their utmost to prevent Jewish immigration from Europe and reaching Palestine, which was the only safe haven available because America, Britain, France, nobody wanted Jews anywhere, and they were being persecuted in Central Europe and eventually would be massacred in large numbers. So the Arab effort to pressure the British to prevent Jews reaching Palestine's safe shores contributed indirectly to the slaughter of many Jews in Europe because they couldn't get to anywhere and they couldn't get to Palestine because the Arabs were busy attacking Jews in Palestine and attacking the British to make sure they didn't allow Jews to reach this safe haven. That's important. The second thing is, of course, there's no point in belittling the fact that the Palestinian Arab National Movement's leader, Husseini, worked for the Nazis in the 1940s. He got a salary from the German Foreign Ministry. He raised troops among Muslims in Bosnia for the SS, and he broadcast to the Arab world.
Okay, but come on, who didn't? Come on, who didn't, right? What was the name of the... I don't remember. These stupid fashion brands that like made Nazi uniforms and shit. What were they called? Everybody worked for Nazis a little bit, right? Let me use the rest real quick. Hold on one second.
Calling for the murder of the Jews in the Middle East. This is what he did. And the Arabs since then have been trying to whitewash Husseini's role. I'm not saying he was the instigator of the Holocaust, but he did say he helped the Germans along in doing what they were doing and supported them in doing that. So this can't be removed from the fact that the Arabs, as you say, paid a price for the Holocaust, but they also participated in various ways in helping it happen.
Right. I'll make 2 points. The first is you mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini and his collaboration with the Nazis. Entirely legitimate point to raise, but I think one can also say definitively had Haj Amin al-Husseini never existed, the Holocaust would have played out precisely
Certainly.
As it did.
Certainly.
As far as Palestinian opposition to Jewish immigration to Palestine during the 1930s is concerned, it was of a different character than, for example, British and American rejection of Jewish immigration. They just didn't want Jews on their soil.
Yeah, but objectively, it helped the Germans kill the Jews.
In the Palestinian case, their opposition to Jewish immigration was to prevent the transformation of their homeland into a Jewish state that would dispossess them. And I think that's an important distinction to make. The other point I wanted to make is we've spent the past several hours talking about Zionism, transfer, and so on. But I think there's a more fundamental aspect to this, which is that Zionism, I think, would have emerged and disappeared as yet one more utopian political project had it not been for the British, what the preeminent Palestinian historian Walid Khalidi has termed the British Shield. Because I think without the British sponsorship, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. The British...
Keep in mind, an hour and 43 minutes into the debate, I don't know if we've really covered or talked about almost anything, and almost 2 hours. And we didn't agree on transfer. I don't even know what we've talked about. 2 hours, almost. I don't know. I have no idea what we've even covered at this point.
Sponsored Zionism for a very simple reason, which is that during World War I, the Ottoman armies attempted to march on the Suez Canal. Suez Canal was the jugular vein of the British Empire, between Europe and India. And the British came to the conclusion that they needed to secure the Suez Canal from any threat. And as the British have done so often in so many places, how do you deal with this? Well, you bring in a foreign minority, implant them amongst a hostile population and establish a protectorate over them. I don't think a Jewish state in Palestine had been part of British intentions.
I wish I knew more about, I've never heard this talking about before. Like, would it surprise me if this was the case? Maybe not. But like, Israel is not on the Suez Canal. Israel needed to invade Egypt to do anything relating to the Suez Canal, and invade quite far, mind you. Invade quite far, because you had to march all the way through the Sinai. And keep in mind, this is far from the 47 partition. We're not even talking from the 48 borders, but from the prior to this, where the partition. I don't think this is true. Never heard it before. Maybe it is true, and maybe I just don't know. I'm not familiar with those writings, but I don't think I buy this. But I don't think I called him out on this because I just don't know the history. I don't want to be like completely, totally factually wrong here. And just like talk out of turn, but I've never heard this before.
Balfour Declaration very specifically speaks about a Jewish national home in Palestine. In other words, a British protectorate. Things ended up taking a different course.
What history of doing this is he referring to? I don't know. The British would like plop colonies in places where they had like an interest in like trade and whatnot. I don't think that's crazy, no? Like for instance, they had the Aden Protectorate was down in Yemen in the port of Aden. I mean, I'm only aware of like very limited when it comes to historical analysis, but I'm sure that there are other places where Britain has done this. That'd be my assumption. I'm literally going off of vibes here. Maybe they haven't. I don't know. That's my vibe.
And I think the most important development was World War II. And I think this had maybe less to do with the Holocaust and more to do with the effective bankruptcy of the United Kingdom during that war and its inability to sustain its global empire. It ended up giving up India.
The point about moving in ethnic minorities, I've not heard that before. Oh, I haven't heard that before. I don't know if that's true, but...
giving up Palestine. And it's in that context, I think, that we need to see the emergence of a Jewish state in Palestine. And again, a Jewish state means a state in which the Jewish community enjoys not only a demographic majority, but an uncontestable demographic majority, an uncontestable territorial hegemony, and an uncontestable political supremacy. And that is also why after 1948, the nascent Israeli state confiscated, I believe, up to 90% of lands that had been previously owned by Palestinians who became citizens of Israel. It is why the new Israeli state imposed a military government on its population of Palestinian citizens between 1948 and 1966. It is why the Israeli state effectively reduced... Are you
going to react to Hassan watching your debate? Hassan, who knows nothing, agreeing with these two guys who aren't bringing up anything of substance? I'm good.
about the Palestinians living within the Israeli state as citizens of the Israeli state to second-class citizens, on the one hand promoting Jewish nationalism and Jewish nationalist parties, on the other hand doing everything within its power to suppress and eliminate Palestinian or Arab nationalist movements. And that's why today there's a consensus among all major human rights organizations that Israel is an apartheid state, what the Israeli Human Rights Organization, B'Tselem, describes a regime of Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea.
You're really tempting a response from the other side on the last few sentences. We'll talk about the claims of apartheid and so on. It's a fascinating discussion. We need to have it. Norm?
On the question of the responsibility of the Palestinian Arabs for the Nazi Holocaust, direct or indirect,
here we are.
I consider that an absurd claim. As Gromyko said, and I quoted him, the entire Western world turned its back on the Jews. To somehow focus on the Palestinians strikes me as completely ridiculous. Number two, as Mouin said, there's a perfectly understandable reason why Palestinian Arabs wouldn't want Jews, because in their minds, and not irrationally, these Jews intended to create a Jewish state which would quite likely have resulted in their expulsion. I'm a very generous person. I've actually taken in a homeless person for 2.5 years. But if I knew in advance that that homeless person was going to try to turn me out of my apartment, I would think 10,000 times before I took him in. Okay? As far as the actual complicity of the Palestinian Arabs, if you look at Raoul Hilberg's 3-volume classic work, The Destruction of the European Jewry.
Does Finkelstein ever begin a sentence without quoting someone else? No, he takes what I say is a good strategy to sound authoritative, and then he does it too much. I think it actually sounds really good to quote an author or to quote a historian to round out a point, but not in substitution of content. And Norm does it in substitution of content. He doesn't actually make an argument, and he doesn't even really wield his quotations correctly, but he almost exclusively appeals to the authoritative sounding other authors that he cites. But then that's it, yeah.
He has in those 1,000+ pages one sentence on the role of the Mufti of Jerusalem. And that, I think, is probably an overstatement, but we'll leave it aside. The only 2 points I would make aside from the Holocaust point is, number one, I do think the transfer discussion is useful because it indicates that there was a rational reason behind the Arab resistance to Jewish or Zionist immigration to Palestine, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. And number two, there are 2 issues. One is the history, and the second is being responsible for your words. Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed 2 to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say. And it is discomforting, disorienting, where you have a person who's produced a voluminous corpus, rich in insights and rich in archival sources, who seems to disown each and every word that you pluck from that corpus by claiming that it's either out of context or it's cherry picking. Words count. And I agree with Lex. Everybody has the right to rescind what they've said in the past. But what you cannot claim is that you didn't say what you said.
I'll stick to the history, not the current propaganda. 1917, the Zionist movement began way before the British supported the Zionist movement for decades. In 1917, the British jumped in and issued the Balfour Declaration supporting the emergence of a Jewish national home in Palestine, which most people understood to mean eventual Jewish statehood in Palestine. Most people understood that in Britain and in Israel, among the Zionists and among the Arabs. But the British declared the Balfour Declaration, or issued the Balfour Declaration, not only because of imperial self-interest, and this is what you're basically saying. They had the imperial interests, a buffer state which would protect the Suez Canal from the east. The British also were motivated by idealism, and this incidentally is how Balfour described the reasoning behind issuing the declaration. And he said the Western world, Western Christendom, owes the Jews a great debt, both for giving the world and the West, if you like, values, social values as embodied in the Bible, social justice, and all sorts of other things. And the Christian world owes the Jews because it persecuted them for 2,000 years. This debt we're now beginning to repay with the 1917 declaration favoring Zionism. But it's also worth remembering that the Jews weren't proxies or attached to the British imperial endeavor. They were happy to receive British support in 1917, and then subsequently when the British ruled Palestine for 20, 30 years, but they weren't part of the British imperial design or mission. They wanted a state for themselves, the Jews, happy to have the British support them, happy today to have the Americans support Israel. But it's not because we're stooges or extensions of American imperial interests. The British, incidentally, are always described in Arab narratives or propaganda as consistent supporters of Zionism. They weren't. The first British rulers in Palestine, 1917, 1920.
Herbert Samuel.
No, before Herbert Samuel. Samuel came in 1920. The British ruled there for 3 years previously, and most of the leaders, the British generals and so on, who were in Palestine, were anti-Zionist. And subsequently, in the 20s and 30s, the British occasionally curbed Zionist immigration to Palestine, and in 1939 switched horses and supported the Arab national movement and not Zionism. They turned anti-Zionist.
Because they blocked all the Jewish immigration and they blocked importation of Jewish weapons and everything too, yeah.
And basically said, you Arabs will rule Palestine within the next 10 years. This is what we're giving you by limiting Jewish immigration to Palestine. But the Arabs didn't actually understand what they were being given on a silver platter, Husseini again, and he said, no, we can't accept the British White Paper of May 1939, which had given the Arabs everything they wanted, basically, self-determination in an Arab-majority state. So what I'm saying is the British, at some point, did support the Zionist enterprise, but at other points were less consistent in the support, and in 1939 until 1948.
You honestly, we're blessed to have Benny as a partner, literal best case scenario. It makes Norm look insane. Yeah, I think the 1-2 here works well, because if it was me and somebody similar to me, of a similar background, then Norm could simply brush off the entire debate saying, oh, well, my opponents were uneducated. Also, I don't know if Benny was doing this because he felt bad for me, or maybe these were his legitimate thoughts, or whatever, but Benny constantly reinforcing my point and saying like, yeah, Stephen is correct, Stephen is right here. I think that rhetorical strategy, there's no way this was intentional on his part, but that rhetorical strategy is highly effective, because if Norm is trying to undermine me, like think about the dynamics at play. Norm is trying to undermine my points by saying that I'm not qualified to give them. And then in the next breath, we'll quote the historian sitting across the table at that historian, and then the historian will agree with me to refute Norm's points. So I feel like rhetorically, but then again, this is going to be so, if you already agree with Norm, you probably already agree with Norm, but I feel like rhetorically it looks really weak on Norm's side to just say like, oh, well, you're unqualified, you don't know what you're talking about. And then the historian across the table disagrees with you over and over again and says, well, this person is making a good point. Yeah. Wait.
When they didn't vote even for partition, for Jewish statehood in Palestine in the UN resolution, they didn't support Zionism during the last decade of the mandate.
Basically, Norm wants to little bro you, but Benny is your big bro, and so Norm can't just basically, yeah. It's true.
It's worth remembering that.
I'd like to respond to that. I mean, speaking of propaganda, I find it simply impossible to accept that Balfour, who, as British Prime Minister in 1905, was a chief sponsor of the Aliens Act, which was specifically...
He changed his mind.
Which was specifically designed to keep
Jews.
Persecuted Eastern European Jews out of the streets of the UK,
mind.
And who was denounced as an anti-Semite by the entire British Jewish establishment. A decade later, all of a sudden...
Well, you react to Hassan. Listen, if you hate watching Hassan watching this, then you should then clip it and I'll react to it after. But we're not going to watch Hassan watch this. This is already a fucking 5-hour debate, okay? Also, for people that are worried that Lex cut a bunch out of this debate, it probably wasn't 6 hours. It was probably about 5.5, maybe 6 hours. But like, it took us a while to start. There were a few breaks in between. I think we had 3 or 4 breaks. So there's probably basically everything that we talked about is probably in here. I don't think Lex really cut anything from this. Or if he did, it was probably minutes. My guess would be, if Lex did cut content from this, it was probably less than 5, for sure less than 10 minutes of content actually cut. So just as a heads up there too.
Changed his mind.
People change their minds. But when the changing of the mind just coincidentally happens to coincide with the British imperial interest, I think perhaps the transformation is a little more superficial than he's being given credit for. It was clearly a British imperial venture, and if there had been no threat to the Suez Canal...
Have we done a break yet? I'm trying to think if we'd already had a break. I think we might have had a break before here.
During World War I, regardless of what Balfour would have thought about the Jews and their contribution to history and their persecution and so on, there would have been no Balfour Declaration.
Can I ask a real quick question on that? Why did the British ever cap immigration then from Jews to that area at all?
Well, we're talking now about 1970.
Sure, but I'm saying that if the whole goal was just to be an imperialist project, like there were terrorist attacks from Jewish...
These questions are destructive to this whole narrative. If it was always an imperialist project, if these people always had this goal in mind, why were the Brits so hostile, so antagonistic towards Israel or pre-Israel from 39 onwards? Why?
Sure, but I'm saying that if the whole goal was just to be an imperialist project, like there were terrorist attacks from Jewish...
yes, but you're talking... I'll answer you.
Yeah, in the 40s, yeah.
And we're talking now about 1917, and as I mentioned earlier, I don't think the British had a Jewish state in mind. That's why they used the term Jewish national home. I think what they wanted was a British protectorate, loyal to and dependent upon the British.
How could you ever I wish I would need more information on the only one I'm aware of is the Aden Protectorate in Yemen, because it's the only history I've studied with any other level of depth. If the British wanted a protectorate, wouldn't they have just deployed British troops and established a small quasi-British government with British administrators that are like, this just seems completely not true. I don't understand.
I think an outstanding review of British policy towards these issues during the Mandate has been done
Also, hold on, let me look this up. What was, Egypt was part of the, I'm trying to think of how Egypt came about after the Ottoman collapse. Because I thought there was an association here with, I don't remember if it was a mandate, if Egypt was part of the mandatory system, or how did this work? I don't remember, I didn't study the origin of... Not to mention that Britain owned Egypt at all this time. Yeah, did they? I'm trying to think. In 36, the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty was concluded and British troops withdrew from Egypt except for the Suez Canal. The treaty did not resolve the question of Sudan, which, okay, so like the Brits already had like some level of control over Egypt. Now, my understanding is, careful, on Ottoman history, I'm very, very, very woof. But my understanding is in the Ottoman Empire, Egypt as a province was quite, I don't know if autonomous would be the right word. It was the Khedivate, what was it called or whatever? That Egypt and that Egypt was like its own thing. They weren't just like a random smattering of people. That Egyptians really did see themselves as a certain type of people and everything. By the 1800s, yeah. I don't know. I don't understand. If we think that all of this was just the British trying to do something to secure the Suez Canal, why wouldn't they have just like had a tighter control over Egypt or not left Egypt ever? That would have been an interesting question to hear him respond to. But
by Martin Bunton of
your Piers Morgan video just dropped. Wait. There is small validity to this claim. The British tactic in every colonial project was to establish a bureaucratic class and a police force which came from the native population but was loyal to the crown. Yeah, but I don't see any of the pushing of the Jews to be loyal to the crown. I don't see that in the history of the Yishuv or pre-Israel. Maybe it was there in ways and I just didn't read about that or it didn't come up, but I never saw any of that pressure.
The University of Victoria, and he basically makes the argument that once the British realized the mess they were in, certainly by the late 20s, early 30s, they recognized the mess they were in, the irreconcilable differences, and basically pursued a policy of just muddling on. And muddling on in the context of British rule in Palestine, whose overall purpose was to serve for the development of Zionist institutions, Yeshuv's economy, and so on, meant, even if the British were not self-consciously doing this, preparing the groundwork for the eventual establishment of a Jewish state. I don't know if that answers your question.
Except they did turn anti-Zionist in 1939.
Yes, of course.
And maintained
they were being shot up by...
maintained that Zionist... No, before they were being shot up. But maintained that anti-Zionist posture until 1948.
Okay.
And if I
That was clever. He tried to play a quick trick there. Did he say shut up? Was he implying that they became anti-Zionist because the Jews started attacking the Brits, and not that the Brits and not that the Jews were attacking the Brits because of the anti-Zionism?
Just also one point, you mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini during World, entirely legitimate. But what I would also point out is that you had a Zionist organization, the Lehi.
300 people.
300 people, one of whom happened to become an Israeli prime minister, an Israeli foreign minister.
This is such a bizarro line of logic here. This is such an unreal line of argumentation that he stumbles down. This is unbelievable. Sorry, follow this.
What I would also point out is that you had a Zionist organization, the Lehi.
300 people.
300 people, one of whom happened to become an Israeli prime minister, an Israeli foreign minister, a speaker of Israeli parliament.
Maybe you should give his name.
Yitzhak Shamir, proposing an alliance with Nazi Germany in 1941.
Shamir proposed?
Well, no, the Lehi proposed.
Some people in the Lehi proposed.
Of which...
I did more reading on this afterwards, because I was curious exactly what's being referenced here. So the Lehi, at this point, it wasn't known that Nazi Germany wanted to murder Jews. People thought that, or at least some of the Jews in Palestine thought that, well, maybe the Nazis are just trying to kick all the Jews out. And to be honest, up to that point, I don't know if many Jews were cared. They were like, yeah, fuck it, yeah, everybody's been trying to kick us out, whatever. And I think the Lehi proposed for a while that maybe we can work with the Nazis to align in that direction against the British. Since the British are fucking us so hard, maybe we can align ourselves with the Nazis and we can work with them. And if instead of them kicking Jews out into wherever, they could just send the Jews to us, and that would work basically. That was like I believe the thought in the early 40s, I think 41, 42 maybe, of the Lehi at the time. But they didn't know that the Nazis were exterminating Jews at that point. The death camps hadn't been discovered or weren't known about yet.
Shamir was a prominent leader.
Red herring also.
No.
Hadn't Kristallnacht already happened by that point? I don't know. Kristallnacht is that big of a deal, is it? Kristallnacht was like a big pogrom. But if you're Jewish, people have been pogroming you forever. It's a big deal in the West. We studied it's like, oh my God, Kristallnacht, huge pogrom. But I think Jews have been pogromed a ton of them. We're like, yeah, fuck us. What are you gonna do? These were in the late 30s. What are you gonna do, man? Because I think, for instance, in the Russian Empire, there'd already been a ton of Jews that had fled the Russian Empire, 30, 40 years before this? I think the first and second Aliyah in 1880 and in the early 1900s, I think were largely from the Russian Empire. I think it's kind of a red flag. Well, I mean, it's a red flag in so much as Jews had already been kind of bullied and expelled from so many other parts of the world. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to contextualize for you what it would have seemed at the time. Now, when we look back on it, wow, Kristallnacht, horrible. This is terrible. This is the start of the Holocaust, obviously. But if you were Jewish back at the time, it's okay, well, we're getting kicked out of another area like us, right? I don't know if at the time people would have seen this as oh my God, the largest genocide ever is upon us. I just don't think it would have been seen that way at the time. Yeah.
The Lehi was an unimportant organization in the Yishuv. 300 people versus 30,000 belonged to the Haganah. So it was not a very important organization. It's true, before the Holocaust actually began, they wanted allies against the British where they could find them.
We're talking 1941 here, not 1931.
1940.
41 from what I recall.
1940. They approached the German emissary in Istanbul or something.
Yes.
Istanbul.
And if I may, proposed an alliance with Nazi Germany on what the Lehi described as on the basis of shared ideological principles.
Benny, I wish I would have known more at the time. Benny shouldn't even be biting this bullet. That the Lehi were a minority of the overall Yishuv fighting force, which is true. The Lehi were a very small minority. I think he says 300 members at the time, as opposed to the Haganah that was tens of thousands. The Haganah, the Irgun, and the Lehi were the three branches of the pre-Israel, the Yishuv fighting force, that would all go on to become combined the IDF, with the Haganah comprising the vast majority of this. The Lehi was a small section, and the Irgun was a small section, and these two were the kind of terrorist extremists, and they fought sometimes with the Haganah. But so anytime somebody tells you that the Irgun or the Lehi went on to become the IDF, that's not really true. That's pretty disingenuous. These were very, very, very small aspects of the pre-Yishuv or of the pre-Israel fighting force. But I don't think Benny should even be owning this here, unless there's more history that I'm not aware of. That Lehi wanted to align with Nazi Germany. Remember, Nazi Germany to us. Remember. You have to do the framing. The historical framing is so important. Nazi Germany to us are the Holocausters. Nazi Germany in 1941, 1942 were, another large European force that wanted to fight against the British, and they expelled Jews. But I mean, everybody hated Jews, so fuck it. Why did they wanted their own country? The Nazis at that point were not the Nazis with a capital N. They were just the Nazis, it was German, whatever. Keep in mind that this world that existed at this time had just come off 20 years earlier, the fucking Great War. Okay, this is the war to end all wars. So the world had already seen some crazy shit. To contextualize this, yeah.
described as
The
on the
Lefties
basis
were
of
reviled by the
shared
mainstream of Zionism.
ideological
No, they didn't
principles.
share ideological.
Well, they said they did.
No,
They said.
they reviled.
Why are you doing these things? Of
the
course they
Lefties
said it.
reviled
You
by the
know the
majority.
state, but
The
you
Lefty
know
was
that
reviled.
you know what the statement said on the basis of a shared ideology. Why do you say no?
Do you think that the
could
Lefty,
just
wait, the Lefty,
This thing on the basis of a shared ideology. I wish I would have known more of this history here. I looked this up after. He's trying to say that Zionism and Nazism, because Norm is obsessed with Nazis. He's obsessed with Nazis. He's trying to say that Zionism and Nazism are the same here, or they have a shared ideology, rather than the shared ideology, which is opposition to the British, which is funny because that shared ideology of opposition to the British completely undermines their earlier argument that the British were huge backers and the primary reason why Israel was able to exist and thrive in a sea of hostile states. But
people were Nazis. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
They
that.
said
You
they
said
were.
they said.
No, are you saying that? Forget statements. You like to quote things, but
I do
were
like
they
to quote
were they
things.
Nazis?
He does like to quote things.
Were the Lechie Nazis? That's what I'm asking.
What did he
Some of
just
them
say?
supported Stalin,
Did he say that the
incidentally.
basis of the pact was their agreement on ideology?
There wasn't any pact. They suggested.
I
they
said,
proposed
wasn't
an agreement.
it right? And what did the agreement say?
They wanted arms against the British. That's what they
did the
wanted.
agreement
Yeah, well,
say?
that's what Haj Amin al-Husseini wanted also. That's what
No, but
others
they didn't.
in India...
The Lechie people didn't work in Berlin helping the Nazi regime.
I mean, it's what the IRA wanted also.
No, but this is what Haj Amin al-Husseini did. You know that he was an anti-Semite. You've probably read some of his works.
Yes.
He wasn't just anti-British.
Yes, and
he was also anti-Semitic.
And
so he had a common ground with Hitler.
I think we can
Not
agree.
every anti-Semite is a Hitlerite.
I think we
thought
could-
that part.
He literally
didn't
worked
even
with the
have
Nazis
say.
to recruit people. He wasn't just a
Yeah,
guy
and he was
posting
an
or-
absolutely revolting, disgusting.
why would he say this in defense of Husseini? What? Well, not every anti-Zionist was an anti-Semite. Like, bro.
He wasn't just anti-British.
Yes, and-
he was also anti-Semitic. So he had a common ground with Hitler.
I think we can
Not
agree.
every anti-Semite is a Hitlerite.
I think we
thought
could-
that part.
He literally
didn't
worked
even
with the
have to
Nazis
say.
to recruit people. He wasn't just a
Yes,
guy posting
and he was an
or
absolutely revolting, disgusting human being.
This I'm happy
I
to
have
hear.
no.
But the
If
problem is you're
think
saying that
I
Husseini
don't
was his
believe
influence.
that,
You're saying the Mufti
But
was-
I don't even understand of all the crimes you want to ascribe to the Palestinian people.
Oh, earlier when I said we were going to take a stop at Virtue Signal Town, it's coming up right now. I thought we were doing it before. I'm sorry. This is where he brings up Benny's statement now. Yeah.
I don't even understand of all the crimes you want to ascribe to the Palestinian people, trying to blame them directly, indirectly, or indirectly 3 times removed for the Nazi Holocaust is completely lunatic.
Hold on. Wait, he's not blaming them for the Holocaust. He's saying that from the
course he is.
perspective. No. He's saying that from the perspective of Jews in the region, Palestinians would have been
not
part
what
of the
he's
region.
saying.
That is exactly
You have not read him.
what he said.
I've read him.
You read him.
What do you mean not read him? This is about what he just said right now. What does this have to do with reading anything, you fucking moron? What is he talking about?
Understand
You
him.
read
He said right
Wikipedia.
here.
Believe me, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
gonna believe the guy that wrote
you
the
read
stuff.
what Wikipedia said.
That's great.
I
And you
read
don't even
Benny
speak Hebrew,
Morris.
and you call yourself an Israeli historian.
I
We're all
just-
here
I
on different ground.
I just
The
want, if I
reality
can
is-
just respond.
Well, no,
to
I'm just saying that
True.
there were two tricks. That's fine. There were 2 tricks that are being played here that I think is interesting. One is you guys claim that the Leahy was trying to forge an alliance with Nazi Germany because of a shared ideology.
That's what they said.
Yeah, but hold on. No, wait. No. It's about what you said. You brought that up to imply that Zionism must be
bringing
inexorably
up a
linked.
fact.
No,
to-
I'm
you're not-
sorry.
wait,
No,
hold
you're
on.
putting words in my mouth.
No. Okay, wait. Well, then what was the purpose of saying that the Leahy claimed that the Leahy, who were
The
a
reason I
small
brought it
group of
up-
people that were reviled by many in Israel,
In-
or-
Not
Influential.
many, by everybody
yeah.
practically.
Well,
They were
compare
called
that-
terrorists.
so
The
reviled.
Zionist movement called them terrorists.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
so what was the
And hunted them.
what was
And
the
hunted
shared
them.
shared
Shamir
ideology?
called himself a terrorist. They were so irrelevant that their leader ended up being kicked upstairs to the leader of the Israeli parliament.
That's Israeli politics.
To the Israeli-
50 years
This
in.
is years later. Things change. What is that? If I find out that fucking God, what example could I even bring up here? Like if I were to find out that Joe Biden in 1980 was part of like the Atari Pong Club. That doesn't mean I can retroactively make the Atari Pong Club like representative of US mainstream political opinion. It's funny because one thing when you study history, one thing that's really important is when you study a conflict or you study a people or you study something happening, you have to put yourself in the mind of the people at the time based on the conditions at the time. A really big mistake is to go back and retrospectively try to force modern understandings of things onto people of the past because the world functioned differently. People had different thoughts about different things in the past. That's why I'm saying that like the Germany and the Nazis in 1941 were a lot different than the world's understanding of the Nazis in 1945. Okay, the way that we viewed the world changed significantly as new information, new conflicts, new leaders, etc. Come about. And so you try to avoid that projection of the past. The funny thing is here is that Muin is doing an overt, obvious projection of the past. Like, oh, well, you're saying the Leahy were so reviled. Well, then how did one of their members become a prime minister later on? That is a non sequitur. They can be reviled and minor, and somebody could still come from that and become a prime minister. There's no linkage here to the ideas. One does not disprove the other. It is an absolute non sequitur. Non sequitur meaning when you make a statement here and try to establish causality between the statement here and the statement here, and the causality doesn't exist, right? Like, today mom grounded me. Okay, yeah, and yesterday you went to Super Target and you bought a Nintendo 64 game. Okay, so I know that this is like causal. No, that's a non sequitur. What do you mean? These don't connect at all logically. There is no causal chain from A to B or A, B, C, D, E. No, there's no causal chain here.
Leader ended up being kicked upstairs to the leader of the Israeli parliament.
That's Israeli politics. To
Israeli foreign minister.
And Begin was also a part.
Yes, you want to characterize him as irrelevant as well? Go ahead.
No, characterize him as relevant or irrelevant based on what happens decades later. The timeline matters.
Well,
the question is, what is the point of saying that the Leahy tried to forge an alliance?
Why is
relevant is bringing up the Mufti of Jerusalem and trying to blame the Holocaust
because the
Mufti was anti-Semitic while he was the leader of Palestine. What do you mean? It was happening at the same time, Norm. Do you understand how time works?
He was the leader of the Palestine Arab National Movement. The Lehi was 300 people.
And he had as much to do with it.
As an analogy, do you think a former member of the KKK could ever hold office in the U.S.? I'm going to be honest. I don't know the answer to this, but I would be pretty shocked if it was the case that. Are you telling me there are no congressmen ever that were ever once in the KKK? It's possible that is the case, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was at least one member of, or at the very least, like state assemblies where there had been like ex-KKK members at some point. No? David Duke ran. I'm sure there have been mayors. Yeah, I'm sure there have been at least like state representatives, like mayors, governors maybe, state assemblies, state legislatures or whatever.
The Nazi Holocaust as I did.
No, he recruited people for the SS. How can you get
the bringing up the Mufti of Jerusalem and trying to blame the Holocaust?
The Mufti was the leader of the Palestine Arab National Movement. The Lehi was 300 people.
And he had as much to do with the Nazi Holocaust as I did.
No, he recruited people for the SS. How can you get away from that?
No, he recruited
people
soldiers,
for the SS.
He recruited soldiers in the Balkans, mostly Kosovars, which was disgusting. I have no doubt about that.
For who? Who did he recruit for?
But he had one...
Is Norm bad faith or retarded? Norm is bad faith.
Don't let the foreign ministers say, don't let the Jews out.
I knew
Italian foreign minister received letters from Husseini during the Holocaust. During the Holocaust, don't let the Jews out. Don't let the Jews out. I'm not saying he was a major architect of the Holocaust.
Minor.
But if we're agreed that Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, collaborated with the Nazis during World War II and actively sought their sponsorship, why is it irrelevant?
He probably wanted the destruction of European Jewry.
He probably wanted a lot of things.
Okay.
If that's relevant, why is it irrelevant that a prime minister of Israel...
Not prime minister. In 1941, he wasn't prime minister of Israel. He was a leader of a very small terrorist group.
So do you consider
denounced as terrorist by the mainstream of Zionism.
Do you consider it irrelevant that many years ago Mahmoud Abbas wrote a doctoral thesis, which is basically tantamount...
about Mahmoud Abbas.
Okay, but
didn't bring it up. You're the one who's bringing it up.
But you consider that
belittling
relevant.
the Holocaust. That's what you're saying. The president of the Palestinian National Authority belittled the Holocaust, said it didn't happen, or only a few Jews died.
I think that's a fair characterization of...
But I didn't bring it up.
I brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay, because my question is, then why is Shamir's antecedents irrelevant?
He was a terrorist leader of a very small marginal group.
Who became
Hajj Amin al-Husseini was the head of the movement at the time.
Also, the point of bringing up Husseini stuff wasn't to say that he was a great furtherer of the Holocaust. It's that he might have been a great furtherer in the prevention of Jews fleeing to go to Palestine to escape the Holocaust.
But the point
that was the point.
And I explained why I think that's not...
When did Benny tell you to go hard on him? It was before this. I think we've gotten past it, so I'm trying to interject more now.
Entirely.
But it was also me just warming up too, because like I said, as much as people will call me arrogant or whatever the fuck, like I do recognize that I'm in a pretty exceptional position for me to come as somebody that's been studying for 4 months maybe, to come into this debate thinking that I could have a serious conversation on a topic that's supposed to be one of the most complex foreign policy issues ever against at least one guy who spent 30, 40, 50 years studying and writing about this, right? That is a pretty arrogant position for me to take. So I was a little worried in the beginning that like, holy shit, like there's a chance that like this conversation is going to veer off into an area where I'm just totally out of my depth. So I was also for the first like hour kind of just like feeling my way out too. I thought my responses were initially way worse, but now I'm listening back to them, I'm like, oh, okay, I think my points were good. I was really worried at the time. But then after like an hour or two, I'm like, this is fucking retarded. It's every dog shit Twitter argument that's ever been brought up ever, like over and over again.
Characterization, and then I wanted to make another point. If it's legitimate to bring up his role during World War II, Why is it illegitimate to bring up a man who would become Israel's Speaker of Parliament, Foreign Minister?
40 years hence.
Why is it? And also,
he was a young terrorist.
And was also responsible for the murder of the United Nations' first.
Do I bring up Begin or Begin? Fuck your pronunciation. Please. Do I bring up Begin and the Irgun here?
National Envoy Bernadotte, Foki Bernadotte.
How much knowledge do you think you have compared to Finkelstein, who studied for years? Honestly, based on a couple things that Finkelstein says, this is so hard for me to understand. I think Finkelstein might have significantly more knowledge, because every now and then he'll start talking about something. It's like, wait a second, you have a pretty high understanding here. What the fuck? Or it sounds like he's talking about, but the way that he assembles arguments and everything is unbelievable. So I don't know. It's hard for me to understand. It truly is. I couldn't give you a good, if you put a gun to my head, I would assume that Finkelstein has more knowledge than me. If you put a gun to my head, I would assume that. That would be my assumption. But the way that he assembles arguments is unbelievable. But that could just be the difference between, like, is it didactic memory or is it rote memorization, where you can memorize kind of like facts and figures, but you don't have the, there's a different skill for assembling arguments and putting them together. I don't know how to explain the difference, but like on one hand, you can read and memorize things, but on the other hand, there's like a process in your brain where you can see arguments and you see how things like plug into things, and you see the sequiturs and you see the causality, and you can kind of like have a conversation about these things. And that's just an entirely separate skill set, I think. Or not, I think it is. It is an entirely separate skill set.
Dottie, why is all that irrelevant?
I don't think anybody.
I don't understand.
I think that the reason why he was brought up was because Jewish people.
Wait, how do you reconcile the cognitive dissonance that you think Finkeldick is under? My understanding, unless the psychologist wants to tell me otherwise, because if there are other ways, I'd be curious. But I'm pretty sure when it comes to cognitive dissonance, there's only two things you can do. You can either change your mind or you can change the facts. So if dissonance means that you've been presented a fact that's incoherent with your understanding of the world. And the human mind, because there are very basic laws of logic that are granted a priori to every human being. And one of these is like the law of identity, that 1 = 1. Another is like the law of non-contradiction. Something can't simultaneously have contradictory properties. We cannot do this as human beings. It is unfathomable to us that something can be both taller and shorter at the same time, or that something can be and not be, or that something can be something else at the same. These don't work in our mind, right? So when cognitive dissonance happens, we can't have these thoughts, so we have to reconcile it. So you either change your mind and you go, okay, well, I was wrong about this, or you change the facts. They're wrong about this. And I think what Finkelstein does, it's a cherry picking of the factual record to pick the things that comports with his view of reality. That's why he's confident, and he's already said it a few times, he'll say it a lot when we get towards the end. I trust the UN. I trust Amnesty International. Who are you to contradict them? Who are you to contradict them, right? And he won't even engage with what they say. He just cites them. But when we look at the recent fact-finding mission to Israel over October 7th on the rapes, well, now Norm all of a sudden puts on his skeptic hat, and now he's going to dive into and criticize the UN fact-finding mission here. And he's going to be incredibly critical of every single line. Whereas before, he wouldn't even engage with it, right? So I think outwardly it's very obvious what's going on when you see somebody cherry-picking quotes, or you see somebody selectively citing an authority. That would be a thing that would be worrisome. So for instance, like a good criticism for me, and something that I try to be mindful of, is people will try. So for instance, I might say something like, oh, like it seems like the UN, this would have been a surface level criticism of me to make. If I say, I don't know if I trust the UN and the fact-finding missions all the time, I think sometimes they're kind of bullshit towards Israel. But then if I cite, oh, well, look, the fact-finding mission found all these rapes on October 7th. What do you guys think about that? A surface-level criticism you could have made of me would have been like, oh, well, Destiny, aren't you doing the same thing? It seems like you agree with the UN when they agree with you, but you disagree with the UN when they disagree with you. There are two ways to counter that. The unsatisfactory way is I could say, well, I think that the UN is biased against Israel, and I can provide reasons for that. The voting bloc of the Islamic States, the historical crazy amount of resolutions towards Israel, et cetera, right? I could point that and then say, so that means if Israel is against, if the UN is against Israel, I'm probably going to say there's some bias here, but if they're not, then there must be something really strong because they're poised against them, right? That would be an unsatisfactory way to try to fight that claim. But I think the better way to do it would be, I would say, oh, well, I actually don't out of hand agree or disagree with the UN. When the UN made the statements about Israel, we read the entire thing. I'm not just quoting, even from the executive summary, I'm not just quoting a headline or a tweet. We read the entire document on stream and we went up and down. And then same thing with the UN reports that I disagree with. I won't just say, the UN report or the Amnesty International report on Kastle or the March of Return or any of that. I disagree with it because it's a human rights work. I'll say, oh no, well, we read them. For instance, in the Goldstone report, I think the unfair application of international law is indicative of the inability for them to accurately analyze the situation. For instance, when they claim to have the mens rea component for a war crime committed on the Israeli side without ever interviewing an Israeli officer, that's impossible. You can't establish the mens rea thing there with the information you have on the ground, because those analyses are done prospectively, not retrospectively, meaning you have to have the information available to commanders at the time to figure out if they were committing war crimes. You can't retrospectively look at the results and say, oh, you were doing war crimes. But they don't apply that same standard to the Palestinian side, where they will accurately say, well, just because Palestinians or Hamas are operating in civilian clothes doesn't mean they were using human shields, because we don't have the mens rea component. We don't know if they were trying to gain an advantage by moving through the population. I would say, well, look, this is an uneven application of law of armed conflict. It's not fair. It's not even, right? So yeah, sorry, that was a huge aside. But I try to be mindful of, like, because there are times where I disagree with the UN and times where I agree with the UN, and it's very tempting to cite the UN when they agree with me, and then cite the UN and then say the UN is biased when they don't agree with me. So I try to read all the underlying stuff so that I have good rationale for why it is. Whew, sorry, Jesus. The reality is I'm just a contrarian who reads Wikipedia.
It's all that irrelevant.
I don't think anybody
don't understand.
I think that the reason why he was brought up was because Jewish people in this time period would have viewed it as there was a prevention of Jews leaving Europe because of the Palestinians pressuring the British to put a curb that 75,000 immigration limit. Yes, but it's not about them furthering the Holocaust or being an architect, major or minor play in the Holocaust.
Well, actually,
he was a major player in that region. So if you want to bring up,
Morris made the specific claim that the Palestinians played an indirect role in the Holocaust.
The indirect role would have been the prevention of people escaping from
Europe and my response to that is, first of all, I disagree with that characterization. But second of all...
How can you disagree with that? They forced the British...
You can't disagree with it, because assuming we've agreed with my premises, it's deductively true. The Mufti prevented Jews from leaving Nazi Germany to come to the syllogism would be Germany was Holocausting Jews. Palestinians prevented Jews from leaving Germany. Then in the conclusion, that'd be P1, P2. The conclusion would be, therefore, Palestinians indirectly contributed to Jews being Holocausted in Germany. Like, how can you possibly disagree with that? You would have to fight on one of the premises, because the conclusion is deductively true, meaning it follows 100% from the given premises.
Agree with that characterization. But second of all...
How can you disagree with that? They forced the British to prevent emigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine.
Well,
That's what they did. And they knew that the Jews were being persecuted in Europe.
Was Palestine the only spot of land on earth?
Yes, basically that was the problem. The Jews couldn't emigrate anywhere else.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour Declaration?
By the late 1930s,
what about the United
States?
States?
Weren't happy to take in Jews, and Americans weren't happy to take in Jews.
And why are Palestinians, who are not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow uniquely responsible for what happened in Europe and uniquely
culpable? The only safe haven for Jews. That's
really? The United States wasn't a potential safe haven. The only one was Palestine. The United States had no room.
No,
from the Atlantic to Pacific for Jews.
It did have room, but it didn't.
So that wasn't the only safe haven.
This is something
you can't just go to any country you want, Norm. That's not how it works. You can't just go somewhere because they've got room for you.
Be focusing your
America should be blamed for not letting Jews in during the 30s
they are
and 40s.
blamed, but nobody blames them for the Holocaust.
Well, indirectly.
I've never heard it said that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was indirectly responsible for...
Have I heard this before? I would have to dive back. I feel like I've heard or read that some people did feel like the rest of the world was partially responsible for, but it also was difficult because people didn't know of the death camps until, I want to say 42. I think even after 42 it wasn't, until like tons of people like really knew. Was it 43? It just wasn't this. I don't think the whole world knew that Jews were being massively exterminated, and nobody was doing anything about it. Like, Destiny, the Allies were aware of the Holocaust in 1942. In addition to that dispatch, there were also eyewitness accounts from Polish ghettos, and the Polish exile government sent a whole report at the end. So I'd have to go and look over these. I would need to read this because I just don't trust the summary of anything. I would have to look over exactly what was said. But there's a difference. Remember this, okay? Remember. We're looking retrospectively, okay? There's a difference between like a report saying that there are Jews being sent to camps, there are Jews being killed, whatever, versus 6 million were killed, okay? Not to jump on the Jewish Holocaust dick, but the Holocaust was an exceptional event in mass extermination. So it might have been that people knew that Jews were being killed or liquidated or whatever the you want to say by Germany, but it might have been that the number we thought was like in the thousands or maybe tens of thousands, which would be still horrible, but the millions, that quickly, that many? I don't know how soon the world was aware of that. It could have been they were earlier, by the way, and I just don't know. I would need to look through exactly what was, said.
For the Holocaust. I never heard that. Now, maybe it's in Israeli literature because the Israelis have gone mad.
Liquidated? I think that's a term. Isn't that a term that they use to explain in Germany, the liquidation of the Jews? I feel like that's a phrase I've heard before.
Holocaust. I never heard that. Now, maybe it's in Israeli literature because the Israelis have gone mad. Your prime minister said the whole idea of the gas chambers came from the Mufti of Jerusalem.
That's nonsense.
Yeah,
we all know that's nonsense.
But we also know...
I like to hear the straw manning. Like, neither of us here is about to simp for Netanyahu. Why the f*** are you giving us Netanyahu positions on the Holocaust, which are ahistorical and insane, by the way? Apparently, that's just like a rule. If you're a leader of Palestinians or a leader of Israelis, you just have to have insanely unhinged takes about the Holocaust.
Netanyahu says so many things which are
and he happens to be the longest serving prime minister of Israel. No, you're not responsible for them, but it is relevant that he's the longest serving prime minister of Israel.
Unfortunately, he says something about the Israeli public.
Yes, and he gets elected not despite saying such things, but because he says
his voters don't care about Haj Amin al-Husseini.
This would have been a good time for me to bring up. Why do you think Israelis? When did Israel start going that far right? What do you think was the reason why? That would have been a good question. Do I ask that? Oh my God, maybe I asked that. I'm not going to.
Or Hitler, they know nothing about his voters.
Well be right.
His base know nothing about anything, and he can say what he likes, and they'll say yes, or they don't care.
Why are you looking at your phone here? Oh, I think on break he mentions that we can order a coffee, and I ordered a Starbucks hot chocolate, and he said that when it arrives, it'll go up to his room, and he showed me his phone that it was there. And I was like, oh.
If he says these things,
you may well be right, but anyway. Not to beat a dead horse, but I still don't understand.
Not beat a dead horse, you're right.
I'll just conclude by saying I don't understand why the Mufti of Jerusalem is relevant.
He is relevant.
But
the head of the
this is such a weird line of argumentation. Like, if you're going to bring up the Mufti of Jerusalem, I'm going to bring up the fact that one of your prime ministers, like decades earlier, was how long ago was it actually? Hold on, because this was like this is a really minor Israeli prime minister. Shamir. It was this guy. Right? So this would have been, Jesus, 4 decades later? You ever think about making your research public so people could view the file? All of this is already published. Like, my whole outline for this debate is already literally pinned on my Twitter. I don't know how. Also, I don't think you should be copying my notes. I don't think they're good enough yet. I think for the next major event I study, I think my notes will be pretty good. I have a better idea of how to, like, arrange stuff now, or like a better idea of how I'd want to arrange stuff. So I think my next set of notes would actually be fairly good, but not these yet. I need to go back and clean these up. I don't know if I'll do that or not.
Shamir is
Palestinian, because Shamir wasn't the head of the national movement. He represented 100 or 200 or 300 gunmen who were considered terrorists by the Zionist movement at the time. The fact that 30 years later he becomes prime minister, that's the crux of history. But Haj Amin al-Husseini was the head of the Palestine Arab national movement at the time.
Anyway,
what can you do?
I think we're speaking past each other.
We're not. I'm talking facts.
Let's move to the modern day, and we'll return to history, maybe 67 and other important moments. But let's look to today, in the recent months. October 7th. Let me ask sort of a pointed question. Was October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel genocidal? Was it an act of ethnic cleansing? Just so we lay out the moral calculus that we are engaged in. Maybe it was...
The problem with October 7th is this. The Hamas fighters who invaded southern Israel were ordered to murder, rape, and do all the nasty things that they did. And they
video is too loud? This video, is it too loud?
Killed some 1,200 Israelis that day and abducted them, as we know, something like 250.
This part of the debate, and I wish we could have spent, I was going to say I want to do like one-on-one debates, because the 2-on-2, it's always harder to lock people into lines of argumentation without letting them slither away. But I'm glad I've been here for this. It was a fun 2-on-2 debate. But I think this is the best, illustration of how unhinged my interlocutors are here, our interlocutors are here. If this is the section I'm thinking of, this is unbelievably unhinged. And I think it shows how unhinged they are, yeah.
Israelis that day and abducted them, as we know, something like 250 civilians, mostly civilians, also some soldiers, took them back to Gaza, dungeons in Gaza. But they were motivated, not just by the words of their current leader in the Gaza Strip, but by their ideology, which is embedded in their charter from 1988, if I remember correctly. And that charter is genocidal. It says that the Jews must be eradicated, basically, from the land of Israel, from Palestine, Palestine. The Jews are described there as sons of apes and pigs. The Jews are a base people, killers of prophets, and they should not exist in Palestine. It doesn't say that they necessarily should be murdered all around the world, the Hamas Charter, but certainly the Jews should be eliminated from Palestine. And this is the driving ideology behind the massacre of the Jews on October 7th, which brought down on the Gaza Strip, and I think with the intention by the Hamas of the Israeli counteroffensive, because they knew that that counteroffensive would result in many Palestinian dead, because the Hamas fighters and their weaponry and so on were embedded in the population in Gaza, and they hoped to benefit from this in the eyes of world public opinion as Israel chased these Hamas people and their ammunition dumps and so on, and killed lots of Palestinian civilians in the process. All of this was understood by Sinwar, by the head of the Hamas, and he strived for that. But initially, he wanted to kill as many Jews as he could in the border areas around the Gaza Strip.
I'll respond directly to the points you made, and then...
Wait, real quick. I'm sorry. I need to ask. I'm so sorry. Each played ace 2, 3, 5, or 8 gives +8 mult when scored. Does that mean that I'll get a +16 multiplier if I play this hand? Is that how this works here? Only when scored. Are they not going to be scored here as part of this? So this is way better than the 4 of a kind, right? I'm going to get like a +20 or a +16 +4, right? It'll be like a +20. Oh yeah, okay, cool, okay. I wish it like just showed all of the added bonuses, but whatever.
I'll leave it to Norm to bring in the historical context. That Hamas charter is from the 90s, I think?
1988.
1988, so it's from the 80s. I think your characterization of that charter as anti-Semitic is indisputable.
Oh, okay.
I think your characterization of that charter as genocidal is off the mark.
It's implicit.
And more importantly, that charter has been superseded by a new charter. It, in fact, has been, well, there is
no new charter.
There's like a new statement that a leader has made, but the charter hasn't actually been changed. That's just not true.
Explanation, a statement they made in 2000 and something, 2018, supposedly clarifying things which are in the charter, but it doesn't actually step back from what the charter says. Eliminate Israel, eliminate the Jews from the land of Israel.
In 2018, the Hamas charter, if we look at the current version of the charter,
it's not called a charter. You're calling it a charter. It wasn't. The only thing called the charter is what was issued in 1988 by Yassin himself.
Anyway, it makes a clear distinction between Jews and Zionists in 2018. Now, you can choose to dismiss it, believe it, it's sincere, it's insincere, whatever.
Insincere is probably the right word.
Secondly, I'm really unfamiliar with fighters who consult these kinds of documents before they go on.
Education system. In the kindergarten, they're told, kill the Jews. They practice with make-believe guns and uniforms when they're 5 years old in the kindergartens of the Hamas.
At the instruction of the Commissioner General of UNRWA, right?
I didn't say that. I said the Hamas has kindergartens and summer camps in which they train.
I like how he tries to make this sound so ridiculous. Oh yeah, like the UN orders them. Like, bro, we can go on YouTube and look at the cartoons, okay? Like we know, like we've seen this stuff. We could look at the propaganda. The year is 2024, my friend. Like it's not hidden. Why does Mouini keep referring to mandatory Palestine as their country when the whole mandate never belonged to the Arab race or any one race? Most of it was uninhabited land that belonged to nobody. Because one of the keys, okay. There are a few key underlying myths. That underpin the Palestinian narrative. One is that Palestinians are indigenous people. They were all descendants of the Canaanites and they've lived there even longer than the Jews. The second one is that they were guaranteed to have a whole country promised to them by the Brits. The whole of that area is going to be their country. A third thing is that they were a united people that saw themselves as Palestinians prior to 48, prior to 1920 as well. These are like three really important parts because it gives them historical rights to the land. It shows that they had a nation before the Brits were there, and it shows that they have a promise for a nation. Now, I don't think either of these three things are correct, but all of these are like fundamental keystones of the pro-Palestinian narrative. So that's why he has to say this. You cannot concede on any ground on any of these 3 points.
Right?
I didn't say that. I said the Hamas has kindergartens and summer camps in which they train to kill Jews, children aged 5 and 6.
Secondly, you keep saying Jews, to which I would respond.
They use the word Jews.
To which I would respond that Hamas does not have a record of deliberately targeting Jews who are not Israelis. And in fact, it also doesn't have a record of deliberately targeting either Jews or Israelis outside Israel and Palestine. So, all this talk of
unlike the Hezbollah, which has targeted Jews outside Palestine.
We're talking about October 7th and Hamas. If you'd also like to speak about Hezbollah, let's.
Wait. I'm happy your perspective changed, because I remembered up until recently, you would always say that the Arabs were the natives who were in the right, basically up until 67, 73. No, I don't think I ever said they were. I might have used the word native. I don't think I've ever used the word indigenous. I don't think I used the word native. But if I would have said it conceptually, what I was saying was that, like, they were a people, or there was a bunch of people that lived there. They all kind of felt like that Britain had promised them that they were going to have states that were going to resemble Arab majority states, something similar-ish maybe to what the Ottoman Empire was before, right? Some federal system that had a bunch of Arab majority states that were all part of one, pan-Arab government or whatever. That's kind of what they were looking for. And they probably felt betrayed by the British, and they felt irritated by the incoming European immigrants, that idea was not going to come to fruition, basically.
Let's get to that separately, if you don't mind. So again, genocidal. Well, if that term is going to be discussed, my first response would be, let's talk about potentially genocidal actions against Israelis rather than against Jews, for the reasons that I just mentioned. And again, I find this constant conflation of
you said they had justification to resist Israeli immigration. I mean, I could understand why they would want to, yes. But careful, because when I'm using justification, I'm using it like in a very narrow sense, in that they might have had like a moral reason to be justified, but it doesn't mean that they were like factually or ethically correct. Or rather, I think there can be competing justifications. I think you can have competing justifications in certain instances. I would argue that perhaps an example of this would be when, after Rittenhouse had killed the one guy, Sam, what was his name? What was the first guy that Rittenhouse killed? As Rittenhouse was running and other people ran up to attack Rittenhouse, Rosenbaum, I could understand the other people running up to attack Rittenhouse. They might have been in the moral right there. If they truly thought he was dangerous, other people were reporting that he'd killed somebody, and they wanted to run up and prevent future harm, I could see them being justified in attacking Rittenhouse. Potentially, well, disarming him at least, potentially injuring or killing him, maybe. I'd have to think more about that. But I think Rittenhouse is also morally in the right to defend himself too, right? I think you can have justifications on both sides of an issue where it doesn't always resolve to one person being right and one person being wrong. Both people can have valid moral claims to fight on a particular issue. Yeah.
For the reasons that I just mentioned. And again, I find this constant conflation of Jews, Israel, Zionism to be a bit disturbing. Secondly, I think there are quite a few indications in the factual record that raise serious questions about the accusations of the genocidal intent and genocidal practice of what happened on October 7th. And my final point would be, I don't think I should take your word for it. I don't think you should take my word for it. I think what we need here is a proper, independent, international investigation. And the reason we need of genocide during this conflict, whether by Palestinians on October 7th or Israel thereafter. The reason that we need such an investigation is because there won't be any hearings on what Hamas did on October 7th at the International Court of Justice because the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide deals only with states and not with movements. I think the International Criminal Court, and specifically its current prosecutor, Karim Khan, lacks any and all credibility. He's been an absolute failure at his job. He's just been sitting on his backside for years on this file. And I think I would point out that Hamas has called for independent investigations of all these allegations. Israel has categorically rejected any international investigation, of course, fully supported by the United States. And I think what is required is to have credible investigations of these things, because I don't think you're going to convince me. I don't think I'm going to convince you. And this is two people sitting across the table from each other.
No, there's certain things you don't even have to investigate. You know how many civilians died in the October 7th assault.
Yes, but that's not...
You know that there are lots of allegations of rape. I don't know how persuaded you are of those. They did find bodies without heads, which is
there were no beheadings
Islamic.
Of infants.
There were some beheadings, apparently.
The Israelis didn't even claim that in the document they submitted before the ICJ. Go read what your government submitted. It never mentioned beheadings.
Well, as far as I...
Wow, what a good argument. Go read what they submitted.
I read people who were beheaded, but then
we can bring it up right now.
You also deny that there were rapes there.
I didn't deny. I said I've not seen convincing evidence that confirms it. I've said that from day one, and I'll say it today, 4.5 months later.
Do you know that they killed 800 or 900 civilians in their
Absolutely.
Yes.
That seems to me indisputable.
I'm so glad that I knew what questions to ask here. This came from all of my, funny enough, this is my Nazi training at work here, my Nazi debate training. I am a debate Nazi. When I argue against people that have very unpopular positions, but they try to weasel out of them, and I'm like, wait a second. God, my instincts were so good here on this line of inquisition.
Later.
Do you know that they killed 800 or 900 civilians in their
Absolutely.
Yes.
That seems to me indisputable.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that you're
I've said that from day one.
Well, to be clear, you haven't. You did a debate. I don't remember the talk show, but you seem to imply that there was a lot of crossfire and that it might have been the IDF that killed a lot of...
I said that there is no question, because the names were published in Haaretz, there is no question that roughly of the 1,200 people killed, 800 of them were civilians. 850, fine. So I never said that, but then I said, no, we don't know exactly how they were killed, but 800 civilians killed, no, 850, no question there. And I also said, on repeated occasions, there cannot be any doubt, in my opinion, as of now, with the available evidence, that Hamas was responsible for significant atrocities. And I made sure to include the plural.
There's a lot of tricky language being employed here. Do you think the 850...
Tricky. It's called attaching value to words and not talking like a motor mouth.
Okay.
I am very careful about qualifying, because that's what language is about.
That's great. Then let me just ask a clarifying question. Do you firmly believe that the majority of the 850 civilians were killed by Hamas?
My view is, even if it were half,
What a weaselly way to answer this question. What a weasel. I hope that everybody watching can see how much of a fucking slime snake this guy is, with the way that he tries to weasel, the way that he tries to worm his way like a disgusting, like a cretin around these questions. It's so disgusting. This is why I said, and I will say it again, and I'll say it 1,000,000 times, I respect Nazis 1,000,000 times more than this fucking terrorist sympathizer who won't just own the answer. If you have an answer to a question, if you think the IDF killed half those people, then fucking say it, Norm. Don't do this like, well, even if it was this or blah, blah, just own it. Say what you mean what you say. If you're going to say words are so important, then mean what you say.
The 850 civilians were killed by Hamas?
My view is, even if it were half, 400 is a huge number by any reckoning.
Okay, wait, you didn't...
I said,
wait,
even if... Because Professor Morris, I don't know. I agree with Mouin Rabbani. I'm not sure if he concedes the 400. I'll say...
Why 400?
Because I have...
thought up the 400.
Right, as I said...
of the 850 slaughtered by Hamas.
I don't know.
A couple of individuals were killed in this very action.
I don't know.
You're saying from day one you believe this particular thing, and you clearly don't. You clearly don't believe this thing.
You don't. From day one, I said...
You said people died. That's not controversial.
Wait, hold on. If I may...
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bennell...
Notice that, and he refuses to engage with any of my questions. Anytime he gets cornered because he realizes he's a hack, I don't even like to call him a pop historian, because I don't even think he would qualify as a pop historian. He's an activist, right? Or a hacktivist, right? Every time he gets called out on this, he has no response. He can't do anything.
That's not controversial.
Wait, hold on. If I may...
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bennell, I attach value...
Also, he knows my name now. Huh.
To words.
Yes, you said that. You value them. When I was...
so much. Mr. Bennell, please...
Why do all my insults get cucked by the mic? If your words mean so much, why do you keep repeating them so much? I think is what I say. If your words matter, why do you keep repeating them so much? That was a good zinger. Fuck you.
Attach value to words.
Yes, you said that.
When I was... Mr. Bennell, please slow down the speech and attempt to listen. When I was explicitly asked by Piers Morgan, I said there can be no question that Hamas committed atrocities
I've heard this,
on October 7th. If you want me to pin down a number, I can't do that.
And ask you to pin down a number. You can listen to what I'm saying. No, my question is, I'll ask a very precise question. It's a very easy question.
If I understood your question correctly.
My question is, do you think the majority of the people...
And they do this thing where, this is another reason why I don't like the do debating thing. They do this thing where they cover for each other when they realize the other's in trouble too, and it drives me crazy.
Were killed on October 7th. The civilians were killed by Hamas, or are we subscribing to the idea that the IDF killed hundreds, 400 or 500?
No, but let me explain why that's a difficult question to answer. The total number of civilians...
Listen to that. This is why I don't like this guy. This is why I consider both of these people terrorist sympathizers or terrorist apologists, or I would just say terrorist supporters, or we just call them terrorists. Don't tell Pisco, okay? Watch this.
No,
400 or 500.
Let me explain why that's a difficult question to answer. The total number of civilians killed was 850. Mm-hmm. We know that Hamas is responsible probably for the majority of those killings. We also know that there were killings by Islamic Jihad. We also know...
we're bunching together the Islamic Jihad and the Hamas. So that's splitting hairs now.
Poor Benny. Benny is like he's the normie here. Where Benny's like, wait, why the fuck would you draw? What? Benny's not aware of the debate pedophilia that my opponent is engaged in here. Like,
no, but he means the raiders. He means the raiders.
I'm speaking in opposition to the conspiracy theory that people like. Do you prefer Norm or Professor Finkelstein, or what do you? I don't know how do you prefer?
Well, it's not a conspiracy theory.
Well, the conspiracy theory is the idea that the IDF killed the majority of them.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
And there's also a theory that, as Norm pointed out on the show that he was on, that he thought that it was very strange that, given how reputable Israeli services are when it comes to sending ambulances, retrieving bodies, he thought it was very strange that number was continually being adjusted.
And do you know why?
When you say that in combination with, well, I'm not sure how many were killed.
Well, do you know why the number? Do you know why the number went down? The number went down because the Israeli authorities were in possession of 200 corpses that were burned to a crisp that they assumed were Israelis who had been killed on October 7th. They later determined that these were in fact Palestinian fighters. Now, how does a Palestinian fighter get burned to a crisp?
No, you're mixing two things. Some of the bodies they weren't able to identify, and eventually they ruled that some of them were actually Arab marauders rather than Israeli victims. A few of them also, of the Jews, were burnt to a crisp. And it took them time to work this out. And they came out initially with a slightly higher figure, 1,400 dead, and eventually reduced it to 1,200 dead Israelis.
And the reason is that a proportion of Israeli civilians killed on October 7th, I don't believe it was a majority. We don't know how many. Some were killed in crossfire. Some were killed by...
Some. Listen to all these weasel words.
Israeli shell fire, helicopter fire, and so on. And the majority were killed by Palestinians. And of that majority, we don't know... I mean, again, I understood your question as referring specifically to Hamas, which is why I tried to answer it that way. But if you meant generically Palestinians, yes. If you mean specifically Hamas, we don't have a clear breakdown of how many.
No, I don't mean specifically Hamas. But I just think when you use the word some, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting.
We'll use some.
That's fine, but some can mean anywhere from 1% to 49%.
But we don't know.
So the numbers here and the details are interesting and important almost from a legal perspective, but if we...
I think I go more in on this because I want answers. Please tell me I'm pretty sure I go more in on this.
Zoom out the moral perspective. Are Palestinians from Gaza justified in violent resistance?
Well, Palestinians have the right to resistance.
No. Was that it?
That right includes the right to armed resistance. At the same time, armed resistance is subject to the laws of war. And there are very clear regulations that separate legitimate acts of armed resistance from acts of armed resistance that are not legitimate.
And the attacks of October 7th, where did they land for you?
There's been almost exclusive focus on the attacks on civilian population centers and the killings of civilians on October 7th. What is much less discussed, to the point of amnesia, is that there were very extensive attacks on Israeli military and intelligence facilities on October 7th. I would make a very clear distinction between those two. And secondly, I'm not sure that I would characterize the efforts by Palestinians on October 7th to seize Israeli territory and Israeli population centers as in and of themselves illegitimate.
You mean attacking Israeli civilians?
No, that's not what I said.
I didn't understand what you said.
I think what you had on October 7th was an effort by Hamas to seize Israeli territory and population centers.
And kill civilians.
That's not what I said. What I said is I think I would not describe the effort to seize Israeli territory as in and of itself illegitimate, as a separate issue from the killing of Israeli civilians, where in those cases where they had been deliberately targeted, that's very clearly illegitimate.
Whole families were slaughtered in kibbutzim.
But I'm making...
Many of them left-wingers, incidentally, who helped Palestinians go to hospitals in Israel and so on.
Again,
even drove Palestinian cancer patients to hospitals in Israel.
I'm making a distinction.
But you don't seem to be very condemnatory of what the Hamas did.
Well, I don't do selective condemnation.
I'm not talking about selective.
I don't do selective.
And now we move to this. It's like talking point to talking, well, I don't want to condemn them because I don't only selectively condemn and blah, 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 blah. It's like always.
Condemnation of this specific
assault on civilians.
I would, for example, condemn Israeli assaults on civilians, deliberate assaults on civilians.
Yes,
I would condemn them, but you're not doing that with the Hamas.
You know what the issue is? I've been speaking in public now, I would say since the late 1980s, and interviewed and so on. I have never on one occasion ever been asked to condemn any Israeli act. When I've been in group discussions, those supporting the Israeli action or perspective, I have never encountered an example.
Would it be fair to blame Hamas for all of the events of October 7th, even if they were committed by other Palestinians because it was Hamas's operation? Yes. I wish I could remember. if anybody can remember what I read on this, because I should throw this up under my international law notes. I don't think I have it here. I don't remember if it was an article or if it was a rule of war, something we were reading. But basically, the invading party, the belligerents have like an obligation relating to their own native population. So for instance, if the United States were to invade Mexico with 1,000 troops and then like 100 American civilians come riding through the border in trucks with guns and start raping and massacring civilians, the United States as a country, we would have an obligation, or we'd have responsibility for that, morally and legally. That would be our fault because it's part of our invasion. They're riding off the backs of our invasion. So yes, Hamas would have some responsibility. Even if it was just random Palestinian civilians coming through, it was Hamas's military operation. But yeah.
Where these individuals are asked to condemn what Israel is doing. Where these supporting the Israeli action or perspective, I have never encountered an example where these individuals are asked to condemn what Israel is doing. The demand and obligation of condemnation is exclusively applied, in my personal experience over decades, is exclusively applied to Palestinians.
No, this is nonsense. Israel is condemned day and night on every television channel, on every, and has been for the last decade.
I'm telling you about a personal experience lasting decades.
You said, quote.
Oh no.
I'm trying to quote what you just said.
I shouldn't have said anything at any point.
You should say, Professor Morris.
Yes.
You just said, I would condemn any time Israel deliberately attacks civilians.
Yes.
Okay? The problem, Professor Morris, is over and over again, you claim in the face of overwhelming evidence that they didn't attack civilians.
That's not true. I've said Israel has attacked civilians. In Kibya, Israel attacked civilians.
Notice how he makes a claim about what Benny said. Oh, this is also another. Oh, dude. We should make a document of this, of like the debate pervertry, and then try to find like what the official names are of these tactics. New note. Debate pervertry. Well, I'll figure out what to name these later. When you accuse the other side of saying a thing, and instead of allowing the other side to explain or clarify, you immediately launch in on an attack of that particular thing. This isn't always a fallacy, or it's not always bad faith when it's happening, especially if somebody's denying that they ever said a certain thing. But I think that it is highly indicative when you say, well, you said this, and when the person is trying to explain or expand on it, you cut them off, and then you attack a past version of themselves. Like, again, Benny Morris is right here. Why would you quote a thing he said? Why not just say, like, what do you feel about this, and then address that idea? Do that. Why would you quote a thing in the past and then fight something that you think might have or might not have been said? Why would you do this?
To attack civilians.
That's not true. I've said Israel has attacked civilians.
Professor
Kibya, Israel.
And it's also annoying because it's so obviously not true. And I think I've either already said it in this debate, or it'll come up in the future where I'll say, listen, I'm pretty sure me and Benny both agree that the IDF have probably killed civilians in a way that was wholly illegal, like war crimes. I think I even say war crimes. I think it comes up. And Benny's like, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm sure. For sure they have. I don't think anybody denies that, except maybe the most hardcore pro-Zionist people. So for him to make such an extreme statement, ascribe it to Benny Morris, and then launch in on some attacking it, it's like, bro, come on. Isn't this just a straw man? Yeah, but it's a particular type of straw man, where it's even more obvious than an ordinary straw man. An ordinary straw man might be me bringing up something that somebody said when they're not there to address it, but me straw manning a person in front of them and then not even letting them talk about what they've said, that's a special type of straw man. I don't know what you would call this. It's like an advanced straw man. Candace Owens did this to me when she's like, why do you defend women who fuck 20 guys a night? When the fuck have I ever done? I don't even know who the fuck you're talking to. When the fuck have I ever defended women fucking 20 guys a night? That's unhinged. To construct a straw man of the person in front of who you're talking to and then attack it is like, yeah, it's like weird as fuck. Yeah.
They didn't attack civilians.
That's not true. I've said Israel has attacked civilians. In Kibya, Israel attacked civilians.
Professor
And I've written extensively about it.
I know that.
In Kafr Qasim, they killed civilians. And
now let's.
So you're just eliminating.
See, he's literally giving examples of how he's just completely wrong. Yeah.
Selecting, as Stephen said, you cherry pick.
If I were you,
before you do cherry pick.
Let's fast forward when you were in the dope. What did you say about the 1982 Lebanon War?
And then we skip back to this? What are we doing right now?
What did I say?
You don't remember? Okay. Allow me.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on, I'm so sorry. We didn't skip back. I think this is where the other stream was before I turned my stream on. I think they were at this part. Did we already go through that on my stream right now, or is this where you guys were? He's so excited to be picking up his own fucking book and to read out of it read out of his own book, to quote Benny Morris. Imagine also quoting Benny out of your own book. I can't imagine, if I was trying to like attack a guy, I couldn't imagine, like, Finkelstein, isn't it true that you said this? And then I pick up a book of a guy that wrote about Finkelstein. What an unhinged thing to do. What an unbelievably fucking stupid way to quote somebody. Like, how do you not show your own bias more? Why not just have the book that the guy is quoted out of? Why would you bring a compilation?
So it happens that I was not at all I had no interest in the Israel-Palestine conflict as a young man until the 1982 Lebanon War.
Yeah. Lost the passage.
I'll find it.
Okay, real quick, while he's searching for that.
Yeah, allow me.
You bring
That's
up
good.
something that's really important that a lot of people don't draw a distinction between, in that there is just causes for war and there's just ways to act within a war. And these two things principally do have a distinction from one another.
Correct.
However, while I appreciate the recognition of the distinction, the idea that the cause for war that Hamas was engaged in, I don't believe, if we look at their actions in war or the statements that they've made, it doesn't seem like it had to do with territorial acquisition.
No. The
Like
point,
taking land back.
the point I was making was what was.
Keep in mind, now I don't know what I just saw on the stream before I started streaming versus what's already been said. He either is going to say, or he already has said, that Israel had no just cause for war on October 7th, but Hamas did, on the basis that Hamas was going to take territory. And they weren't trying to take territory. They all literally ran back to their country with a bunch of hostages. What the fuck are we?
Hamas trying to achieve militarily on October 7th. And I was pointing out that the focus has been very much on Hamas attacks on civilians and atrocities and so on. And I'm not saying those things should be ignored. What I'm saying is that what's getting lost in the shuffle is that there were extensive attacks on military and intelligence facilities. Mm-hmm. And as far as let's say, the other aspects are concerned, because I think either you or Lex asked me about the legitimacy of these attacks. I said, I'm unclear whether efforts by Hamas to seize Israeli population centers in and of themselves are illegitimate, as opposed to actions that either deliberately targeted.
And I should bring this up now, and I know I don't. I should say, wait, I thought we said that territory acquired in war was inadmissible, but when Hamas does it, it's okay?
Israeli civilians, or actions that should reasonably have been expected to result in the killings of Israeli civilians. Those strike me as, by definition, illegitimate. And I want to be very clear about that.
Illegitimate means you condemn them.
Illegitimate means they are.
Hi. Oh.
Are not legitimate. I have a problem
condemning your side, yes.
No, not condemning my side. I have a problem with selective outrage, and I have a problem with selective condemnation. And as I explained to you a few minutes ago, in my decades of appearing in public and being interviewed, I have never seen. I've never been asked to condemn an Israeli action. I've never been asked for a moral judgment on an Israeli action. Exclusive request for condemnation has to do with what Palestinians do. And just as importantly, I'm sure if you watch BBC or CNN, when is the last time an Israeli spokesperson has been asked to condemn an Israeli act? I've never seen it.
I don't think we condemn the Arab side either, though, right? I don't think there was any condemnation.
No, but now that we're talking about Israeli victims, all of a sudden morality is
well, I think the reason why it comes up is because there's no shortage of international condemnation for Israel. As Norm will point out a million times, that there are 50 billion UN resolutions, you've got Amnesty International, you've got multiple bodies of the UN, you've got now this case for the ICJ, so there's no question of if there's condemnation for Israel.
Sorry, if I can interrupt you. In 1948, the entire world stood behind the establishment of a Jewish state in the entire world.
No, except the Arab states and the Muslim states.
Well,
not the entire world.
Okay, but I think
all the ones that were around them were relevant, didn't.
Mean by that?
The Western democracies, that's what you're saying.
Well, and then also,
Western
my quick
democracies supported the establishment of Israel.
My quick question was, you said that you believe that, this is a very short one, you don't have to, it's just, you think that there's an argument to be made that the people in Gaza, that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, or whoever participated, had a just cause for war. Maybe they didn't do it in the correct way, but they maybe had a just cause for war.
I don't think there's a maybe there. The Palestinians.
Okay, you think they absolutely had a just cause for it.
Yes.
Do you think that Israel has a just cause for Operation Swords of Iron?
No, of course not.
Okay.
What an unbelievably unhinged take. I'm glad I asked this question, though. What an unbelievably unhinged take.
All right, you can say your quote.
Okay. First of all, on this issue of double standards.
Do you think you made any flaws in this debate or could have explained anything better? I came away. I understand now. I thought that Lex was just babying me because I felt like really irritated at the end of this conversation because I've done so much reading and research and I felt like almost nothing really came up. But I, in retrospect, I actually think most of my questions and answers are pretty good here. I think it's fine. The only question, I think the biggest question is a rhetorical one of should I have gone more unhinged on Norm? My hope is that my thought is generally, especially in a professional environment, I want the other side to look more unhinged because it undermines the narrative that I'm the unhinged, crazy, screaming internet guy when the other guy is being the unhinged, screaming guy. The only issue or the only countervailing force on that narrative taking hold, that Norm is being unhinged, is if people see his attacks as true. So for instance, is it right that Norm just screams at me that I'm a motormouth wiki warrior? Because if the attack is true, people might not view it as being unhinged. I'm not really sure. I think I'm probably too in this to have a good third-party perspective on what an uninformed third party would view this conversation as. My hope would be that if you're just watching this and you don't really know anything about it, that you would view Norm and be like, wow, this Norm guy is like pretty unhinged. I don't know why he keeps like screaming at this other dude. If you're a lefty and you're watching this, they're all probably saying like, oh God, yes, like Norm is finally calling him out on being uneducated and not knowing anything. That's probably what Hassan is screaming on his stream. But yeah, I don't. It's hard because I'm so in it. I'm not sure. I don't know how an ordinary third party would go. I really don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah.
Your quote.
Okay. First of all, on this issue of double standards, which is the one that irks or irritates Muin, you said that you are not a person of double standards, unlike people like Muin. You hold high a single standard, and you condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
civilians.
When they occurred, yeah.
And I would say that's true for the period up till 1967, and I think it's accurate, your account of the First Intifada. There, it seems to me you were in conformity with most mainstream accounts, and the case of the First Intifada, you also used...
I think you should have shamed them harder on all the Arab international law violations. I think the international law stuff comes up later. When me and Benny talked about this the day before, I told Benny straight up, like, you know the history way better than me, obviously. And when we were talking about the international law section, Benny said he doesn't really know as much about the international law stuff, so he would rely on me more for that part. And I think in the later part, that stuff comes up, and I think I'm more active in the last half of this, but we'll see.
Surprisingly, he used Arab human rights sources like Al-Haq, which I think...
It's always good to look less unhinged because these debates are timeless. They'll be reviewed and stated by people when the conflict is not ongoing and people look at it from a different perspective. This debate, I don't think will ever be reviewed by anybody, unfortunately. How delusional was I coming into this to be like, man, this might be one of like, what did I say? This might be like the biggest like Israel-Palestine like substantive debate that has ever happened on the internet because it's like 5 or 6 hours long. You've got like renowned people like Finkelstein and Benny Morris here. Like it has the potential to be a super interesting, really in-depth conversation. And it definitely wasn't at all. So who knows?
Muin worked for.
Lycan says, explains why Benny says international law doesn't mean anything. The funny thing is I'm the only person at this table that cares about international law. That's the really funny part. Wait for it. That will come up later on. In one line, that is established so clearly at this table, which I think is the funniest thing as well. Also, in case, depending on where you followed my stream at, because at first I started following international law. I was like, oh, okay, this seems like pretty reasonable. And then I started reading more, and I'm like, international law, actually, this kind of sucks. Like, nobody follows it. It's pointless. Like, why does this even matter? It's just like, you know, international cuckoldry. But now I actually think international law, at least insofar as it applies to international humanitarian law and law of armed conflict, I think is really based. I'm actually a huge proponent and supporter of international law in that regard. But we'll see. It'll come up later. More on this.
During the First Intifada. That's true. But then something very strange happens. So let's illustrate it.
Wait, there's something strange which happened. Is the Arabs rejecting
okay, wait.
peace offers? That's what happened.
Well,
by accepting the Oslo Agreement.
Why would Benny even open his mouth here when we've got Benny 2.0, which is Norm Finkelstein quoting Norm Finkelstein's books, quoting Benny Morris? Why would we care what Benny Morris has to say when Norm can quote himself quoting Benny Morris?
Yeah.
Not the,
if we have time, I know the record very well. I'd be very happy to go through.
I hate when he says this over and over. I know the record. I know. Okay, then just say it. Just speak it. Don't.
With you. Well, let's get to those double standards. So this is what you have to say about Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982. You said Israel was reluctant to harm civilians, sought to avoid casualties on both sides, and took care not to harm Lebanese and Palestinian civilians. You then went on to acknowledge the massive use of IDF firepower against civilians during the siege of Beirut, which traumatized Israeli society. Morris quickly enters the caveat that Israel, quote, tried to pinpoint military targets, but inevitably many civilians were hit. That's your description of the Lebanon War. As I say, that's when I first got involved in the conflict. I am a voracious reader. I read everything on the Lebanon War.
Everything.
I would say there's not a single account of the Lebanon War in which the estimates are between 15 and 20.
It's so funny. Like, he lays out all this authoritative background. So you're like, oh shit, I'm about to get fucking brain blasted with all of the quotations and all of the knowledge and all of the numbers and all of the facts and figures. I'm about to get annihilated on the Lebanon War, right? If he's read so much.
3,000 Palestinian and Lebanese were killed, overwhelmingly civilians, the biggest bloodletting until the current Gaza genocide. Biggest bloodletting. I would say I can't think of a single mainstream account that remotely approximates what you just said. So, leaving aside, I can name the books, voluminous, huge volumes. I'll just take...
Also, oh shit, hold on. This should be a thing. When you constantly refer to other books, speakers, videos, etc., sources of authority, that you claim to be familiar with without contextualizing or demonstrating an understanding of any of that underlying material. Norm also does this a lot too. What was the first one that I accused him of? I wonder how many like horrible ways of conversation I could get written down just from how Norm conducts himself. We should have like the baser things. When you intentionally say the name of your interlocutor incorrectly. I don't want to do like the basic ones like ad homs or whatever. But
take one example.
That's a good one.
Now you will remember, because I think you served in Lebanon in 82, am I correct on that?
Yeah.
So you will remember that Dov Yarmia kept a war diary. So, with your permission, allow me to describe what he wrote during his diary. So, he writes, the war machine of the IDF is galloping and trampling over the conquered territory, demonstrating...
Keep in mind, he's reading a quote from a diary to refute Benny Morris saying that the 82 Lebanon War, Israel was safe to not try to destroy or kill too many civilians in the course of the war. Now, Norm wants to refute that. I don't know if that claim is true or not. I haven't read that much about the incursions into Lebanon, so I can't speak with any amount of authority on what happened in Lebanon. But that was the claim by Benny Morris. Finkel's refutation of that is a diary entry.
A total insensitivity to the fate of the Arabs who are found in its path. A PLO-run hospital suffered a direct hit. Thousands of refugees are returning to the city. When they arrive at their homes, many of which have been destroyed or damaged, you hear their cries of pain and their howls over the deaths of their loved ones. The air is permeated with the smell of corpses. Destruction and death are continuing.
Does
that sound like your description of the Lebanon War?
Forget my description.
Forget it?
The point you're
Words
making...
are in print. We can't just
let me
forget them.
just finish my sentence. The point you're making, which you somehow forget, is that there are Israelis who strongly criticize their own side and describe how Israelis are doing things which they regard as immoral. You don't find that on the Arab side.
I'm talking about you, Mr. Morris. I'm not talking about Dev Yarmia. I'm talking about you.
Benny Morris' response there is not, that's also it's not really relevant to what Finkelstein just said. But what Finkelstein said wasn't relevant to what even Benny Morris said. So none of this, we're just like, this is a debate apocalypse.
Historian, how did you depict the Lebanon war?
I believe that the Israeli military tried to avoid committing a civilian casualty.
So
as I think they've
all the accounts by Robert Fisk and Pity the
Robert
Nation.
Fisk is anti-Zionist journalist.
I know.
Has always been.
Right. So that's why you can say with such confidence that you don't condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on civilians. Because there weren't any.
No, I didn't say there weren't any.
Yeah, you didn't?
You agreed that I have condemned Israeli attacks on civilians.
I never quarrel with facts. Your description of the 1980s.
Finkelstein came into this planning to do to Benny what you plan to do to Finkelstein. Not really, though, because when I say I wanted to disgrace Finkelstein as a historian, it was because I wanted him to be wrong on the merits, on what he was actually talking about, on the substance. Not that I wanted to just, quote, assassinate him. Whereas that is what Finkelstein's goal was. I don't think Finkelstein cared much about me at all, obviously. I don't even think he cared about Rabbani in this. I think he just wanted a chance to engage in debate assassination, where he would just like quote Benny and just have his like little TikTok moments and do this. Yeah.
82 war is so shocking, it makes my innards writhe. And then your description of the Second Intifada, your description of defensive shield,
when Arab suicide bombers were destroying Jews in masses in buses and in restaurants. That's the Second Intifada. Do you remember that?
You can try
suicide bombers in Jerusalem's buses and restaurants.
I should have said no. He didn't remember that. He was living in America. I don't know where he actually lives, but
completely aware of that. But if you forgot the numbers,
I don't forget.
It was 3-1.
They killed mostly armed Palestinian gunmen.
That's what you say in your book. But that's not what Amnesty International said. That's not what Human Rights Watch said.
I don't remember what they said.
I do.
No,
that's not what B'Tselem said.
I don't know whether their figures are right. My figures are right.
Listen.
In the Second Intifada, some 4,000 Palestinians were killed. Most of them armed people, and the Israelis, 1,000 Israelis were killed. Almost all of them civilians.
Professor Morris, fantasy, but I'm not going to argue with here. Here's a simple challenge. You said not to look at the camera. Scares the people. I'll make the open challenge.
You are going to scare them.
No, Professor Morris.
Open challenge.
Words are in print. I wrote 50 pages analyzing all of your work. I quote, some will say cherry pick, but I think accurately quote you. Here's a simple challenge. Answer me in print. Answer what I wrote and show where I'm making things up. Answer me in print.
Familiar. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm not familiar with
that's no problem. You're a busy man. You're an important historian. You don't have to know everything that's in print, especially by modest publishers. But now you know.
Destiny, he actually won't let Benny talk? Yeah, no, he doesn't. He's It's funny because I think I said this earlier today. Initially, I felt like his goal was to just little bro me the entire time, which I think to some extent it was, but it wasn't just me. He did it to Benny as well. And he's little broing Benny with his own quotes. It's incredibly fucking weird. Yeah.
And so here's the public challenge. You answer and show where I cherry picked, where I misrepresented.
Send me the article.
And then we can have a civil, scholarly discussion.
I'm not sure we will agree, even if
we don't have to agree.
It's
for the reader to decide, looking at both sides, where does truth stand.
Norman, and if I may ask, it's good to discuss ideas that are in the air now as opposed to citing literature that was written in the past as much as possible, because listeners were not familiar with the literature. So like whatever was written, just express it, condense the key idea, and then we can debate the ideas and discuss the ideas.
There are two aspects. There's a public debate, but there's also written words.
Yes, I'm just telling you that you as an academic historian put a lot of value in the written word, and I think it is valuable. But in this
He's incidentally not the only historian who puts value to words. Yes. I also do, actually.
More than just one or two sentences at a time.
But this in this context, just for the educational purpose of teaching people.
The educational purpose is, why would people commit what I have to acknowledge, because I am faithful to the facts, massive atrocities on October 7th? Why did that happen? And I think that's the problem. The past is erased, and we suddenly went from 1948 to October 7th, 2023. And there's a problem there.
So first of all, you have complete freedom to backtrack, and we'll go there with you. Obviously, we can't cover every single year, every single event, but there's probably critical moments in time.
Can I respond to something relating to the Lebanon War? I looked at the book that he got this from.
Every intervention Lex has made has been to chastise Norm. He seemed to only want to talk to Benny and didn't really care about anyone else. He should have done a solo debate with him. Yeah, but I think that's what he wanted, and this is why I'm telling you guys you have to give credit to Lex. I think Norm didn't want to talk to me at all. He just wanted a solo debate with Benny, but I'm pretty sure it's Lex is the one that pushed for doing the duo debate. So that's props to Lex for that. Yeah.
single event, but there's probably critical moments in time.
Can I respond to something relating to the Lebanon war? I looked at the book that he got this from and what the quote was from. It sounds cold to say it, but war is tragic and civilians die. There is no war that this has not happened in the history of all of humankind. The statement that Israel might take care not to target civilians is not incompatible with a diary entry from someone who said they saw civilians getting killed. I think that sometimes we do a lot of weird games when we talk about international humanitarian law or laws that govern conflict, where we say things like civilians dying is a war crime, or civilian homes or hospitals getting destroyed is necessarily a war crime, or is necessarily somebody intentionally targeting civilians without making distinctions between military targets or civilian ones. I think that when we analyze different attacks, or when we talk about the conduct of the military, I think it's important to understand, prospectively, from the unit of analysis of the actual military committing the acts, what's happening and what are the decisions being made, rather than just saying retrospectively, oh, well, a lot of civilians died, not very many, military people died, comparatively speaking, so it must have been war crimes, especially when you've got...
I should have slowed down a little bit here, but God, I was so fucking paranoid that Norm was going to cut me off. Me speaking quickly in debates, by the way, comes from people like Norm. It's because when you're in a debate with people, you're used to people cutting you off a lot, so you want to be able to speak quickly to get your point out as quickly as possible so they don't cut you off, right? And I was waiting for him to do it. I'm like, I've got debate PTSD at this point.
Not very many, military people died, comparatively speaking, so it must have been war crimes, especially when you've got another side, I'll fast forward to Hamas, that intentionally attempts to induce those same civilian numbers, because Hamas is guilty of any war crime that you would potentially accuse, and this is according to Amnesty International, people that Norm loves to cite. Hamas is guilty of all of these same war crimes, of them failing to take care of the civilian population, of them essentially utilizing human shields to try to fire rockets free from attack. Essentially, yes. I'm just saying that essentially, as in terms of how international law defines it, not how Amnesty International defines it, but Amnesty International describes times of human shielding, but they don't actually apply the correct international legal standard.
You don't know what's the correct
I know, absolutely.
You haven't a clue.
I absolutely
You
do.
haven't a clue.
I absolutely
do.
But I'm just saying, believe it or not, Norm, the entire Geneva Convention is all on Wikipedia. It's a wonderful website. But I'm just saying that on the Hamas side, if there's an attempt to induce this type of military activity, attempt to induce civilian harm, that it's not just enough to say, like, well, here's a diary entry where a guy talks about how tragic his attacks are.
I think the problem with your statement is that if you go back and listen to it, the first part of it is war is hell, civilians die. It's a fact of life.
Benny's face? Wait, I don't see Benny's face because he was sitting next to me. What did Benny do?
To induce civilian harm, that it's not just enough to say, like, well, here's a diary entry where a guy talks about how tragic his attacks are.
I think the problem
civilian harm. But I'm just saying, believe it or not, Norm, the entire Geneva Convention is all on Wikipedia. It's a wonderful website. But I'm just saying that on the Hamas side, if there's an attempt to induce this type
I think Benny is along for the ride. I don't know if he even gives a about this.
Military
about debates. I think he's like a historian, and I even asked him like prior to this, like, how popular is Finkelstein in Israel? Because I'm curious, because in the West he's like the guy that's cited, and Finkelstein's like nobody. He's not a historian. Nobody in Israel talks about Finkelstein, or he's not like quoted as like a historian in Israel. So I don't know how much he cares about this particular
civilian harm.
debate,
that it's not just enough to say, like, well, here's a diary entry where a guy talks about how tragic his attacks are.
I think the problem with your statement is that if you go back and listen to it, the first part of it is war is hell, civilians die. It's a fact of life, and you state that in a very factual manner. Then when you start talking about Hamas, all of a sudden you've discovered morality, and you've discovered condemnation, and you've discovered intent, and you are unfortunately far from alone in this. I'll give you. You know who for me is a perfect example?
Well, wait, hold on. Just in response, we don't need examples.
So,
the false equivalency of the two sides is astounding. When Hamas kills civilians in a surprise attack on October 7th, this isn't because they are attempting to target military targets and they happen to stumble into a giant festival of people that.
Well, they did happen to stumble into it.
They did, but
that's such an unbelievable. I think I go harder here into the. Okay, because earlier I know I said more than what was said here, but I think we go harder into like who killed the people.
But they did. But when they stumbled into it, it wasn't an issue of trying to figure out military target or not. They weren't failing in distinction. There wasn't a proportionality assessment done. It was just to kill civilians. Even the Amnesty International in 2008 and in 2014, and even today, will continue to say that it's like the types of attacks.
Find anyone who will deny that Hamas has targeted civilians.
Sure.
You gave the example.
But there's a difference because
of suicide bombings during the Second Intifada. I mean, facts are facts.
Sure. But I'm just saying that the Hamas targeting against civilians is different than the incidental loss of life that occurs when Israel does.
The
virtue incidental loss of life. The virtue signaling.
Side is the intentional mass murder.
Genocide is an entirely separate claim.
Yeah, right? But the idea that Israel is not in the business of intentionally targeting civilians, I know that's what we're supposed to believe, but the historical record stands very clearly.
I don't believe it does.
You've written about it yourself.
When you say historical, do you mean
Hold on, I'm sorry. I feel like Rabbani made a good point there. War is hell and both sides commit dog shit, so how can you then commend one side without the other after establishing the nature of war? Because you can look at the conduct of both militaries. It's incredibly obvious. Hamas does not do distinction. The rockets, by design, that they fire into Israel cannot discriminate between military and civilian targets. By definition, I'm pretty sure even Amnesty International said, and I think I even have this quote. This is from 2008. Mortars and so-called Qassam rockets, which are locally made in Gaza, and longer-range Grad-type rockets smuggled into Gaza via the tunnels from Egypt are unguided projectiles which cannot be directed at specific targets. Attacks using such rockets are indiscriminate and hence unlawful under international law. That's Amnesty International talking about cast lead, right? So this is just in 2008, right? This is also the 2014, before Protective Edge. There's also the Great March of Return that saw incendiary balloons going over the wall, and there's the October 7th attacks. Israel is not just shooting rockets at random or indiscriminately into Gaza, then maybe they'll kill civilians, maybe not, or stumbling onto festivals of people and then raping and killing everybody, or even just killing everybody, even ignoring the rapes. It's not the same. Incidental loss of life as part of a military operation is different than a discriminate killing of civilians that you come across as a matter of policy, which Hamas clearly engages in. That shouldn't even be controversial to say. But what are the IDF casualties in the rocket, mortar, and explosive attacks? How many IDF soldiers have been killed outside of direct fire from small arms? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. It's not relevant. That question is that's a meaningless question. It's not a numbers game.
The 40s to the 60s, or do you mean like
I
over
would
the past,
say
like,
from the 30s of the last century to the 20s of this century? I just like to make, the way you...
I shouldn't let him get away with that time period. I should have said we have to characterize the Yishuv in the country of Israel as conducting operations in the military differently in different points in history. I wouldn't compare the Yishuv in the 30s, the 1930s, to the IDF in the 2000s. That comparison is wild, and just the stated policy of the military is just wild here.
Characterized it. I think the best example of that I've come across during this specific conflict is John Kirby, the White House spokesman. I've named him Tears Testosterone for a very good reason. When he's talking about Palestinian civilian deaths, war is hell, it's a fact of life, get used to it. When he was confronted with Israeli civilian deaths on October 7th, he literally broke down in tears.
But he understood that one is deliberate and one isn't. He understood that.
No, that's what he tried to make us understand.
No, he was speaking facts. The Hamas guys who attacked the...
When was the last time you believe Israel had a policy of targeting civilians? Pre-48, I'm sure there are examples of like massacres against cities or villages. I don't know any in particular. I know from 48 to 67, Israel and the IDF had a policy of killing or expelling any refugees that tried to come back into Israel. I think they would attack or kill anybody that came in. I know that from up to the 6-Day War, there was counter reprisals were common in Israel. The idea being that if you attack us, we're going to come back and we're going to come really heavy and attack you and blow your shit up. That was a common thing. So at least up to 67, I think one could say that Israel had a policy that involved destruction of civilian villages. I think you could say that pretty safely. After 67, I don't know after 67 if you could ever say it was a policy of Israel or the IDF. I'm not sure.
That's what he tried to make us understand.
No, he was speaking facts. The Hamas guys who attacked the kibbutzim, apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were out to kill civilians, and they killed family after family, house after house. The Israeli attacks on Hamas installations and I don't know better. No, you don't know Israeli pilots. That's the problem.
Thank God.
You don't know Israeli pilots. They believe that they are killing Hamasniks. They're given certain objectives, and that's what they attack. And if the Hamas is hiding behind civilians
Every time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When they killed the 4 kids
they believe.
I know they believe it, even though they were.
I'm so glad we went over this on stream, so I know exactly what he's bringing up here. I'm so glad I have the background on this.
Side. Even though they were
that angle, you don't see the sides.
No, they still have the sides. Let's leave the side.
Oh, I know what he's quoting here, but you've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beaches as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they have operated from. They literally said,
Mr. Borelli, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. That wharf was filled with journalists. There were scores of journalists.
My next question here is so good.
That was an old fisherman's shack. What are you talking about? It's so painful. It's so painful to live.
Finkelstein is not aware of, he's not aware of a lot of stuff. He's not aware of the underlying fact of the matter. This is what Finkelstein does. And this is why Israel-Palestine is perfectly suited for a mind like his. You read a thing, and if it agrees with your side, you stop and you agree with it. If you read a thing and it doesn't, then you go one level deeper. If that agrees with your side, then you stop and then you're done. And with Israel-Palestine, you can always go one level deeper. So you can always build whatever narrative that you want. So in his particular case, the IDF says, oh, we attacked people that we thought were terrorists. Oh, did you? And then you look it up. Aha, 4 children were killed. Nope, you killed children. But if you go another level deeper, well, what actually happened? These children came out of a place. They were in shipping containers that was previously identified as a Hamas operated base. This is stuff that the IDF has published about. You know, you can decide if you want to or not want to, if the attack was okay or not, or if they were just trying to murder kids, but like at least go one level deeper and figure out what's being talked about. But for him to quote this as, oh, and the reason why he's saying, by the way, that it was a war full of journalists, that's not true. There was a hotel nearby that housed a lot of journalists. There's a hotel nearby that housed a lot of journalists, but that, but the place that had been bombed was not just a place that just was like a journalist hotel or whatever. Lycan says the spotters can see their kids. That's not true. That is not true.
Listen to this idiocy.
And to be clear, on the other side, you're implying that a strike was okayed on the Israeli side, where they said, we're just going to kill 4 Palestinian children today for no reason.
Do you believe that?
That's a good question.
Do you
I'm glad that Benny reinforces this. I'm so glad that Benny picks up on this too, because this is a really important question. You need to answer this.
On the Israeli side, where they said, we're just going to kill 4 Palestinian children today for no reason.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Right, I said, right, there was a hotel of journalists. Do you think that they
were out to kill 4 children?
Here we go.
I will never answer that.
I will answer the question.
Pilots were out to
I will
kill
even
4
answer
children.
And it was approved because that was a strike. That was a drone strike. So it was approved all the way up the chain that we're going to kill children today. We're going to kill Palestinian children.
You want me to answer, or do you want your motor mouth to go? Okay, answer. In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. By all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent.
But organized by the Hamas.
Whoever organized it.
It was organized by Satan. Let's start
Satan,
with
yeah.
Hamas.
Okay,
No,
Satan.
yeah.
I agree. Let's go for the big one. The big Megillah. It's Satan, okay? Overwhelmingly organized, overwhelmingly nonviolent. Resembled at the beginning the first Intifada.
They
Represent the first,
yeah.
okay, not bombs. But
they tried to make holes in the fence, obviously.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
I don't think Norm knows what happened in the Great March of Return. I think he's only read that one UN report on it. We don't even dig into the analysis of that UN report, which has problems. But I don't think Norm is actually familiar with the event. I don't even know if he knows what the Great March of Return was about. I didn't realize this until afterwards, where I was like, fuck, I don't think Norm, I should have said something. Wait, do I say something in this debate?
Okay, not bombs. But let's
Just so you know, when people call it the Great March of Return, and then they characterize it as protests near the wall, you should ask them, why do you think it was called the Great March of Return? What does that mean? The March of Return was called that way because part of the goal was to tear a hole in the wall and return to Israel, was to return to your homeland. So even in its inception, the Great March of Return arguably was an act of war. It was like, we're going to break down the wall and march into Israel. I don't know if he's even aware of that, though. I didn't even think at the time that he might. I don't know if I bring this up in the debate or not.
To make holes in the fence, obviously.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
So,
but I'm not sure Israel behaved morally in that respect.
Okay.
Wait. I'm willing to grant you that.
Please.
I'm willing to
allow me to.
You don't have to pursue
allow me.
it. I'm willing to grant.
Allow me to finish.
I don't know anything about this. I'd like to.
Okay. So, as you know, along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers. Correct?
What is this best trained? You agree that all of the top scoring from the Israeli Sniper University, the top scorers were on the wall, like.
I don't know best trained. They were snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay. All right. Because, hey, laugh. It's hilarious. The story's so funny.
You're lying about the Great March of Return had aspects of violence to it. According, even the UN says it themselves.
Okay.
But you only select what the UN says that you like.
See, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know.
Mr. Morelli? Are we writing down all the names? He's got so many. He got my name right a couple times, and this has to be intentional. I think it was around then that I posted in chat. Or no, I think it was an hour earlier where I'm like, I think Norm's just a troll. I almost respect it. I think he's just trolling. Why do you lean into your hand so much? It looks like you're uninterested. Because I am uninterested. It is so hard not to be unhinged in this conversation. I want to go off so much, and I'm just trying to be chill and respectful. So I'm like, you know how like when a deer is walking in the street and it's been like mortally wounded, but it's just walking around like it doesn't care and it's just kind of looking around like nonchalant? That's me in this conversation. Okay, I want to die, and I'm just trying to be like, okay, I can't hide it that much. All right, I can only take so much Vyvanse. I didn't double pill today.
Okay.
But you only select what the UN says that you like.
See, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language.
I can read from the UN website itself. In regards to the Great March of
This triggered me too much. When he said I don't know English, now I'm like, okay, well, fine. We're just going to read then. Okay, let's do it.
You don't know the English language.
I can read from the UN website itself. In regards to the Great March of Return, they said, while the vast majority of protesters have acted in a peaceful manner, during most protests, dozens have approached the fence attempting to damage it.
Any fucking points. I just saw that.
Protesters have acted in a peaceful manner. During most protests, dozens have approached the fence attempting to damage it, burning fires, throwing stones and Molotov cocktails towards Israeli forces, and flying incendiary kites and balloons into Israeli territory. The latter resulted in extensive damage to agricultural land and nature reserves inside Israel and risked the lives of Israeli civilians. Some incidents of shooting and throwing of explosives are also
talk fast. I'm just trying to think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading.
I like how he's trying to make fun of me talking fast when he's speaking over me the entire fucking time. Why not let me say anything?
The UN.
Yeah, but
I know you like them sometimes. Only when they agree with you, though.
You got the months wrong. We're talking about.
What do you mean I'm just quoting the UN. The Great March of Return was like an 8-month event, I think. The Great March of Return. How many months did this go over? It was from March of 2018 until December 20. Oh, so like a year and 8 months. So March to December. From the 30th of March, January, February, March. Okay, so April 1st, essentially until. So 8 and 12, so about 20 months. It's a 20-month thing, almost 2 years.
The beginning in March 30th, 2018.
You just described that March is mostly peaceful.
Okay, allow me to finish. So there were the snipers, okay? Now you find it so far-fetched. Israelis purposely, deliberately targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly non-violent march. What did the international...
You didn't even give a date? Yeah, I don't think I did. I'm literally just quoting from the UN report, like some of the events that had happened. Like a lot of people will disingenuously say, oh, the Great March of Return. Here's how they present it. The Great March of Return was a largely peaceful protest where these poor Palestinian women and children just went to the wall to protest, and then crack Israeli IDF, special ops, special forces snipers training their whole lives to blow off the dicks of Palestinian children, manned the walls and found every single disabled person, every single pregnant woman, every single child under the age of 9 with cerebral palsy, and with Jewish accuracy, okay, assassinated every single one they found. It was just like, it's like the most unhinged fucking take in the world.
Campaign,
whatever you want to call it.
For months.
Whatever you want to call it.
Months.
Yeah. What did the UN investigation find?
Well, he just read it.
I read the report. I don't read things off of those machines.
What do you mean? You don't read things off of machines, Norm. Norm, you are not born in the 1600s. You have no excuse to be acting like this much of a bumbling, senile old man, okay? Gee, how old is Norm? You're 70 years old, okay? Those machines, he's acting like he was born into darkness, okay? Before the discovery of electricity or the inkwell. Chill. Christ.
I read the report. I don't read things off of those machines. I read the report. What did it find? Brace yourself. You thought it was so funny, the idea of IDF targeting civilians. It found, go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say it found that only 1 or 2 of them.
He's not even using the strongest talking point. The strongest talking point is that when the UN did an investigation of this, they found that only 1 or 2 of the killings that the IDF did was justified. The reason why they do that is because that form of analysis used policing legal standards. They treated Israel as a policing force there, not as an armed conflict analysis. So they, through that mode of analysis, only 1 or 2 of the killings was justified, which is an unhinged way to analyze it. But Norm actually goes another step. He goes into an even different area, which is, if you read the UN's analysis of this, the UN goes through and they list a bunch of people that get shot and killed to show like how crazy or horrible it was. And there's like disabled people, there's like a woman, there's like a pregnant person, and they're like, oh, and like this is how you blah, blah, blah. It's just like a dumb listing of victims. I didn't know he was gonna go this fucking stupid.
We're justified killings.
Targeted journalists, targeted medics, and here's the funniest one of all. It's so hilarious. They targeted disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by trees.
This is true. If
it's true.
Even your partner could see to this point, Destiny, and you're still arguing. No. Oh, God. I don't know how to illustrate. I don't know how to communicate this to you, okay? There's like a chain of things, and you think they're all the same, but they're not, okay? Here you've got, you killed a civilian, okay? This claim here is different than you targeted a civilian. That's different than you intentionally targeted a civilian with no military target there at all. You wanted to kill a civilian, okay? Which is different than you targeted a civilian with a press or a medical badge on them, intentionally to kill them, right? In your mind, all of these claims are the same. They're not. All of these are incredibly different claims, okay? Just killing a civilian in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing or a war crime, okay? Civilians die in war. It happens. It's tragic, but it happens. Intentionally targeting an area with civilians is not necessarily a war crime. There are military targets there. It's sad, it's tragic, it does happen. Intentionally targeting an area knowing that there is going to be disproportionate harm to civilians, knowing that you're trying to kill civilians, that is bad. Now you've crossed, this is the line in legality. You cannot do this, or you shouldn't do this. These are war crime territories or contravention of international law, okay? And then here is like, you're targeting not just civilians, you're targeting hospital and press, knowing that they're hospital and press just to kill them. These things are horrible. These two things are not these two things, but you think they're all the same, but they're not. They're not. I don't know how else to communicate that. People just don't, yeah.
By the way, just quick pause. I think everything was fascinating to listen to, except the mention of hilarious. Nobody finds any of this hilarious. And if any of us are laughing, it's not at the suffering of civilians or suffering of anyone. It's at the obvious joyful camaraderie in the room. So I'm enjoying it, and also the joy of learning. So thank you.
Can we talk about the targeting civilian thing a little bit? I think there's like an important underlying, not necessarily that, I think it's important to understand, I think it's important to understand there's like three different things here that we need to think about. So one is a policy of killing civilians. So I would ask the other side, I'm going to ask all three because I know there won't be a short answer. Do you think there is a policy top down from the IDF to target civilians? That's one thing. Yeah. A second thing is...
He said yes.
When that's fine. Okay, but then
that's good. Thanks, Benny.
Second thing is, or there's two distinctions I want to draw between. I think Benny would say this, I would say this. I'm sure undoubtedly there have been cases where IDF soldiers...
I don't know if this makes me look good or bad, or if this is strong or not strong. I'm willing to, I don't even want to call it a concession. I'm willing to admit there are things that my side does that's bad. I don't know if I should do this in debates where the other side won't admit a single fucking concession ever. I don't know if it's worth it. I feel like it does. I feel like people in the center is like, oh, maybe this guy's more honest. I don't know. Because this doesn't get you any points with Finkelstein's side. You're not getting any points with anybody over there. If anything, I think these are weaponized against you. They'll be... people will say like, oh, well, even Destiny knows how horrible the IDF is because he said this or that. So I'm not sure. I don't know.
Benny would say this. I would say this. I'm sure undoubtedly there have been cases where IDF soldiers, for no good reason, have targeted and killed Palestinians that they should not have done. That would be prosecutable as war crimes, as defined by the Rome Statute.
And some have been prosecuted.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely sure.
Practically none.
I'm sure that we would all agree for soldiers that happens. But I think that it's important. That when we talk about military strikes, or we talk about things especially involving bombings or drone attacks, these are things that are signed off by multiple different layers of command, by multiple people involved in an operation, including intelligence gathering, including weaponeering, and there also have typically lawyers involved. When you make the claim that an IDF soldier shot a Palestinian, those three people, the three hostages that came up with white flags, and something horrible happened, I think that's a fair statement to make, and I think a lot of criticism is deserved. But when you make the statement that 4 children were killed by a strike, the claim that you're making, the claim that you're making is that multiple levels of the IDF signed off on just killing.
I have no idea what
that's great. If you don't understand the process, then let me educate you. I can tell you, I do understand the process. I'm telling you. I'm trying to explain you right now.
Yes,
I like how he went from, I don't know how that works, in like 1 second to, I do understand the process. You notice that change up there that happened like instantly?
That you're making is that multiple levels of...
Do you know how he went from, I don't know the process to, I do understand the process as soon as I like challenge him on it?
IDF signed off on just killing...
I have no idea what...
That's great. If you don't understand the process, then let me educate you. I can tell you, I do understand the process. I'm telling you. I'm trying to explain you right now.
Yes.
No, it's basic military. You can ask anybody to talk about...
Wikipedia, can you tell me what your knowledge of the IDF is?
You can talk to people who work in the military.
What's your knowledge of the IDF?
The audience can look this up. Do you think that bombing and strikes are decided by one person in the field? Do you think one person
can I respond to
airplane or drone
as a pilot doesn't do it on
his
own?
Strike cells have entire apparatuses that are designed to figure out how to strike and who to strike. So when you say that 4 children are targeted, you're saying that a whole apparatus is trying to murder 4 Palestinian children.
You make my argument better than me.
Ridiculous argument.
Because, really, that it's impossible at the command level. It's impossible at the command level. But you said that they couldn't have done it at the bottom if it weren't also at the top.
You don't understand the strength of the claim that you're making. You're saying that from a top-down level that lawyers, multiple commanders, all these people signed off
not tell me what I don't understand.
4 Palestinians.
It's true.
Children.
It's true. I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. I admit that as a singular...
Waste of time.
Yeah, I know books are a waste of time. With all due regard,
well, the only thing you take from them are 2 or 3 quotes that you use.
I completely respect the fact, and I'll say it on the air, as much as I find totally disgusting what's come of your politics, a lot of the books are excellent. And I'll even tell you, because I'm not afraid of saying it, whenever I have to check on the basic fact, the equivalent of going to the Britannica, I go to your books. I know you got a lot of the facts right.
Benny Moore's books
I would never say books are a waste of time. And it's regrettable to you that you got strapped with a partner who thinks that all the wisdom.
He didn't say they're a waste of time.
I'd like to respond to what you were saying.
Let me get a sippy soy. Hold on.
I think the question that we're trying to answer,
I think you don't understand Israel, you know.
Let me finish,
really
please.
Understands Israel.
I think we're all,
how it works.
I think we're all agreed that Palestinians have deliberately targeted civilians, whether we're talking about Hamas and Islamic Jihad today or previously.
I prefer the word murdered and raped rather than targeted. Targeted is too soft for what the Hamas did.
I'm okay with
I'm not talking about.
I'm talking about this now.
Yeah, but I'm trying to answer his question. Historically, there is substantial evidence that Palestinians have targeted civilians. Whether it's been incidental or systematic is a different discussion. I don't want to get into that now. For some reason, there seems to be a huge.
Fuck, I should have pushed on that. I didn't even realize how absurd that statement was. Or do I?
Palestinians have targeted civilians. Whether it's been incidental or systematic is a different discussion. I don't want to get into that now. For some reason, there seems to be a huge debate about whether any Israeli has ever sunk so low as to target a civilian.
No, we've agreed. Both said that. We've just said that this has happened here and there.
And I think
we've agreed on that.
I think
what we're saying is it's not policy, which is what you guys are implying, that they kill civilians deliberately.
Yes.
If I understand you correctly, you're basically making the claim that none of these attacks could have happened without going through an entire chain of command.
For strike cells that are involved in like drone attacks or plane attacks or
My understanding of the Israeli military, and you could perhaps, you've served in it, you would know better, it's actually a fairly chaotic organization.
No. Is this a norm talking point? I have never heard this statement in my entire fucking life. I wasn't even ready. I had no clue what to say to this. That the IDF is disorganized or chaotic. This must have come from a Norm book. Maybe that's why he's smugly smiling over here, because he's being cited. I've never heard this before in my life.
And you could perhaps, you've served in it, you would know better. It's actually a fairly chaotic organization.
No, that's not true. Especially not the Air Force. Extremely organized. The Air Force works in a very organized fashion, as he says, with lawyers, a chain of command, and ultimately the pilot drops the bomb where he's told to drop it.
In Protective Edge, was that 200 strikes in like 60 seconds, I think?
This was Cast-led, not Protective Edge, actually. But yeah, it was literally at the outset of the 2008-2009 Gaza war, it was like, what was it? It was like 200 different targets or something that was hit in like 60 seconds. The level of coordination was pretty insane.
The opening of Protective Edge, like the coordination between.
You're talking about 2008.
I think Protective Edge was 2014. But I'm just saying that the coordination in the military is pretty tight.
He didn't know either, I guess, because he gave in to me there. But it was 2008. He was right, but I don't even know if he knows.
Understanding of the Israeli military is that it's quite chaotic, and there's also a lot of testimonies from Israel. But be that as
Benny went to jail for draft dodging the IDF for pacifist reasons. I don't know. That might be true. I've never heard that before. Benny served in the IDF. I'm pretty sure though for 2 different wars. I thought it was for 73 and 67. I know he served in the Golan Heights for at least one of those, but
it may. Okay, I'm prepared to accept both of your contentions that it's a highly organized and disciplined force. Air Force, under any scenario, is going to be more organized than the other branches. And you're saying such a strike would have been inconceivable.
I'm not necessally saying inconceivable. I'm just saying that that would have required
you're basically
murderous intent for so many people. I don't think good evidence has been presented to say that that's...
Your basic claim is that it would be fair to assume that such a strike could have...
It's also it's annoying to talk to such bad faith people. Like, can we have a real conversation about what you're saying? You're saying that at least one lawyer... You're saying that at least one commanding officer, you're saying that at least 1 or 2 people, radioing or coordinating, like there's like at least, we should talk to somebody in the IDF. There's several people involved in signing off on this attack, okay? The intelligence gathering people, like there's several people signing off on this attack. So when you say that 4 Palestinian children were deliberately targeted and killed, you're saying that several people top down in the IDF were like, let's just kill 4 children because holy shit, that would be fucking epic. That would be epic as fuck to assassinate 4 Palestinian children right next to a bunch of journalists. Once you understand that that's the claim you're making, then let's talk about that claim. But if you don't even understand the claim, like what you don't even understand how strong the claim you're making is. Like that's just such an unhinged claim. It would be like saying that like, there was an explosion in Tehran today. I think it was an F-35 in the United States. I think a plane went and blew it up. And you're like, wait, what? You think that the United States signed off on like a civilian airport being bombed by an F? And you're like, no, wait, what? I didn't say anybody signed off on it. I didn't say, wait, what do you mean? How the fuck are we flying a plane to another country and what do you mean nobody signed? It was like, well, I don't know how it works. No, wait a second. If you don't understand the strength of the claim you're making, then you need to dramatically graduate or bring this claim back, okay? Because you're making a very, very strong claim. A soldier killing a civilian intentionally in a manner that would be consistent with a war crime, that's super believable. And I think I either have said or I will say as much, but a whole chain of command that approves a strike, a bombing, to kill civilians, and that's the only reason?
It's represented to say that that's...
Your basic claim is that it would be fair to assume that such a strike could have only been carried out with multiple levels of authorization and signing off. Okay, let's accept that for the sake of argument. We have now seen incident after incident after incident after incident where entire families are vaporized in single strikes.
Who is in the families? Who lives in the house?
Family
inside?
members.
No,
Family
or next to
members.
the
And
house.
he's taking a stronger position than I would want to take care. I wouldn't take the stronger position that Israel knew that they were Hamas terrorists of these families. The question would be, did we know that Israel knew that there weren't? Because that's the legal standard that's applied. Did Israel have reason to believe, not necessarily were there, but did Israel have reason to believe that there were munitions stored, that there were Hamas operatives in these areas, that there were tunnels underneath? Like, because these would all be valid reasons to target these areas and to disintegrate families, as sad and as tragic as it is, that in terms of rules of war would be legal. Jesus.
In which these families are
we
killed.
have seen incident.
Do you know that Hamasniks weren't in that house? Do you know that their ammunition dumps weren't
Why
in
do I
those
have
houses?
to prove a negative?
You're saying that they deliberately targeted families. If Israel wanted to kill civilians in Gaza, they could have killed 500,000 by now with the number of strikes they've done.
And therefore,
How could you argue that when Israel doesn't make any of that info public, though? No country makes any of that info public. It's up to that country if they want to. If you think something illegal's happened, then all you can do is challenge them in the ICC or something. But otherwise, I mean, all you can do is you can do your best to make inferences, but the inference can't just be civilians died, therefore war crime. The inference needs to be stronger than that.
In Gaza, they could have killed 500,000 by now with the number of strikes they've done.
And therefore,
the fact that they've only killed a certain small number,
30,000 is a small number.
Small number in
You consider 30,000 a small number
in proportion over 4 months probably is an indication that it's targeted and that there are Hamas targets in these places.
So I've given
12,000 children is only, and if that's the case, why is it? You said only.
Like, look at the virtue signal, like the focus on, he did this earlier when I said incendiary. That's not what I said. Incidental loss of life. He was like, incidental. And now he's saying only. It's all a virtue signal. It's all a virtue signal.
Professor Morris, here's a question for you. If we take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years, every combat zone in the world.
In Vietnam, the Americans killed
a million
people.
I'm not talking about
Well, they could have
Vietnam.
killed 40 million.
I wasn't in the anti-war movement. So don't
Americans
strap me.
killed a million people in Vietnam.
Fine. And 30 million Russians were killed during World War II. So everything else is irrelevant. Okay. Here's a question. Professor Morris, here's a question. It's very perplexing. If you take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years, and you multiply the number of children killed
Just these stupid
by
games
4,
that he plays.
every combat zone in the world, you get Gaza. Okay? So when you
What is that supposed to prove?
Okay, I'm going to tell you. Just shut up.
You're relying on Hamas numbers.
No, I'm not
Hamas
relying.
numbers are
I'm
not
relying on the
necessarily
numbers
true.
that
You know
everybody
that.
else. I'm relying on the numbers.
Even if we take the numbers, though, what does that prove?
Those are Hamas numbers.
Okay.
Which may not be true.
Fine.
They could invent any.
I want to do the international law. Let's do law of armed conflict. What does that prove? What do the numbers prove? I don't know if I get to run down that line of argumentation. I don't think Finkelstein will follow me on any line of argumentation.
I think that they are a mendacious organization.
I know mendacious. Believe me.
You like words.
mendacious as in
mendacious.
Hold on. So real quick. So I can speak to facts here, right? And I know this triggers the out of some anti-Israeli people, but I think a sensible stance is that the IDF obviously takes the precautions not to fucking blow a bunch of children up, etc. But the amount of civilian casualties shows that they aren't taking the absolute maximum measures to prevent civilian deaths as they should at Destiny. So that can be a feeling or an emotion you have based on the numbers. But the fact of the matter that nobody will dispute, and even pro-Palestinians will like squirm around this, the fact of the matter is Israel takes more precautions than any other military in the history of armed conflict has ever taken or been expected to take when it comes to preventing civilian casualties. No other country in the world has had entire call center set up with cultural training to like notify apartment buildings or heads of households or civilian leaders in certain communities to like avoid strikes, to drop tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of leaflets, to give advanced warning on radio. No other military on the planet has engaged in this level of precaution. So you can say that like, oh, well, I don't think Israel did enough. Maybe, but justifying that is very, very, very difficult. The reality is from a law point of view, chances are Israel has exceeded their legal obligation to the population of Palestine insofar as warnings before military strikes. Now, are they satisfying the obligation to make sure that humanitarian aid is delivered in a timely manner? I'm not sure. Possibly not, given what we've seen said, although it's really hard, again, to tell what's true or what's not true. But that might be an area where you can rightfully criticize them. Yeah, that would be an area where you could potentially go to, but I don't even want to give you that because I'm not actually sure. I keep hearing people say things like, oh yeah, the IDF is shutting down all humanitarian aid. And every time I try to look this up, I just can't find anything strongly showing that, but.
Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay, so here's the thing. You say they could have killed 500,000, but they only killed that's your word.
I'm
they only killed 30,000.
You believe that they deliberately target civilians, they would have killed many more. The fact is that they don't deliberately target civilians.
Professor Morris, for a historian, I don't want to understand Israeli society. You want to know the truth? I don't want to. I don't want to get inside their heads.
That's the problem.
90% of
a good historian tries to get into the heads of the very protagonists.
There's a limit.
There's a limit. I like how Israel is beyond comprehension for Norm. Israel is so f***ing evil that they're beyond comprehension. What an outlandish statement. Like, holy shit.
When 90% of Israelis think that Israel's using enough or too little force in Gaza, I don't want to get inside that head. 40% think that Israel's using insufficient force in Gaza. I don't want to get inside that head. I don't want to get inside the head.
Like, you can't imagine a population that just had the largest terrorist attack in the history of the country enacted on them by another population that's on video celebrating it. You can't imagine why they might have unhinged feelings about a war effort. That's incomprehensible to you. This is like we literally try to understand why the Nazis did what they did. We can't understand Israel here? It's unbelievable.
Insufficient force in Gaza. I don't want to get inside that head. I don't want to get inside the head of people who think they're using insufficient force against the population, half of which is children. I don't want to get inside that head.
Talking points.
But here's the point, because your partner wants to know the point. You don't understand political constraints. One of your ministers said, let's drop an atomic bomb on
Do you
Gaza.
think he really meant that?
He said it 3 times.
No. It was said in a sort of a very questionable way. He didn't say they should drop an atomic bomb. I'm not supporting him. He's an idiot. This minister is a messianic idiot. But he didn't say drop an atomic bomb.
None other than Israel's chief historian, the justifiably famed Benny Morris, thinks we should be dropping nuclear weapons on Iran.
Iran has for years, its leaders for years have said we should destroy Israel. Mm-hmm. You agree with that? They've said we should destroy Israel. Israel must be destroyed. Is that correct? This is what the Iranian leaders have been saying since...
Wait, does he answer this? Make him answer this.
I would say Iranian leaders have sent mixed messages.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh, he's so slimy, bro. How can you be so slimy?
Some of them have said, including Khamenei and Khomeini.
If you don't know the evidence, why are you laughing?
And then now when Benny's trying to grill him, now I was just Benny's partner. Now he needs to focus on me because I'm laughing at his obviously fucking absurd answer here.
Some of them have said, including Khamenei and Khomeini.
If you don't know the evidence, why are you laughing?
It's very funny.
It's funny because
Iran that supports Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas.
Oh yeah.
They want
brace yourself.
Wait.
To the extent that the Houthis are trying to stop the genocide in Gaza,
there is no genocide. They have the right to attack civilian ships. I know you selectively support international law when it agrees with you, and then when it doesn't, you decide to throw international law to the wind.
If you like,
hold on a second. Norm.
Let me read what you said.
Norm, stop, please. Norm, just for me, please. Mm-hmm. Just give me a second. You said that there's no genocide going on in Gaza. Yes. Let me ask that clear question.
Yes.
The same question I asked on the Hamas attacks. Is there, from a legal, philosophical, moral perspective, is there genocide going on in Gaza today?
Is there a genocide going on in Gaza? Well, in several years, we will have a definitive response to that question. What has happened thus far is that on the 29th of December, the Republic of South Africa instituted proceedings against Israel pursuant to the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. South Africa basically accused Israel of perpetrating genocide in the Gaza Strip. On the 26th of January, the court issued its initial ruling. The court at this stage is not making a determination on whether Israel has or has not committed genocide. So just as it has not found Israel guilty, it certainly also hasn't found Israel innocent. What the court had to do at this stage was take one of two decisions. Either South Africa's case was the equivalent of a frivolous lawsuit and dismiss it and close the proceedings, or it had to determine that South Africa presented a plausible case that Israel was violating its obligations under the Genocide Convention, and that it would on that basis hold a full hearing. Now, a lot of people have...
Why did South Africa start the process on Israel? I don't know enough, but apparently there's like a huge meme relationship between South Africa and Israel. Historically, they've gone back and forth on some meme shit, but I don't know enough about that to speak with any level of confidence about it. The other guy, not Finkelstein, seems fair overall. Is that right? No. The answers that he's given in the past year are in my opinion, are very weaselly. But I think I do dig into it more in the future. I must, because I remember us talking. I hope to God that Lex didn't cut that part of the conversation out. I hope it's coming in the future where we talk again about who killed the people on October 7th. I hope that part is in here. It should be.
Hold a full hearing. Now, a lot of people have looked at the court's ruling of the 26th of January and focused on the fact that the court did not order a ceasefire. I actually wasn't expecting it to order a ceasefire, and I wasn't surprised that it didn't, because in the other cases that the court has considered, most prominently Bosnia and Myanmar, it also didn't order a ceasefire. And South Africa, in requesting a ceasefire, also didn't ask the court to render an opinion on the legitimacy or lack thereof of Israel's military operation. From my perspective, the key issue on the 26th of January was whether the court would simply dismiss the case or decide to proceed with it.
And it decided to proceed.
And I think that's enormously.
I thought that was beautifully stated.
But you said they committed genocide. You already said they committed genocide.
I also
It's committing genocide.
But if I could just
allow me.
That word.
That's correct.
Now,
I don't run away.
So Norman, you did say Israel committed genocide.
Can you let Moyen finish?
Well, the end of the story is you specifically asked whether I think Israel.
Did you and Finkelstein shake hands after the debate? No, I didn't talk to him or shake hands or basically anything outside of the actual debate itself. No. I think he's evil. I think this guy is an evil person who perpetuates the suffering of Palestinians to profit off it, essentially. It's his own little Holocaust industry. I think that's even proven later on, where he says some truly disgusting stuff. There's something I wish I would have called out more, but we'll get to that later on, I think.
Committing genocide. I explained formally there is no finding, and as you said, we won't know for a number of years. And I think there's legitimate questions to be raised. I mean, in the Bosnia case, which I think all four of us would agree was clearly a case of genocide, the court determined...
You mean by the Serbs?
Yes. In the Bosnia case, the court determined that of all the evidence placed before them, only Srebrenica qualified as genocide, and all the other atrocities committed did not qualify as genocide. You know, international law is a developing organism. I don't know how the court is going to respond in this case, so I wouldn't take it as a foregone conclusion how the court is going to respond.
But Norman has determined already.
I have too, because you're asking my personal
opinion is also.
So as a matter of law, I want to state very clearly, it has not been determined and won't be determined for several years. Based on my observations and the evidence before me, I would say it's indisputable that Israel is engaged in a genocidal assault against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip.
Which is the PLO line.
Yeah, with the program, the PLO is long past.
What Palestinian Authority. As you were saying, genocide is not a body count.
Why does he have such a weird shit-eating grin on his face for this? Oh my God.
You were saying genocide is not a body count. Genocide consists of two elements. The destruction of a people in whole or in part. So in other words, you can commit genocide by killing 30,000 people.
Or maybe it's just his resting face.
Probably
I don't know, it looks like an threshold or something.
Yes, but I think 30,000 crosses the threshold, and not reaching 500,000 is probably relevant. And the second element is there has to be an intent. In other words...
And you believe there's an intent?
Yes, I think if there is any other plausible reason for why all these people are being murdered, it's not genocide. And as far as intent is
concerned... What about hiding behind a human shield? You don't think that's a reason for them being killed?
Well, let's get the intent part out of the way first. South Africa's...
Forget South Africa. They're not the party.
Well, I'd like to finish.
They're pro-Hamas government. That's got nothing to do with anything.
I think they're pro-Satan as well last time.
No, they're pro-Hamas.
For some reason, you don't have a problem with people being pro-Israeli at the time of this.
Again, like no problem like dancing around or doing whatever you can to kind of dance around the claim and then making a meme and then moving around the question, yeah.
But if they support Palestinians' right to life or self-determination, they get demonized and delegitimized.
Remember, when Israel does anything, it's a genocidal state. When Palestinians rape and murder women and children and adults and civilians, it's supporting their right to self-determination. What's the quote from Martin Luther King? Rape is the tool of the oppressed, or rape is the language of the unheard. I think that's the quote. Like, Jesus Christ, guys.
They supported an organization which murdered 1,200 people deliberately. That's my problem.
But supporting a state that has murdered 30,000.
But they haven't, because these are 30,000 are basically human shields used by the Hamas, in which the Hamas wanted killed.
Okay,
they wanted them killed.
All right,
Hamas wanted these people killed.
If I could just get...
You don't think they wanted them killed? They didn't provide them with shelters. They build tunnels.
Why don't they? What do you mean they didn't want them killed? What do they do to protect them?
Fighters, but not one shelter for their own civilians.
You asked me about intent.
Of course they want them killed.
Okay, you asked me about intent. And the reason that I bought in the South African application is because it is actually exceptionally detailed on intent by quoting numerous...
All sorts of idiotic ministers in Israel.
Well, yeah, including the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, the Chief of Staff.
Didn't say genocide.
No, he said a mother. He said a mother.
Use the word
according to Asa
Hamas are a really...
According to Asa Kasher, if I may...
God, I'm so glad. The night before... I didn't even go Coomer brain on this trip because I know a lot of girls in New York City, and you know what? I didn't even do it the night before. I stayed up and I read the entire ICJ fucking report so I would know exactly what was going to be talked about because I knew this was going to come up. And I took notes on it and everything. So f these guys. I'm glad I stayed up and I'm glad I read this whole fucking report.
According to Asa Kasher, the philosopher of the IDF, he said that Netanyahu was avowing genocide. Now, he's an idiot?
So didn't say he's an idiot, but he's past it.
So the reason I raised the South African application is twofold: Hamas or no Hamas. It's exceptionally detailed on the question of intent, and secondly, when the International Court of Justice issues a ruling, individual justices have the right, can give their own opinion. And I found the German one to be the most interesting on this specific question, because he was basically saying that he didn't think South Africa presented a persuasive case. But he said their section on intent was so overpowering that he felt he was left with no choice but to vote with the majority. So I think that answers the intent part of your question.
So for the ICJ case that South Africa's brought, I think there's a couple things that need to be mentioned. One is, and I saw you two talk at length about this, the plausibility standard is incredibly low. The only thing we're looking for is a basic presentation of facts that make it conceivable, possible, that plausible, which legally this is obviously below criminal conviction, below, below.
Think of it as an indictment.
Sure, possibly. Below. Maybe even a lower level than even...
Oh, I shouldn't say maybe here. It's below what would be needed even for an indictment. It's below probable cause. Reasonable suspicion is, I think, the standard that would match. Plausibility, I think, is reasonable suspicion. Probable cause, I believe, is a standard that you would issue an indictment or warrant. That is beneath the standard that's being applied here for the ICJ.
An indictment. So plausibility is an incredibly low standard, number one. Number two, if you actually go through and you read the complaint that South Africa filed, I would say that if you go through the quotes and you even follow through to the source of the quotes, the misrepresentation that South Africa does in their case about all of these horrendous quotes, in my opinion, borders on criminal.
Well, 16 ICJ judges disagree.
That's fine if 16 ICJ judges disagree,
but I'm going to give... incompetent.
I love the appeal to authority. Let's talk about the underlying material. They can't do it. Neither one wants to engage with the underlying material ever. Why are we having a 5-hour debate if we can't engage with any of the fucking material?
It could be, but...
It must be even the American judge, she must have been awful incompetent if she was unable to see the misrepresentations that Mr. Bonnell, based on his Wikipedia entry, was able to find.
So this is based on the official ICJ report that was released. I'm not sure if you read the entire thing.
I read every
that's great.
aspect.
Did you go through and actually identify any of the sources for the underlying quotes?
Actually, brace yourself for this, and Moeen could confirm it. Yaniv Kogan, an Israeli, and Jamie Stern-Weiner, half Israeli, they checked every single quote in the Hebrew original, and Yaniv Kogan, love the guy, he has terrifying powers of concentration. He checked every single quote. Is that correct, Muin? And Jamie checked every single quote in the English, in the context. And where there were any contextual questions, they told us.
I think they found one.
Yeah, I think they found one. So I do not believe that those 15 judges, it was 15-2.
16-2, I think.
There are 15 on the court plus 2, so it's 17, so it's 15-2. I don't think those 15 judges were incompetent, and I certainly don't believe the president of the court, an American, would allow herself to be duped.
Okay,
because you might recall, Mr. Burrell. Mr. Burrell.
I don't want to read one.
Wait, did he call me Mr. Corral? Like, what did he? It was a Burrell or Corral? Did he say with a B or C?
You might recall, Mr. Burrell.
I don't want to read one. Sure. So this was taken from the South African complaint. There's tons of these, but so here's one. In the complaint for the ICJ, they said that on the 12th of October, 2023, President Isaac Herzog made clear that Israel was not distinguishing between militants and civilians in Gaza, stating in a press conference to foreign media in relation to Palestinians in Gaza, over 1 million of whom are children, quote, "It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. Yeah. It is not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved.
I saw that.
It's absolutely not true. And we will fight until we break their backbone." End quote. If you actually go to the news article, that they even link it in their complaint. The full context for the quote was, quote, "It is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not being aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime, which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. But we are at war. We are defending our homes. We are protecting our homes. That's the truth. And when a nation protects its home, it fights, and we will fight until we break their backbone." He acknowledged that many Gazans had nothing to do with Hamas, but was adamant that others did. Quote, "I agree. There are many innocent Palestinians who don't agree with this, but if you have a missile in your goddamn kitchen and you want to shoot it at me, am I allowed to defend myself? We have to defend ourselves. We have the right to do so." This is not the same as saying there's no distinction between militants and civilians in Gaza. His statement here is actually fully compliant with international law to the letter, because if you are storing military supplies in civilian areas, these things become military targets, and you're allowed to do proportionality assessments afterwards. So if this is supposed to be one of many quotes that they've shown that is supposed to demonstrate genocidal intent, but it is very easily explained by military intent or by a conflict between two parties.
I saw that press conference.
Wait, let me just say something. All of this talk is a bit irrelevant because it may sound to...
I have other quotes here. I don't know if we go through the rest of them. Bro, doing the fact check, and I'll be honest, I didn't have time to fact check every single quote, but the few that I did, I was like, wait, what the fuck? These are so unbelievably out of context. It is wild to me. That ICJ submission, well... I would say from South Africa is incredibly disappointing and stupid. The really disappointing thing is I don't know how it cleared the ICJ with 17 judges or whatever. That's incredibly disappointing. With quotes like this and the context that they were divorced from, that's wild to me. Because South Africa even links beneath the links to the YouTube videos and the fucking to the news articles that they come from.
Listeners, that the court in The Hague has ruled that Israel is committing genocide.
No, I think
it hasn't. No. It's just going in the next few years to look at the whole subject.
Okay.
There has been no determination at all.
Fine.
And as Stephen says, some of the quotes are not exactly accurate quotes or taken out of context.
Total mischaracterization.
Yes.
Okay. It is correct, as Muin put it, that it'll be several years before the court makes a determination.
And my guess is that it will determine there was no genocide. That's my guess. Yes, no, I'm just giving you my guess.
I can't predict. I got it all wrong, actually, as Muin will attest. I got it all wrong the first time. I never thought the American judge would vote in favor of plausibility.
So you admitted you were wrong?
Yeah, of course. I think I tell Muin twice a day I was wrong about this and I was wrong about that. I'm not wrong about the facts. I try not to be, but my speculations, they can be wrong. Okay, leaving that aside. First of all, as Muin pointed out, there's a difference between the legal decision by the ruling and an independent judgment. Now, South Africa was not filing a frivolous case. That was 84 pages. It was single.
Even 84 pages can be frivolous.
You can read this entire report in about, I would guess, an hour. When he says 84 pages, guys, UN stuff is printed. It's generally pretty easy to read, or at least most of the UN stuff that I've seen. It's pretty easy to, it's not a long read at all. He's trying to make it sound like, it's some insanely huge comprehensive report, but again, it takes like an hour and a half to read.
It takes an hour and a half to read. It was not a massive case.
It was single-spaced, and it had literally hundreds of footnotes.
Also, what is this? It was single-spaced? I'm sorry, are we in high school? I don't think I've heard that expression since I was in... High school or grade school? What a weird thing to say. This 70 years old.
Still be frivolous.
It's possible.
Of course,
it
but
could
this
be.
one wasn't.
Yeah, I read the report. To tell you the truth, I followed very closely everything that's been happening to October 7th. I was mesmerized. I couldn't believe the comprehensiveness of that particular report. Number two, there are two quite respected judges, there were two quite respected experts of international law sitting on the South African panel, John Dugard and Vaughan Lowe. Vaughan Lowe, as you might know, he argued the Wall case in 2004 before the International Court of Justice. Now, they were alleging genocide, which in their view means the evidence in their minds, we're not yet at the court, the evidence in their minds compels the conclusion that genocide is being committed. I am willing, because I happen to know Mr. Dugard personally and have corresponded with Vaughan Lowe. I've heard their claim. I've read the report. I would say they make a very strong case. But let's agree plausible. Now, here's a question. If somebody qualifies for an Olympic team, let's say a regional person qualifies for an Olympic team, it doesn't mean they're going to be on the Olympic team.
What an unbelievably stupid... I don't even know if my brain can wrap around how f***ing stupid this analogy is.
It doesn't mean they're going to win a gold medal, a silver medal, or a bronze medal.
They can swim, that's what you're saying.
No, I would say that's a very high bar.
You're saying they can swim.
To even qualify.
Swim well enough to have a realistic prospect of winning a medal.
So, to even make it to plausible.
That is not true.
Even,
that is not what plausible means. It is absolutely not. You're dead wrong.
Mr. Borelli, please don't teach me about the English language.
So the declaration of Judge
I said plausibility is the same concept as qualifying.
The court is not asked at this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well-founded. They're not well-founded. They're not even well-founded. The court isn't. You said that plausible is a high standard. It is absolutely not. It is a misrepresentation of the strength of the case against Israel, just like the majority of the quotes they have in this case are. And also, you said it was an extremely well-founded case. They spend like 1/4 of all of the quotations, some even pulled from the Goldstone report, that try to that actually deal with the intent part, which is, by the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase the dolo specialis, that the intentional part of genocide.
Sorry, I don't know that term.
I think it's called dolo specialis. It is the most important part of genocide, which is proving the special.
I don't know how you don't come across this term in dealing with genocide. That seems really strange. I think it's like the most important factor when it comes to genocide is that special intent thing. I feel like this comes up all the time when you do any genocide research, but okay.
There's a highly special intent to commit genocide. It's possible that Israel could...
That's mens rea.
No. The mens rea...
And then he's smiling here because he's pulling up like mens rea, but mens rea is just a reference for... I think mens rea is just a reference for a general state of mind, but there's a higher state of mind for genocide, which is the dolo specialis that I refer to, which is like a more, would you call it like a more specific mens rea? He's just giving like the general, and then he does the Finkel smirk. Did you see the Finkel smirk when he brings it up? I hate him so much. Oh my God.
By the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase the dolo specialis, that the intentional part of genocide.
Sorry, I don't know that term.
I think it's called dolo specialis. It's the most important part of genocide, which is proving there's a highly special intent to commit genocide. It's possible that Israel could...
That's mens rea.
No. The mens rea, yes, I understand the state of mind, but and for genocide, it's called dolo specialis. It's a highly special intent. Did you read the case? Yeah, it is a highly special intent.
I'm going to ask you again.
Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. Did I read the case?
Putting my display on camera. You're putting yours in books.
Borelli, okay? I read the case around 4 times. I read all of the majority opinion, the declarations. I read Aaron Barak's declaration.
Then why are you lying and saying plausible is a high standard?
Because I said, even reaching the benchmark of plausibility is a very high standard in the world. It's the equivalent of a regional player qualifying for an Olympics. It's still 2 steps removed. You may not be on the team and you may not get a medal, but to get qualified, which in this context is the equivalent of plausible, you must be doing something pretty horrible. And as it happens, Professor Morris,
there wasn't a that's what the court will rule. Remember what I just told you.
I don't expect to be even around when the court reaches its final decision. Why? It'll take a long, long time.
2 years, 3 years.
No, I don't think it'll take 2 or 3 years.
I mean, Bosnia, which was admittedly a special type of case because they were accusing Serbia of sponsoring the Bosnian Serbs. That took, I think, 17 years from 90.
I assume they'll take 2 or 3 years.
But the point you're making, so this is
illegal.
illegal.
Something horrible must be happening to even achieve.
It is horrible.
If you read the case, would he have come across the phrase dolus specialis, or does it not use that phrase in the ICJ documents? Oh, wait, actually, they might even say it in the... Do they? Fuck. Actually, I'm curious. That would be really funny if that was the case. Is it one of these two? 84. Control F. Oh, they do bring it up. Wait, oh God! Oh, fuck! I didn't even remember they brought it up in here. They brought it up 4 times. He said he's read this 3 or 4 times? How did he not know the phrase? This is the initial complaint, right? It's 84 pages. It's probably, yep, yeah, here's all like the quotes and everything. I should have remembered that. I did say, did you not read it? Maybe that is why I said, did you not read it? I should have spelled it out one more. I should have said, did you not read it? They used the phrase in there. I should have said one more. I think that must have been why I asked if he read it. I think I did know that at the time.
Well, it's a war.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yes.
Horrible.
But I think they weren't rendering a ruling on a war. They were rendering a ruling on a genocide.
And I think the suggestion...
And they said it was plausible. They also said it was plausible that Israel is committing a military operation as well.
Yeah, but I think the problem with your characterization is you're saying in so many words, the South Africans basically only have to show up in court with a coherent statement.
Right.
That is correct.
In today's atmosphere, that's probably correct.
They needed to do a lot more.
They needed to
persuade...
Today's atmosphere...
The American judge?
They needed to persuade...
Judges go according to what the majority want to hear.
Yeah, but they needed...
president.
They needed to persuade the court...
Tweet at him, call him out with that clip from the debate. If somebody wants to clip it, they can. I don't know if I can make clips.
That it was worth investing several years of their time.
Is there any strategy to deal with disrespectful fucks like Norm, or is it better to not react to the provocations? I mean, I'm trying just not to react and to just stay like pretty factual. Like I have, I'm just reading quotes and shit from the UN, reading quotes from judges, like reading quotes from whatever. I don't know. Hopefully an average person sees that he's unhinged. The only way to deal with this, I think, in a more specific or better way would probably be to have a one-on-one debate where I can like hold him to a particular line of argumentation. People keep saying Lex should intervene more. I don't think so. I think if Lex intervenes too much, and most of his interventions have already been against Finkelstein. I think if Lex intervenes more, it'll look like the other side is getting bullied and that the moderator has a bias. So I think it's probably fine that Lex doesn't intervene as much. I think it's fine. Also, we're all big boys here. Like if I'm getting like triggered or upset by Finkelstein, I can say it. I'll say like, bro, fuck off. Like I'll just, so, if I'm dealing with it, I'm dealing with it. I don't think Lex needed to come in and, yeah.
In hearing this case, they're well paid whether they take this case or not. I mean, they have a full docket whether they accept or reject this case. And I don't think we should.
Remember what I just said. They won't rule there was genocide. Remember what I said.
Also, I recommend people actually read the case and follow through a lot of the quotes. That they just don't show genocidal intent.
I don't think so either.
The Israeli Minister of Finance.
Why would he even interrupt me on that statement? Like he should just agree. I agree. People should go through and read the case and read the quotes. Why would you even cut me off there?
Case and follow through a lot of the quotes. That they just don't show genocidal intent.
I don't think so either.
The Israeli Minister of Finance on the 8th of October 2023. This is taken from the ICJ. This is from South Africa's submission. Bezalel Smotrich, I can't read this, stated, there you go. Okay, at a meeting of the Israeli cabinet that, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. But again, if you click through and you read the source, their own linked source, it says, as per this own source, quote, the powerful finance minister, settler leader Bezalel Smotrich, I can't pronounce this, demanded at the cabinet meeting late Saturday that the army, quote, hit Hamas brutally and not take the matter of the captives into significant consideration, end quote. Quote, in war as in war, you have to be brutal, end quote. He was quoted as saying, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. You can't strip the quotation of Hamas, a entity you're at war with, and then pretend that there's genocidal intent. That's not how it's...
That's not genocide.
So
when the Ukrainians say we need to defeat Russia...
That's not genocide.
No. When Ukraine says we need to defeat Russia, is that genocidal? Do they mean killing all Russian citizens?
Professor Mars, here's another one. When the defense... Yeah, ridiculous?
Yes, ridiculous.
The American judge...
He also doesn't determine policy.
The American judge read...
You're holding the American judge to
Well, he was a president.
Because he'll appeal to authority when it agrees with him, and we won't deal with the actual facts of the matter, ever.
Okay. The American judge read several of the quotes.
Look at the American Supreme Court today. They may support Trump. Shows you how worthy American judges are.
Professor Mars, without going too far afield, if you heard a statement by the defense minister said...
Did you get sick of him responding to Benny instead of you? It's so disrespectful. Nah, I'll roll with it. It's fine. Because like I said, I think it just makes him look more unhinged. Also, like I said, Benny did a really good job. I don't even know if it was intentional, but rhetorically, Benny did a really good job of supporting my statements before responding. Oh, Stephen was right. And then he would give his response. So Benny did a really good job at countering that. I don't know if that was like an intentional rhetorical strategy or if he just like did it because he felt like he needed to or if he was right or whatever the fuck. So I think it works in our favor here, I think.
we are going to prevent any food, water, fuel, or electricity from entering Gaza.
Do that? Did Israel do that?
Okay, no, I'm wondering.
What he said.
I'm asking you.
Isn't Israeli government policy?
But we're talking about statements now, intent. How would you interpret that?
After 1,200 of your citizens are murdered the way they were, I would expect extreme statements by lots of politicians.
By lots of politicians. But you don't accept extreme
Palestinians. But that's not Israeli policy.
Wait, but you don't accept.
What he said isn't Israeli policy.
But you don't.
They let in water. They let in gas.
I'm sure
you don't accept. But you don't accept extreme Palestinian statements after they lost their entire country, not just 1,200 people.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point.
And on that,
wait, that wasn't a good point, but I don't think I wanted to interrupt.
Entire country, not just. You don't accept. But you don't accept extreme Palestinian statements after they lost their entire country, not just 1,200 people.
That's a good point.
Because Benny would accept those statements. Because those were the statements that were literally being quoted earlier to Benny. For instance, that Arabs felt like displacement was always going to happen, or Arabs felt like this. Like, he does understand the Arab side of the conflict. That's why he explains it as such. That's why Finkelstein is able to quote Benny Morris's characterization of Arab beliefs back to Benny Morris and pretend like the belief was the fact. So,
no, it's a good point.
And on that, on that brief moment of agreement, let's just take a quick pause. We need a smoke break, we need a water break, we need a bathroom break.
Take down Gaza is not a genocide.
Defeat Russia is a genocide
What does
statement.
take down Gaza
When we went to war with Iraq and we wanted to destroy Iraq, that was a genocidal statement. There's a reason why genocide is such an importantly guarded concept, and it's not to condemn every nation that goes to war. But you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally? Oh, this is where he says my name, and I get so triggered because he knows it. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Every nation that goes to war. Because the camera's off. They're like walking to go get a coffee or a break. So I thought that the cameras are off or whatever. The reason why genocide is such an importantly guarded concept, and it's not to condemn every nation that goes to war. But you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
I made you into an Italian all the time.
By your solicitude for international law.
You should try learning it sometime. It would help you sort out a lot of the civilian deaths.
Unfortunately, 15 judges disagree.
You could keep citing the judges. You should actually try reading the actual statements.
This is tiring. You've invited us to a tiring session.
Yeah, there you go. How you guys doing?
Okay. There are major things to discuss here, not just what some court is doing and going to judge in 2 years' time.
Yes, okay. So what you just said is one of the reasons.
Oh, Jesus. I thought we were off camera here, Lex. I feel violated.
Court is doing and going to judge in 2 years' time.
Yes, okay. So what you just said is one of the reasons why I feel so strongly about this particular conflict is because there are really important things to discuss, but they will
I feel like this is unfair because they don't get their off-camera time. It's like biased.
Never be discussed.
We're not
going to talk about area A, B, and C, or what a transference of territory. Instead, we're going to talk about apartheid. We're not going to talk about the differences in how do you conduct war in an urban environment where people use. We're just going to talk about genocide. We're not going to talk about what's a good solution for the Palestinians. We're just going to say ethnic cleansing.
Possible to be productive over the next 2 hours and talk about solutions?
About solutions, I have no idea what to say. I mean, I don't see any solutions. If you wanted a positive end to this discussion, which is what you said at the beginning, I can't contribute to that because I'm pessimistic. I don't see any way forward here.
But the lack of the solution is easy. The reason why the solution is hard is because the histories and the myths are completely. There's a different factual record. Right?
One of the things it would be good to talk about solutions with the future is going back in all the times it has failed. So every time.
But even at that, we're probably not going to agree. He's going to say, you could write that. I can predict the whole line. He's going to say from 93 to 99. He's going to say Israel didn't adhere to the Oslo Accords ever. Settlement expansion continued. Raids happened into the West Bank. That there was never a legitimate. That Netanyahu came in and violated the Y memorandum, the transference. He's going to say all of this, and he's not going to bring up anything on the Palestinian side. And then for Camp David, he's going to say that that Arafat was trying, that the maps and the territorial exchange wasn't good enough, that they were asking Palestinians to make all the concessions, that Israel would have made.
Well, lay it all up. Lay it up.
You do talk quickly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Jesus.
And my future book should interest you guys.
Oh, what are you working on?
No, not working on. It's actually going to come out. It deals with Israeli and Arab atrocities, war crimes, I call them, in the 48 war. That's
really?
Book, just deals with that subject.
Is this because I know you've also talked about the closure of the archives and stuff?
Well, it's marginal. It deals with that as well, but they have tried to seal off documents which I'd already used and seen. So now they don't let people see them. That's happened, but it's marginal in terms of its effect on.
Were the British archives useful for you for this new book?
Well, for this list, it's mostly Israeli archives. The British and the Americans and the UN did deal with these subjects, but not as well as Israeli documents.
What's your casualty count for Deir Yassin?
Oh shit! I wonder if he chopped this up out of order. Like if that break that happened. No, I think this has probably been. No, I doubt he would have. I doubt he would have moved any part out of order. Because if we would refer to something back of what happened, It wouldn't make sense, right?
It's about 100. I think there's agreement on that by Israelis and Arabs. 100, 105.
Because before they
used to say 245 or 254. Those were the figures the British and the Arabs and the Haganah agreed on at the beginning.
Because the Red Cross, I think, was the one that first put out that number.
I don't remember. Maybe it was, what's his name, Jacques de Reynier. Maybe. Maybe he came up with that number. But it was just, they didn't count bodies. They just threw the number out, and everybody was happy to blame the Irgun and the Lehi for, killing more Arabs than actually...
Well, and they put it to good use as well.
Well, they said that it helped precipitate more evacuation, so they were happy.
I think Begin in his memoirs...
They also used that number, yeah.
So first of all, thank you for that heated discussion.
How many breaks did you guys take? I think it was 3 or 4. I think it was about every hour or so.
The present. I would love to go back into history in a way that informs what we can look for by way of hope for the future. So when has, in Israel and Palestine, have we been closest to something like a peace settlement? To something that, like, where both sides would be happy and enable the flourishing of both peoples?
Well, from my knowledge of the 120 years or so of conflict, the closest I think the two sides have been to reaching some sort of settlement appears to have been in the year 2000, when Barack and then subsequently Clinton offered a two-state settlement to PLO Palestinian Authority chairman Yasser Arafat. And Arafat seemed to waver. He didn't immediately reject what was being offered, but ultimately he came down at the end of Camp David in July 2000. He came down against the proposals, and Clinton, who said he wouldn't blame him, later blamed Arafat for bringing down the summit and not reaching a solution there. But I think they're on the table, certainly in the Clinton parameters of December 2000, which followed the proposals by Barack in July. The Palestinians were offered the best deal they're ever going to get from Israel, unless Israel is destroyed, and then they'll just be a Palestinian Arab state. But the best deal that Israel could ever offer them, they were offered, which essentially was 95% of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, half of the old city of Jerusalem, some sort of joint control of the Temple Mount, and the Gaza Strip, of course, in full. And the Palestinians said no to this deal. And nobody really knows why Arafat said no. That is, some people think he was trying to hold out for slightly better terms. But my reading is that he was constitutionally, psychologically incapable of signing off on a two-state deal, meaning acceptance of the existence of a Jewish state. This was really the problem. And,
of Israel or of a Jewish state?
Of a Jewish state, the Jewish state of Israel. He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews and put his name to that. I think he just couldn't do it. That's my reading. But some people say it was because the terms were insufficient and he was willing, but was waiting for slightly better terms. I don't buy that. I don't think so. But other people disagree with me on this.
What do you think?
Well, just briefly, in response, Arafat formally recognized Israel in 1993.
Yeah, earlier.
I don't think actually that in 2001 a genuine resolution was on offer, because I think the maximum Israel was prepared to offer, admittedly more than it had been prepared to offer in the past, fell short of the minimum that the Palestinians considered to be a reasonable two-state settlement, bearing in mind that as of 1949, Israel controlled 78% of the British Mandate of Palestine. The Palestinians were seeking a state on the remaining 22%, and this was apparently too much for Israel. My response to your question would be...
Wait, they were being offered something like 22 or 21%.
They were being offered, I think, less than a withdrawal to the 1967 borders, with mutual and minor and reciprocal land swaps and the just resolution of
the refugee problem was one of the
questions. Yes, I worked for a number of years with International Crisis Group, and my boss at the time was Rob Malley, who was one of the American officials present at Camp David.
Recently thrown out of the State Department, whatever.
The point I want to make about Rob was he wrote, I think, a very perceptive article in 2001 in the New York Review of Books. I know that you and Ehud Barak have had a debate with him, but I think he gives a very compelling reason of why and how Camp David failed. But rather than going into that,
He wrote that together with Hussein Ara.
Hussein Ara, yes, who was not at Camp David.
Yes.
But in response to your question, I think there could have been a real possibility of Israeli-Palestinian and Arab-Israeli peace in the mid-1970s, in the wake of the 1973 October War. I'll recall that in 1971, Moshe Dayan, Israel's defense minister at the time, full of triumphalism about Israel's victory in 1967, speaking to a group of Israeli military veterans, stated, if I had to choose between Sharm el-Sheikh without peace or peace without Sharm el-Sheikh, this is referring to the resort in Egyptian Sinai, which was then under Israeli occupation, Dayan said, I will choose for Sharm el-Sheikh without peace. Then the 1973 war came along, and I think Israeli calculations began to change very significantly. And I think it was in that context that had there been a joint U.S.-Soviet push for an Arab-Israeli and Israeli-Palestinian resolution that incorporated both an Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 lines and the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories, I think there was a very reasonable prospect for that being achieved. It ended up being aborted, I think, for several reasons. And ultimately, the Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, decided, for reasons we can discuss later, to launch a separate unilateral initiative for Israeli-Egyptian rather than Arab-Israeli peace. And
I wish I would have drilled into this more, but I don't know if it comes up in this debate or if it gets cut. He doesn't like Sadat. He thinks Sadat was a bad leader, but I don't think we ever drive that point home. I don't think we dive into that more.
I think once that set in motion, the prospects disappeared because Israel essentially saw its most powerful adversary removed from the equation and felt that this would give it a free hand in the occupied territories, also in Lebanon, to get rid of the PLO and so on. So, and you ask when were we closest, and I can't give you an answer of when we were closest. I can only tell you when I think we could have been close, and that was a lost opportunity. If we look at the situation today, there's been a lot of discussion about a two-state settlement. My own view, and I've written about this, I don't buy the arguments of the naysayers that we have passed the so-called point of no return with respect to a two-state settlement. Certainly, if you look at the Israeli position in the occupied territories, I would argue it's more tenuous than was the French position in Algeria in 1954, than was a British position in Ireland in 1916, than was the Ethiopian position in Eritrea in 1990. And so, as a matter of practicality, as a matter of principle, I do think the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories remains realistic. I think the question that we now need to ask ourselves, it's one I'm certainly asking myself, since October 7th, and looking at Israel's genocidal campaign, but also looking at larger questions, is it desirable? Can you have peace with what increasingly appears to be an irrational, genocidal state that seeks to confront and resolve each and every political challenge with violence, and that reacts to its failure to achieve solutions to political challenges with violence by applying even more violence, that has an insatiable lust for Palestinian territory.
Insatiable lust.
That, a genocidal apartheid.
Genocidal apartheid. Let me use the rest of my 1 second.
Apartheid state that seems increasingly incapable of even conceiving of peaceful coexistence with the other people on that land. So I'm very pessimistic that a solution is possible. I look at, I grew up in Western Europe in the long shadow of the Second World War. I think we can all agree that there could have been no peace in Europe had certain regimes on that continent not been removed from power. I look at Southeast Asia in the late 1970s, and I think we're all agreed that there could not have been peace in that region had the Khmer Rouge not been ousted. I look at Southern Africa during the 1990s, and I think we can all be agreed that had the white minority regimes of that ruled Zimbabwe and South Africa not been dismantled, there could not have been peace in that region. And although I think it's worth having a discussion, I do think it's now a legitimate question to ask, can there be peace without dismantling the Zionist regime. And I make a very clear distinction between the Israeli state and its institutions on the one hand, and the Israeli people, who I think, regardless of our discussion about the history, I think you can now talk about an Israeli people and a people that have developed rights over time, and a formula for peaceful coexistence with them will need to be found, which is a separate matter from dismantling the Israeli state and its institutions. And again, I haven't reached clear conclusions about this, except to say, as a practical matter, I think a two-state settlement remains feasible. But I think there are very legitimate questions about its desirability and about whether peace can be achieved in the Middle East with the persistence of an irrational, genocidal, apartheid regime, particularly because Israeli society is beginning to develop many extremely distasteful, supremacist, dehumanizing aspects that I think...
What an unbelievable take. I don't know if peace can ever happen because of the Palestinian Authority Martyr Fund that pays martyrs who die fighting Israel. No. Because of Hamas, the Islamist extreme government that in their founding charter wanted the destruction of Israel? No. Because of, I don't know what, the Houthis and Hezbollah and Iran and stuff? No. Because of Israel. Oh, okay. My bad. Okay.
Also stand in the way of coexistence that are being fed by this regime.
So if you look back into history, when we're closest to peace, and do you draw any hope from any of them?
I feel like in 2000, I feel like the deal that was present, at least at the end of the Taba summit, I think in terms of what Israel, I think, had the appetite to give and what the Palestinians would have gotten, would have definitely been the most agreeable between the two parties. I don't know if in 73, I'm not sure if the appetite would have ever been there for the Arab states to negotiate alongside the Palestinians. I know that in Jordan, there was no love for the Palestinians after 1970, after Black September. I know that Sadat had no love for the Palestinians due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhood's attempted assassinations in Egypt.
Sorry, which? PLO and the Muslim Brotherhood?
Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people an assassination. It was a personal friend of his, Yusuf al-Sibai. I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated in Cyprus by a Palestinian
killed by the Abu Nidal organization.
Sure, yeah. Admittedly, he says as much belongs to a splinter group, not the PLO directly, but I think that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting them if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. The assassination of the Jordanian king in 51 might be another example of that in Jordan. It feels like over a long period of time, it feels like the Palestinians have been kind of told from the neighboring Arab states that if they just continue to enact violence, whether in Israel or abroad, that eventually a state will materialize somehow. I don't think it's gotten them any closer to a state. If anything, I think it's taken them farther and farther and farther away from one. And I think as long as the hyperbolic language is continually employed internationally, the idea that Israel is committing a genocide, the idea that there is an apartheid, the idea that they live in a concentration camp, all of these words, I think, further the narrative for the Palestinians that Israel is an evil state that needs to be dismantled. You said as much about the institution, at least, of the Zionist government. Israel's government is probably not going anywhere. All of the other surrounding Arab states have accepted that, or at least most of them down in the Gulf, Egypt and Jordan, have accepted that. Palestinians need to accept it too. The Israeli state or the state apparatus is not going anywhere, and at some point they need to realize, hey, we need a leader that's going to come out and represent us, represent all of us, is willing to take political risks, is willing to negotiate some lasting peace for us. And it's not going to be the international community or some invocation of international law or some invocation of morality or justice that's going to extricate us from this conflict. It's going to take some actual difficult political maneuvering on the ground.
Of accepting Israel.
Which
they formally did in 1993.
Which they formally did in 1993, yeah, but then no lasting peace came after that in 2000.
No, because 1993 was not a peace agreement.
Sure, the Oslo Accords didn't have a final solution.
Were an interim agreement, and Palestinians actually began clamoring for commencing the permanent status resolutions on schedule, and the Israelis kept delaying them. In fact, they only began, I believe, in 99 under American pressure on the Israelis. And
I think you're being a bit one-sided. Both sides didn't fulfill the promise of Oslo and the steps needed for Oslo. There was Palestinian terrorism, which accompanied Israel's expansion of settlements and other things. The two things fed each other and led to what happened in 2000, which was a breakdown of the talks altogether when the Palestinians said no. But I think I don't agree, incidentally, with this definition of Israel or the Israeli state as apartheid. It's not. There is some sort of apartheid going on in the West Bank. The Israeli regime itself is not an apartheid regime. This is nonsense by any definition of apartheid.
Well, by the formal definition, I think it qualifies.
No, it doesn't qualify. Apartheid is a race-based distinction between different segments of the population, and some of them don't have any representation at all, like the blacks in South Africa. No rights at all. In Israel itself, the minority, the Arabs, do have representation, do have rights, and so on. I don't think.
Why do you find these come so much harder when talking to Axel and stuff? We're holding back. Well, because we're taking turns, I think, laying out opening arguments for this next section, and I'm trying not to dominate like all the talking time. Although I could have spoken more, but I'm like I have to. Yeah, I can't be unhinged on other people's platforms. I have to control myself.
Israel is also genocidal. I don't think it's been genocidal. It wasn't so in 48, it wasn't so in 67, and it hasn't been recently, in my view. And talk about dismantling Israel, and that's what you're talking about, is, I think Stephen said it correctly, is counterproductive. It just pushes Israelis further away from willing to give Palestinians.
Hello, I work at one of the largest news channels in Nebraska, and the anchor/reporter is looking for a Nebraskan interviewee for a story on the TikTok ban. Listen, I love you, preach tonight. I haven't lived in Nebraska for 5 years. I don't know why you would want to talk to me about this, and I don't even have a strong opinion about it. But I love you.
Anything.
Please, Norm, tell me you have
something optimistic to say.
Optimistic to say.
No, even though I agree, I've thought about it a lot, and I agree with Muin's analysis. I'm not really in the business of punditry. I rather look at the historical record where I feel more comfortable and I feel on terra firma. So I'd like to just go through that. I agree and I disagree with Muin on the 73 issue. After the 1973 war, it was clear that Israel was surprised by what happened during the war, and it took a big hit. The estimates are, I don't know what numbers you use, but I hear between 2,000 and 3,000 Israeli soldiers were killed during the 1970s.
It was 2,500?
2,700.
Yeah, okay, so I got it right. Yeah. I read different numbers. That's, it's a very large number of Israelis who were killed. There were moments at the beginning of the war where there was a fear that this might be it.
There wasn't. No,
this
is nonsense. Everybody forgets Israel's atomic weaponry.
I know, but...
So how could they have been defeated?
Didn't Dayan talk about the collapse of the third temple?
He did, but it was hysterical and silly. Because Israel had atomic weapons. They wanted to stop the Syrians or the Egyptians.
But we're talking about perceptions.
Yeah, I can't tell you if he was hysterical or not.
No, he was. For a day he was
in the same room with him.
For a day he was hysterical.
But I'm just saying, let's not bog down on that. The war is over. And when President Carter comes into power, Carter was an extremely smart guy, Jimmy Carter, extremely smart guy, and he was very fixed on details. He was probably the most impressive of modern American presidents, in my opinion, by a wide margin. And he was determined to resolve the conflict on a big scale, on the Arab-Israeli scale. On the Palestinian issue, he wouldn't go past what he called the Palestinian homeland. He wouldn't
Palestinian national home.
On the Palestinian national home, he wouldn't go as far as a Palestinian state. I'm not going to go into the details of that. I don't think realistically, given the political balance of forces, that was going to happen, but that's a separate issue. Let's get to the issue at hand, namely, what is the obstacle, or what has been the obstacle since the early 1970s. Since roughly 1974, the Palestinians have accepted the two-state settlement in the June 1967 border. Now, as more pressure was exerted on Israel, because the Palestinians seemed reasonable, the Israelis, to quote the Israeli political scientist Avner Yaniv, he since passed from the scene, he said, Yaniv in his book, Dilemmas of Security, he said that the big Israeli fear was what he called the Palestinian peace offensive. That was their worry, that the Palestinians were becoming too moderate. And unless you understand that, you can't understand the June 1982 Lebanon War. The purpose of the June 1982 Lebanon War was to liquidate the PLO in southern Lebanon because they were too moderate, the Palestinian peace offensive. I'm going to have to fast forward. There are many events. There's the First Intifada, then there's the Oslo Accord, and let's now go to the heart of the issue, namely the 2000-2001 negotiations. Well, the negotiations are divided into three parts for the sake of listeners. There's Camp David in July 2000. There are the Clinton parameters in December 2000, and then there are negotiations in Taba in Egypt, in 2001. Those are the three phases. Now, I have studied the record probably to the point of insanity.
I hate that he says this. He uses this quote. It's such a false appeal to authority. I've studied the record. I know the facts. I know the record. I've read so many books. Like, bro, just speak then. Just say something. Like, speak some facts then. Give us some good, comprehensive understanding of the context and the concepts of what you're talking about. Like a big, good explanation. Not this weird, like, I've read so many things. Here's one quote.
Now, I have studied the record probably to the point of insanity, because there are so many details you have to master.
I'll vouch for that, the insanity part. Yeah.
I will vouch for it. I will personally vouch for it. There is one extensive record from that whole period from 2000 to, you could say, 2007. And that is what came to be called the Palestine Papers, which are about 15,000 pages of all the records of the negotiations. I have read through all of them, every single page. And this is what I find. If you look at Shlomo Ben Ami's book, which I have with me, Prophets Without Honor, it's his last
Oh, one of these books is Shlomo's book. Okay. The other two are his. One is Shlomo's
book. He says, going into Camp David, that means July, going into Camp David, July 2000, he said the Israelis were willing to will withdraw relinquish 92% of the West Bank.
Ben Ami was at Camp David.
Yeah, he was at Taba. He was also at Camp David. Israel wanted to keep all the major settlement blocks. It wanted to keep roughly 8% of the West Bank. They were allowing for, you put it at 84 to 90% in your books. They put it at roughly 92%. Israel was willing to give up.
Also depends how you calculate.
Yeah, that
also depends what stage at Camp David, because there were 2 weeks.
I'll get to that.
Proposals changed during
So
those 2 weeks.
Israel wants to keep all the major settlement blocks.
Means the border area of the West Bank.
Well, not the border. We have Ariel. We have Ma'ale Adumim. We have, as Condoleezza Rice called Ariel, she said it was a dagger into the heart of the West.
He called you an idiot so many times. You handled it well, but I would have liked to see someone else in the room call it out or refer to misname you. Maybe, yeah. But again, Benny's not like a debater. He's just a historian. These two guys obviously aren't going to call it out. And I think if Lex does it too much, he's going to look biased in our favor. So I think everybody did about what they needed to do.
So they want to keep 8% of the land. They want to keep the settlement blocks. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. They will not budge an inch on the question of refugees. To quote Ehud Barak in the article he co-authored with you in the New York Review of Books, we will accept, and I think the quote's accurate, no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for what happened to the refugees. So forget about even allowing refugees to return. We accept no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for the refugees. And on Jerusalem, they wanted to keep large parts of Jerusalem. Now, how do we judge who is reasonable and who is not? Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. That's how he sees it. But what is the standard of reasonable? My standard is, what does international law say? International law says the settlements are illegal. Israel wants to keep all the settlement blocks. 15 judges, all 15, in the Wall decision in 2004, in July 2004, all 15 judges, including the American judge Bergenthal, ruled the settlements are illegal under international law. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. Under international law, all the settlers are illegal in the West Bank. They want to keep large parts of East Jerusalem. But under international law, East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. That's what the international...
No, not Palestinian, because there was no Palestine.
Okay.
Do you kind of see the harm here when I say... I like that Norm spells this out so clearly. You can see the harm here of like the international law and the UN resolutions. Is that like when you're a Westerner, like Finkelstein, who supports this, or if you're a Palestinian, you're like, holy shit. Wait, so when we negotiate against Israel, oh my God, 67 is the very start. We get all of East Jerusalem. We get all the West Bank, all the Gaza Strip, and probably some corridor between there. And that's like where we start negotiating. We start negotiating 100%. Oh my God, this is awesome, right? And as Mimi as that sounds, I think that is where the Palestinian mind is at, right? Because accepting any less than that is tantamount to treason. So that's like the beginning point. But the reality is, you don't get to go to war with a country trying to destroy them over and over and over and over and over again. And then when it fails, be like, okay, well, let's see now what the international law says. Like, International law can't be a means of last resort when all the aggression has failed. That's wild.
There's never been a Palestinian state. How could it be Palestinian?
I listened patiently to you.
Sorry.
No, you haven't. You've never. I should have called that out. You've never listened patiently to anybody. What are you talking about?
International law, if you read the decision, all territory, the 2004 wall decision, all territory beyond the Green Line, which includes East Jerusalem, is occupied Palestinian territory.
The exception of the Golan Heights.
The designated unit, according to the International Court of Justice, the designated unit for Palestinian self-determination. And they deny any right whatsoever on the right of return. The maximum, I don't want to go into the details now, the maximum formal offer was by Ehud Olmert in 2008. He offered 5,000 refugees could return under what was called family reunification, 5,000 in the course of 5 years, and no recognition of any Israeli responsibility. So, if you use as the baseline what the UN General Assembly has said and what the International Court of Justice has said, if you use that baseline, international law, by that baseline, all the concessions came from the Palestinian side. Every single concession came from the Palestinian side. None came from the Israeli side. They may have accepted less than what they wanted, but it was still beyond what international law allocated to them. Now, you say...
Allocated to the Palestinians.
Allocated to the Palestinians, yes. Thank you for the clarification. Now, about Arafat. Like the Mufti, never liked the guy. I think that was one of the only disagreements Mouin and I had when Arafat passed. You were a little sentimental, I was not. Never liked the guy. But politics, you don't have to like the guy. There was no question, nobody argues it, that whenever the negotiations started up, the Palestinians just kept saying the same things.
No.
No.
They kept saying no.
No. Professor Morris, with due respect, incorrect. They kept saying international legitimacy, international law, UN resolutions. They said, we already gave you what the law required. We gave that in 1988, November 1988, and then ratified again at Oslo in 1993. And they said, now we want what was promised us under international law. And that was the one point where everybody on the other side agreed. Clinton, don't talk to me about international law. Livni, during the Olmert administration, she said, I studied international law. I don't believe in international law. Every single member on the other side, they didn't want to hear from international law. And to my thinking, that is the only reasonable baseline for trying to resolve the conflict. And Israel has, along with the U.S.
When has international law been relevant to any conflict in the world?
Hey, that's why
over the last 150 years.
That's why the Palestinians had to recognize Israel, because that's international law.
No, but international law is meaningless.
That was UN Resolution 242.
Conflicts are not solved by international law or in accordance with international law.
But then, Professor Mark.
Resolution 242, Palestinians recognizing Israel. Like, the recognition never came after 242. The Khartoum Conference came after 242. I don't know how much I fight on this point here.
For argument's sake, let's agree on that.
Comes out.
Strictly for argument's sake. What's the alternative? Dennis Ross said, we're going to decide who gets what on the basis of needs. So he says, Israel needs this, Israel needs that, Israel needs that. Dennis Ross decided to be the philosopher king. He's going to decide on the basis of needs. Well, if you asked me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on earth, it needs a good chunk. Yes, it needs
part of Sinai.
It needs a nice big chunk
of Sinai.
Well, not Sinai.
That's what it actually needs.
Okay, I don't even want to go there. It needs a nice big chunk, but I have to accept international law says no. Okay,
international law is irrelevant.
Now Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. Okay, that's
and he's a reasonable guy.
That's he seems even though. Okay, I don't want to go there. I've debated him, and partly agree with you. But who decides what's reasonable? I think the international community, in its political incarnation, the General Assembly, the Security Council, all those UN Security Council resolutions saying the settlements are illegal, annexation of East Jerusalem is null and void, and the International Court of Justice. That, to me, is a reasonable standard. And by that standard, the Palestinians were asked to make concessions, which I consider unreasonable, or the international community considers unreasonable.
I think that the issue is when you apply international law or international standards, I wouldn't say what Benny Moore says that they're irrelevant, but I think that these have to be seen as informing the conversation. I don't think these are the final shape of the conversation. I don't think historically Israel has ever negotiated within these strict bounds, whether we're talking Resolution 242, whether we're talking about any General Assembly resolutions. That's just not how these negotiations tend to go. You might consider international opinion on things, but at the end of the day, it's the bilateral negotiations, oftentimes historically started in secret, independent of the international community, that end up shaping what the final agreements look like. I think the issue with this broad appeal to international law is, again, going back to my earlier point about all of the euphemistic words, all it simply does is drive Palestinian expectations up to a level that is never going to be satisfied. For instance, you can throw that ICJ opinion all you want. It was an advisory opinion. That came in 2004. Have Palestinians gained more or less land since that 2004 advisory opinion was issued?
So what would your standard be then?
Both sides have to have a delegation that confronts each other, and they assess the realistic conditions on the ground, and they try to figure out within the confines of international law, within what both sides are reasonable for. But like, for instance, this statement of like full retreat from the West Bank, what is it, 400,000 settlers? How many settlers live in the West Bank now?
Probably 500,000.
Yeah, you're going to
depends if you include the Jerusalem suburbs.
Yeah, 400,000 or 500,000 people are never
with the Jerusalem suburbs.
If you include East Jerusalem.
Yeah,
but Israel calls
half a million people
Jerusalem, not settlements.
I know that, but that's not what the law calls it null and void.
We can say whatever we want until we're blue in the face, but like there's half a million Israeli people are not being expelled from the West.
My
It's not gonna
response,
happen.
you're basically saying, if I understand correctly, there's only one way to resolve this, and that is through direct bilateral negotiation.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So
Or ideally, but
I've taken over your house. Okay. You're not going to go to the police because, the law is only of limited value.
These stupid
So you come
examples.
over and sit in what is now my living room that used to be your living room, and we negotiate. The problem there is that you're not going to get anything unless I agree to it. And standards and norms and law and all the rest of it be damned. So you need to take into account that when you're advocating bilateral negotiations, that effectively that gives each of the parties veto power. And in the current circumstances, the Palestinians have already recognized Israel. They have.
Wait, what? You keep bringing that up like it's a significant
It's not true.
concession,
It's not
and I don't.
true.
And even if
It's called
It's not
the
even
law.
true.
it
Even
doesn't,
though
but it
the
doesn't. The
law signed a
recognition
piece
from
of paper.
Palestine isn't doing anything for.
You're
Hamas totally.
I would go through and read Arafat quotes, but I feel like it's a waste of time at this point. The idea that like Arafat ever truly recognized Israel as an entity or whatever, is probably not true. But it's not even worth fighting.
I'm not talking about Hamas.
Hamas is the majority among the Palestinian people. They won the elections in 2006.
They won a majority of the seats.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't win a majority
every
of votes.
opinion poll today says the majority of Palestinians
That sounds
support
right.
the Hamas.
That sounds
and the
right.
Hamas absolutely rejects Israel.
But-
so if Arafat in 2003, 1993 or whatever issued a sort of recognition
It wasn't
of
a
Israel.
sort of recognition.
Okay, a
It was
recognition of Israel. It's meaningless. It's meaningless.
It's meaningless.
And anyhow, I don't believe that Arafat was sincere about it.
Does it matter what you or I think
Well,
about
most
what you
Israelis
felt?
do, and that does matter.
Yes.
Okay,
That
so-
does matter. But Hamas says no, and Hamas is the majority
So
today.
for years, for years, the Israeli and U.S. demand was that the Palestinians recognize 242 and 338. They did, but you're saying, okay, we demanded that they do this, but it was meaningless when they did it. Then the demand was
It's a
that
tactical thing, yes.
Then the demand was the PLO recognize Israel.
Tactical.
Okay, we demanded that they did this, and they did it, but it's meaningless.
And they never changed their charter, the PLO. You may remember that.
In fact, in
They supposedly abrogated the old charter, but never came up with a new one.
no,
so
but,
there's no new charter.
But in 1996,
And Farouk Kaddoumi said, of course, the old charter is still in force.
Yes. But the point is, the Palestinians' demands are constantly made of them. And when
And of Israel, no?
and when they accede to those demands, they're then told actually what you did is meaningless. So here's a new set of demands. I mean, it's like a hamster.
There's no new set of demands.
It's like a hamster.
It's
like a hamster
let me tell you
stuck
what,
in a wheel
let me tell you what the
that will be
bottom
told
line
if you run
Bottom
fast
line.
enough, you'll get out of the cage.
No. The bottom line is that Israel would like a Palestinian Sadat. It wants the Palestinians. Listen. Just
This is
let me
really
finish.
a worst case scenario.
Okay, let me just
Oh,
because they shot Sadat. But anyhow,
good reason.
the Israelis want
good reason?
want the Palestinians. Israelis want the
He said for good reason he hates Sadat. Essentially, that's what I was responding to. But I don't want to fight about this. It's just there's so much dumb shit that's been said
Palestinians
so far.
to actually accept the legitimacy of the state of Israel and the Zionist project, and then live side by side with them in two states. That's what the Israelis. I don't even know.
And what is a
I don't even know if
formal
that's true today.
And what is the
Because there may
formal
be-
position of this Israeli government?
No, I'm saying I don't know if it exists.
Okay, it's
today,
its
because I'm
predecessor
talking about
and its
previous-
predecessor
I'm talking
and its
about-
predecessor. Come on.
That's what Israelis want. They want
Professor
a
Morris,
change of psyche among the Palestinians.
Mouin has an
And if that doesn't
interesting-
happen, there won't be a Palestinian state.
Mouin,
There just won't
Professor
be.
Morris, Mouin has an interesting point.
Forget international
because
law.
I
Go on with your
found.
investigation.
I know you want to forget it, just like you want to forget the genocide charge. But I know you want to forget that.
Well, the Palestinians want to forget it too, and it doesn't suit them as well, right?
But here's the problem, and it's exactly the problem that Mouin just brought up. Now, I read carefully your book, One State, Two States. With all due respect, absolutely a disgrace.
God, he does it again. This is so cringe, bro. We get it.
Coming from you.
Most reviewers didn't agree with you, though.
Yeah, coming from you was like you wrote it in your sleep. It's nothing compared to what you wrote before. I don't know why you did it. In my opinion, you ruined your reputation. Not totally, but you undermined it with that book. But let's get to the issue that Moeen wrote. Here's what you said. You said, formally, you said, yes, it's true. The Palestinians recognize Israel. But then you said, viscerally, in their hearts, they didn't really recognize Israel. So I thought to myself, how does Professor Morrison know what's in the hearts of Palestinians? I don't know. I was surprised as a historian you would be talking about what's lurking in the hearts of Palestinians. But
what a stupid statement. This is what Benny was talking about earlier. Like, as a historian, part of your job is to figure out like what people think and what they feel. It's important because it informs the decisions they make and helps you understand why they make the decisions they do.
And you said something which was really interesting. You said, even if in their hearts they accepted Israel, you said, quote, rationally, they could never accept Israel because they got nothing. They had this beautiful Palestine, and now they're reduced to just a few parcels of land.
So they will never accept it.
So, yes, so you said, there's no way they can accept it.
No, I would say that as well.
Yeah,
the two-state solution, as proposed.
Please, Benny shouldn't agree here. I don't know if it's an English second language thing or if Benny's approaching him in too much good faith. When Benny says, yeah, they can't accept it or they shouldn't accept it, Norm is interpreted. It's like that thing. It's like that Shlomo Ben Ami quote. If I was a Palestinian, I would have accepted Camp David. Benny's not saying like, yeah, they can't accept it because it's horrible. Benny's saying like, yes, the ethos, the history, the thoughts, the on the ground ideologies that are existing in the Palestinian people mean that they can't accept it. That's what he's saying.
There's no way they can accept it.
No, I would say that as well.
Yeah,
the two-state solution, as proposed, doesn't make any sense.
Exactly as Moeen said, you keep moving the goalposts
no.
until we reach the point where we realize, according to Benny Morris, there can't be a solution. So why don't you just say that outright? Why don't you say it outright? That according to you, the Palestinians can never be reasonable. Because according to you...
They want all of Palestine.
According to you, they couldn't possibly agree to a two-state settlement because it's such a lousy settlement.
That's what you said. Palestine.
But you said rationally they couldn't accept it.
Rationally, yes, as in it makes sense given all of the preceding thoughts, but the preceding thoughts aren't founded in reality. It doesn't lead to a realistic solution. But he's assuming rationally means that they're just correct on their analysis of everything.
Not their feelings.
It's both.
You said rational. You went from formally, viscerally, rationally. So
and then again, like, look at the weird like debate pervertry here. The oh god, the relying on the single quote to build this whole argument. It's so
reaching
cringe.
The point where, according to Benny Morris, the Palestinians can't be reasonable because reasonably they have to reject two states.
They want all of Palestine.
Moeen is absolutely correct. There's no way to resolve the problem according to your logic.
Palestine. He said that himself. He said they should dismantle Israel.
Yep.
That's what he's saying.
What I said.
You didn't say that.
What I said, and I've written.
I'm glad you didn't deny it.
I've written extensively on this issue on why a two-state settlement is still feasible, and I came out in support of that proposition. Perhaps in my heart, you can see that I was just bullshitting, but that's what I actually wrote. That was a number of years ago. And just as a matter of historical record, beginning in the early 1970s, there was fierce debate within the Palestinian national movement about whether to accept or reject. And there were three schools of thought. There was one that would accept nothing less than the total liberation of Palestine. There was a second that accepted what was called the establishment of a fighting national authority on Palestinian soil, which they saw as a springboard for the total liberation of Palestine. And there was a third school that believed that under current dynamics and so on, that they should go for a two-state settlement. And our friend and correspondent, Kauter Loerse, has written a very perceptive article on when the PLO, already in 1976, came out in open support of a two-state resolution at the Security Council. PLO accepted it. Israel, of course, rejected it. But the resolution didn't pass because the US and the UK vetoed it. It was both of them.
I think it was 9-5.
Okay, yeah. But the fact of the matter is that the PLO came to accept a two-state settlement. Why they did it, I think, is irrelevant. And subsequently, the PLO acted on the basis of seeking to achieve a two-state settlement. The reason I think, and I think, Norm, you've written about this, the reason that Arafat was so insistent on getting the minimally acceptable terms for a two-state settlement at Camp David and afterwards was precisely because he knew that once he signed, that was all the Palestinians were going to get. If his intention had been, I'm not accepting Israel, I simply want a springboard, he would have accepted a Palestinian state in Jericho. But he didn't. He insisted.
That's something I've never understood. He should have logically accepted the springboard and then from there launched his next stage.
He didn't understand. He
should have done that.
International law would put a real constraint on him.
No, but also,
once he accepted, it was over.
Constitutionally, he was incapable of signing.
Well,
I don't know that.
If that's,
you're right, that he should have accepted it.
But if you're correct, okay, that he was really out to eliminate Israel, then he wouldn't have cared about the borders. He wouldn't have cared about what the thing said about refugees. He would have gotten a sovereign state and used that to achieve that purpose. But I think it was precisely because he recognized that he was not negotiating for a springboard. He was negotiating permanent status, that he was such a stickler about the details. The second,
just as a factual matter, he wasn't such a stickler. When they asked him how many refugees, the numbers...
It was a principle rather than the
principle.
He said I would be pragmatic about it.
Yes, and the numbers that were used at Annapolis were between 100 and 250,000 refugees over 10 years. That was the number. Arafat, when he was asked at Camp David, he kept saying, I care about the Lebanese, the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, which came to about 300,000, which was a large concession from, whether you accept the number or not, that he wasn't talking about 6 million. He was talking about between 100 and 250,000 over 10 years. Now, the best offer that came from the Palestinians, the best offer that came from Israel was the Olmert offer.
Can we just pretend like we didn't all lay out the exceptionally pessimistic view of a two-state solution? Let's pretend that in 5 years and 10 years, a two-state peace settlement is reached. And as historians,
you have to admit that Muin's argument was very good there. No, it wasn't. None of his arguments are good. What was the good argument?
Still be here and writing
from whether you accept the number or not, that he wasn't talking about 6 million. He was the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, which came to about 3,000 over. Was the Olmert offer.
Can we just pretend like we didn't all lay out the exceptionally pessimistic view of a two-state solution? Let's pretend that in 5 years and 10 years, a two-state peace settlement is reached. And as historians, you'll still be here and writing about it 20 years from now. How would it have happened?
I think that historically, I think that the big issue is, I think that both sides have had their own internal motivations to fight because they feel like they have something to gain from it. But I think as time has gone on, unfortunately, the record proves that the Palestinian side is delusional. The longer that the conflict endures, the worse position they'll be in. But for some reason, they've never had a leader that convinced them of that as much. That Arafat thought that if he held on, there was always a better deal around the corner. Abbas is more concerned with trying to maintain any legitimacy amongst Palestinians than actually trying to negotiate anything realistic with Israel. That Palestinians are always incentivized to feel like as long as they keep fighting, either the international community is going to save them with the 5 millionth UN resolution condemning whatever, that another ICJ advisory opinion is finally going to lead to the expulsion of 500,000 Jews from the West Bank, or that some other international body, the ICJ and the Genocide Charter, is going to come and save the Palestinians. As long as they, in their mind, feel like somebody is coming to save them, then they feel like they're going to have the ability to get something better in the future. But the reality is all of the good partners for peace that the Palestinians had have completely and utterly abandoned them. Egypt, Jordan, the Gulf states, whether you're talking bilateral peace or the Abraham Accords, most of the Arab leaders in negotiating peace with Israel have just not had as much of an interest in maintaining the rights and the representations of what the Palestinian people want. And the only people they have today to draw legitimacy from or to have on their side to argue with them are people that, I guess, write books or tweet, or people in the international community that do resolutions or Amnesty International reports. And the reality is we can scream until we're blue in the face on these things. None of it has gotten any closer to helping the Palestinians in any sense of the word. The condition has only gotten worse. The settlements only continue to expand. The military operations are only to get more brutal. The blockade is going to continue to have worse effects. As long as we use international law as the basis and there isn't a strong, a Sadat-like Palestinian leader that's willing to come up and confront Israel with the brave, peaceful negotiations to force them to acquiesce, nothing is going to happen. And I think that the issue you come up with is, whether it's people like Norm that talk about how brave the October 7th attacks were or how much respect they have for those fighters, the Israel, in a way, and I think people have said as much about Netanyahu, the right wants violence from the Palestinians because it always gives them a perpetual excuse to further the conflict. Well, we have to go in October 7th, we've got to remove Hamas. Well, we can't trust these people in the West. We have to do the night raids because, the second Intifada, it made us feel like the Palestinian people didn't want trust with us. I feel like the the biggest thing that would force Israel to change its path would be a real, not for like 2 weeks, but an actual peaceful Palestinian leader, somebody committed to peace that is able to apply those standards and hold the entire region of Palestine to those standards. Because I think over time, the mounting pressure from without the international community and the mounting pressure from within, because Israel hosts a lot of its own criticism. If we talk about Bet Salem, we talk about Haaretz, like Israel will host a lot of its own criticism. I think that pressure would force Israel towards an actual peace agreement, but it's never going to come through violence. Historically, it hasn't. And in the modern day, violence has just hurt the Palestinians more and more.
If you paint a picture of the future, now is a good moment for both Palestine and Israel to get new leadership. Netanyahu's on the way out. Hamas possibly is on the way out. Who should rise to the top such that a peaceful settlement can be reached?
The problem is, like Benny said, it's difficult because Hamas enjoys so much widespread support amongst the Palestinian people. I think that I don't know, there's opinions on whether democracy or pushing them towards elections was the right or wrong idea, but with like an Islamic fundamentalist government for Hamas, I don't know if a negotiation with Israel ever happens there. And then when the international pressure is always, 67 borders, infinite right of return for refugees, and a total withdrawal of Israel from all these lands to even start negotiations, I just don't see realistically, on the Palestinian side, no negotiations are ever going to start in a place that Israel's willing to accept.
If you want to dismiss international law, that's fine, but then you have to do it consistently. You can't set standards for the Palestinians, but reject applying those standards to Israel. If we're going to have the law of the jungle,
the Palestinians don't play by any standards at all. So I don't even know what the point of that comment was.
We can all be beasts, and not only some of us. And I think, so it's either that, or you have certain agreed standards that are intended to regulate our conduct, all of our conduct, not just some of us.
Well, what so that's a fundamental. I'm saying to abandon.
Well, you're saying, international law and the millionth UN resolution, you're being very dismissive about all these things. And that's fine, but then you have to be dismissive
for instance,
across the board.
That was a Chapter 6 resolution. That's non-binding. But 242 is
binding.
What is
absolutely not.
What is binding? Do you know anything about how the UN system works?
If you read the language of the resolution, binding is typically...
I don't know why Finkelstein decides this is the one point where he wants to go hardcore into screaming what's the difference between a Chapter 6 or Chapter 7 resolution. I have no idea why he is so hung up or fixated on this.
If you still holding a particular international law or if it establishes a new law...
You just throw out words. You hear binding,
does
not binding.
Does 242 mention a Palestinian state?
No,
Norm.
Of course
that's
not.
part of the problem.
That was the reason why the Palestinians didn't want to recognize 242 because it only referred at the very end.
Sure, but the PLO recognized
problem.
181 and 242.
Yeah, but hold on. Every United Nations Security Council resolution, irrespective of under which chapter it was adopted, is by definition
that's not necessarily true.
Binding not only on the members of the Security Council, but on every member state of the UN. Read the UN Charter. It's black and white.
Sure, people
okay.
Look at
now regarding
the language even of 242 is kept intentionally vague, such that it doesn't actually provide the final contours.
It's actually not that vague because the term
it's
land.
Not that vague. Oh God, kill me. I should have just said let's read 242. We should have just read the full. It could probably have taken 45 seconds to read the full resolution.
For peace originates in 242.
Sure,
the idea is
territorial acquisition and Israel's need to give it up was kept vague.
Okay,
that's why in 79 Israel thought that they fulfilled their obligations under 242
Allow me points of information.
Yeah.
The first principle in UN Resolution 242 is the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by force.
Which is meaningless.
It may be meaningless to you, Mr. Bonnell.
Okay,
Mr. Bonnell, that principle was adopted by the Friendly Nations Resolution, the UN General Assembly in 1970. That resolution was then reiterated in the International Court of Justice ruling advisory opinion in 2000.
I think I responded to it. It's meaningless because 242 was adopted saying territory is inadmissible that's acquired through conflict, but that's how Jordan acquired the West Bank and that's how Egypt acquired the Gaza Strip. How are you going to give it back because you got it through conflict to somebody else that got it through conflict? It's a meaningless platitude.
2004.
Which is why nobody moved on 242 in a meaningful way. It's why it was a Chapter 6 resolution, because that just binds you. Insofar as it's binding, it just means that figure this out peacefully. We're not going to take any military action for it. This is the reason why 242 wasn't actionable and why nobody gave a fuck about it and still doesn't give a fuck about it.
It was the basis of the coalition against Iraq when it acquired Kuwait and then declared it a province of Kuwait.
Yep, which Arafat supported.
That's what's called.
Arafat did support.
It's not accurate. I'm not going to go there.
It's not accurate that Arafat endorsed.
Okay, I'm not going to go there.
Okay.
It's called under international law jus cogens, or peremptory norms of international law, the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war. That is not controversial. It's not vague. You couldn't put it more succinctly. You cannot acquire territory by force under international...
Did we bring up West Bank and Gaza acquisition? I hope I did.
law.
On the West Bank before 67. Who on the Gaza Strip before 67?
Mr.
Oh, big mistake. Don't ever ask a question. Just say it. Hopefully I just say it right after.
No, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking about, at least have the humility. You talk about chapter 6. You don't know chapter 6.
How close has 242 gotten to the Palestinians?
You should ask, because this is the point that I'm hinting at. I should just say it.
From tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, who have read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read
10,000 books. My God.
2 Wikipedia entries.
Benny loves this? Wait, why is Benny laughing on this? I'm not even
at least under international law.
On the West Bank before 67. Who on the Gaza Strip before 67?
Mr. Bennell, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking about, at least have the humility. You talk about chapter 6. You don't know chapter 6.
How close has 242 gotten to the Palestinians to peace?
From tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, who have read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6. Do you know what chapter 7 is?
Do
you know what chapter 7 is?
Answer me question. How close has 242 gotten the Palestinians to a state?
How
close has the 2004 advisory opinion gotten the West Bank settlement?
What's your alternative?
The alternative is...
I should just make him answer that. Just at least say that. At least say it's done nothing. At least admit that, and then I'd go on to the next thing.
It's not this, whatever this making money off the conflict is. The actual alternative. The actual alternative.
You should talk about making money off
your media blitz where you go and talk to 50 million different people about your awesome
But he has a point there.
The issue is you have
all
to
these
negotiate.
resolutions have gotten the Palestinians no closer to a state.
Because they haven't been enforced because of the U.S. veto.
They're not going to be enforced.
Wait.
Okay.
If I may.
You know what?
242 is unenforceable. There's no enforcement mechanism deliberately in the resolution. It's unenforceable.
Professor Morris.
About the case for genocide.
Professor Morris, because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Seriously, bro? Oh, my God.
Because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened.
Oh, my God.
Because there was no options left for those people. Exactly what Moeen said.
And now what options are left? After October 7th,
what stops
the
only option is conflict.
Listen to this.
The only option is
Mr. Bonnell
combat.
is now an expert on Palestinian mentality.
You're contradicting yourself.
I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. Egypt didn't find it necessary. Egypt didn't find it necessary to negotiate peace with the Palestinians. Jordan didn't find it necessary to negotiate peace with the Palestinians. The Abraham Accords didn't include the Palestinians. Despite all of the international law.
Everybody, wait.
You're contradicting yourself. On the one hand, you're saying all the Palestinians do is fight and violence and terrorism and all the rest of it. But on the other hand, you're saying they're expecting salvation from UN resolutions and international courts. Those aren't violent.
But it's part of maintaining. It's the continual putting off of negotiating any solution.
They've negotiated.
As in when Arafat takes 10 days to respond. When Arafat takes 10 days to respond, Palestinians all over the world to go visit their friends. Yes, but putting the conflict off indefinitely.
They accepted 2 states in 1975. Brace yourself.
They accepted Palestine then?
That's 50 years ago.
This is a
That's
legend.
a half century ago.
No, they didn't accept the 2-state solution.
He quoted a very good article.
You can quote Arafat talking about how he's lying and he's just going to use in 94 and in 95 when he's making trips around the world. How he just wanted to use it as the starting ground. I'm sorry. I can talk slow. You can watch YouTube videos slow down to 0.5 speed if you don't understand what I'm saying.
There's a very lengthy history of Israeli-Palestinian negotiations. You want to deny that those negotiations took place?
Where it feels like there was a good faith effort. Where there was a good faith effort. Where it was a good faith effort. With all due respect,
we have a written record,
Mr. Pop Historian, you can't even read the written records. So I don't know why you're referring to it.
Excuse me? I just said there are 15,000 pages on Annapolis.
And I'm sure you cherry-picked your favorite quote from all of them, okay? That's great. That's great.
Mr. Burrell, at least I had a quote to cherry-pick.
That's great.
All you have is Wikipedia.
I gave you quotes.
All you have is Wikipedia.
Do you want quotes? Find me the information that shows the Palestinian cause has been furthered by any international law. You can't do it.
I think the problem is different. Okay, you want to say the Palestinians were only fighting, and
this is supposed to be a serious history. This is like the most quoted fucking Western whatever guy on this fucking issue. Like, what the fuck, bro?
And when I point out they've also gone to the court and the UN and say, well, all they do then is these things.
Do you think when he fucks up and he says my name correctly, do you think he's like kicking himself? Like, fuck, it wasn't Bonnell. This was supposed to be when I said Coronelli.
You said they should be negotiating, and I demonstrate that there was a lengthy record of negotiations and said, yeah, but they didn't go in good faith. Again, you're placing the hamster in the wheel and telling him if he runs fast enough, maybe one day he'll get out of the cage.
What was the best good faith negotiations on the side of the...
If I could just finish. I think the fundamental problem here is not what the Palestinians have and haven't done. And it's perfectly legitimate to have a discussion about whether they could have been more effective. Of course they could have been more effective. Everyone could have always been more effective. The fundamental issue here is that Israel has never been prepared to concede the legitimacy of Palestinian national rights in the land of the former British Mandate of Palestine.
Then how do you explain Tabitha?
What would you say to people who cite Finkelstein's work positively after this debate? Well, I mean, this debate won't change their mind. They'll think that he did everything he needed to do. But I mean, before this debate, I think you can see that like Finkelstein's work should never be taken seriously. I think, like I said, every time I've opened that it's Inquisitive Martyrdom book, it's like bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. But I think Finkelstein has proven himself to be that prior to any conversation he's had with anybody else.
National rights in the land of the former British Mandate of Palestine.
Then how do you explain Taba Summit? How do you explain the Camp
Barack
David?
and Olmert did.
How do you explain
accept
Olmert's
the
offer to Abbas?
legitimacy
Yeah.
of Palestinian demands? But
those-
they just didn't want to give the Palestinians all of Palestine. That's all.
No, all of Palestine.
All of Palestine.
You mean all of the occupied territories?
You're talking about all of Palestine.
Wait, what is the occupied territories?
The occupied
Is that
territories.
all of Israel?
The occupied territories are those territories that Israel occupied in June of 1967.
Palestinians often use that term to define the whole of Palestine, not just the West Bank.
Could you show me?
Wait, do we really not dive into the, oh no, does it happen in the last 30 minutes? Maybe it's at the very end.
Professor Morris,
I hope this didn't get cut.
in all the negotiations, and all the accounts that have been written, can you show me one where the Palestinians in the negotiations, because that's what we were talking about, wanted all of Israel? The maximum.
They can't say that because the international community won't accept it.
So they didn't say it. They didn't ask for it.
I bring up a good point and I get bullied off it. I should have hammered on this point. I think, do I say this out loud or was this a shower thought after? Hold on.
No, Hamas did.
Yeah.
Hamas always said all of it.
Hamas only negotiated with Israel about prisoner exchanges.
Yeah, no, I know.
So we
They
were talking
represent
about
a lot of the Palestinian people. You'll agree.
The only place I saw pieces of Israel were the land swaps. And the land swaps accounted for about 2 to 5% of Israel. Nobody asked for all of Israel. Why
Hey, what do you mean? They asked for all of Israel in 48. They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
What do you think?
That's what the wars were for, was to try to destroy Israel. Yes, okay, good. I do bring that up. That's good. I hope that point connects or people understand what I mean when I say that, because I don't think I elaborate on that after.
All of Israel? Why
Hey, what do you mean? They asked for all of Israel in 48. They asked for all of Israel in 67. What do you think those wars were about? You're not going to respond to anything I'm saying because you have no answer.
I'll respond to you.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Bennell. We were talking about the diplomatic negotiations.
Yeah, because diplomacy came after the war efforts failed.
Beginning with 2001.
You can't pretend that the first ask for Israel was in diplomacy.
Okay.
It was through war.
You don't know what you're talking about.
It's the internet.
I'm not even saying anything. The funny thing, too, on Norm here is I'm not even saying anything controversial right now. What was the goal in the 48 war? It was to expel the newly formed Israeli state. It was to kick the Jews out. What was the goal of the war in 67? It was to destroy Israel, obviously. What was the goal of the war in 73? To win some honor back. And maybe, if they're lucky, destroy Israel. Like, it's not even a controversial statement.
Pretend that the first ask for Israel was in diplomacy.
Okay.
It was through war.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Is the international law argument ever going to get the Palestinians closer to a state? Is the Israeli state ever going to be dismantled? Do you think that's like realistic coming up ever in the next 20 years?
Again, I'm posing a question, and the question is, regardless of
Fuck, there's 30 minutes left in this. The two big things that I hope, maybe they all happened right at the end. The two things that I hope get brought up are, one, is these guys not being honest about who did the killing on October 7th. I hope that comes up again. I feel like it got cut from the earlier conversation. And the second part is both of these guys basically say that the Palestinians are dead and we're writing in their memory. That's what they say. We're just writing in the memory. I think Finkelstein gives like a quote. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is so unhinged. But now I hope this comes up in the last 30 minutes because I thought these were two really bizarro.
what's feasible or realistic today. The question I'm posing is, can you have peace in the Middle East with this militant, irrational, genocidal, apartheid state in power?
Hamas, I don't think so, no.
Okay, and the question I'm asking is,
That was a good one.
can state in power?
Hamas, I don't think so, no.
Okay, and the
Betty laughs. That was a good one. Good job.
question I'm asking is, can you have peace with this regime, or does this regime and its institutions need to be dismantled, similar to what the examples I gave of Europe and Southern Africa?
How do you contend with the fact that most of the surrounding Arab states seem to agree that you can?
Yeah, you're correct. Several of them, most importantly Egypt, Jordan, have made their peace with Israel.
Why are you restating what I just said? How do you contend with it, though? They all made peace with Israel.
I should add that Israel's conduct since then has placed these relations under strain.
He doesn't even engage with that. I should have kept track. God, he's so slimy.
I had very little I didn't take the reports of a Saudi-Israeli rapprochement particularly seriously before October 7th, the reason being that it was really a Saudi-Israeli-U.S. deal, which committed the U.S. To make certain commitments to Saudi Arabia.
I mean, so was the Egyptian-Israeli deal. Does that not count? I think even the Jordanian-Israeli deal might have had a U.S. involvement. I don't remember 100%. If the U.S. came in and provided stuff to Jordan afterwards for that.
Maybe that would probably never get through Congress.
Do you not consider the Egypt-Israeli peace deal legitimate then, since the United States made a great financial contribution to Egypt?
I don't think the question is whether that deal is...
He doesn't engage with that either. He doesn't engage with anything. Nothing this guy says is factually or historically argumentatively correct. He just says random shit, and I'm like, well, what about this? Doesn't this totally contradict your argument? Well, I don't think that matters. And he just keeps fucking steamrolling on. What the fuck?
Legitimate or not, I think that deal exists. But the point is whether the core of this conflict is not between Israel and Egypt. The core of this conflict is between Israel and the Palestinian people. And the reason that Israel agreed to relinquish the occupied Egyptian...
Now it is, but before it was between Israel and all of the Arabs. That's where the conflict started. It's incorrect to cite that it's just an Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's not the origin of this conflict.
In Sinai. And the reason that Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty was signed in 1979 is because Israel in 1973 recognized that its military superiority was ultimately no match for Egypt's determination to recover its occupied territories, and that there would come a point when Egypt would find a way to extract an unbearable price.
Maybe just the Israelis wanted peace.
Well, the Israelis
not just because they were afraid of what Egypt might do at some point.
If you're talking about the average Israeli citizen, I think that's a fair characterization. If you're talking about the Israeli leadership, I think they looked at it in more strategic terms. How do you remove the most powerful Arab military state?
Simple points. What was the terms of that Egypt-Israel peace treaty? International law. Egypt demanded...
I get bullied off a point here that I hate. I let him gaslight me on this. I can't believe I did. I hated myself after I let him gaslight me on this point coming up.
Nobody cared about international law.
Allow me to finish. Every single inch...
Nobody talked about international law. Begin and Carter and Saddam talked about the reality.
No, Professor Morris, I know the record. They demanded, as you know, because you've written about it, they demanded every square inch, as you know. They demanded the oil fields be dismantled.
No, that's in the
airfields.
No, not dismantled. They wanted the oil fields.
And they wanted the settlements dismantled.
The
settlements, the oil fields, and the airfield. They demanded all three back. You can't have...
What do you mean back? The airfields weren't there when the Egyptians were there.
That's incorrect. You're incorrect. They built an airfield. The Israelis built an airfield in the occupied Sinai, and they wanted it back.
They didn't want it back. It wasn't theirs. They wanted the territory in which the airfield Israel had built.
The oil fields, the airfields, the settlements had to be dismantled.
Yes.
Begin said, I don't want to be the first prime minister to dismantle a settlement. But he did. Why? Because of the law.
No, it was because of peace. It was normalization. What an unbelievable statement. That Begin was like, fuck. The whole Sinai, 5,000 settlers, I really don't want to do it, but, the law calls for it. The law says I have to do it, and fuck me. What an unbelievably fucking stupid statement. Oh my God.
Settlement. But he did. Why? Because of the law.
No, it was because of peace. It was normalization.
The law. The law had nothing to do with anything. It was a negotiation between two states, each of which wanted certain things. The law had nothing to do with anything.
As I said repeatedly in the negotiations.
You're not listening.
I know.
You're missing my point.
I've read the negotiations.
The law has nothing to do with anything.
There are two foreign relations of U.S. volumes on it.
Nobody cares about the law.
The Palestinians kept saying, we want exactly...
Forget the Palestinians, they weren't there.
Allow me to finish.
They weren't involved.
The Palestinians kept saying, we want what Egypt got. We want what Egypt got.
Yeah.
Egypt got everything back.
But nothing to do with the law.
Egypt didn't get everything back.
And number two, I'm not saying it's the whole picture, but as Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan said at the time, he said, if a car has four wheels and you remove one wheel, the car can't move. And for them, removing Egypt from the Arab front would then remove any Arab military threat to Israel.
Yes, but that's not an international law consideration. That's a strategic consideration. That furthers our argument.
The first part did. And that's what the Palestinians kept saying. We want what Egypt got from the settlement.
That's true, but forget international law.
And by the way,
nothing to do
one last thing, on a personal note. The quote about Sharm el-Sheikh without peace, that's the only thing you ever cited from a book of mine.
I cited from your book?
Yes. I was absolutely shocked at your betrayal of your people. That was pure treason. It was.
I apologize for that.
Yes.
I apologize.
Okay,
I apologize.
I accept.
All right. Well, let me try once again. For the region and for
it's not in here. Okay, good. I get bullied and it's not in here. Because when he says that, I think he said at one point in this debate, Israel gave back every square inch of land to Egypt. And I said, that's not true. They didn't get back the Gaza Strip. And then, and Norm was like, you don't know what you're talking about. And I thought for a second, I was like, wait, fuck. Maybe, did Egypt have the Gaza Strip prior to 67? And I had to think, but I was like, yeah, of course it did. Fuck me. But maybe that's not in here. Maybe that guy did it out. Okay, good.
this entirety of humanity, what gives you hope? We just heard a lot of pessimistic, cynical takes. What gives you hope?
Don't like war. That's a good reason. That's hope. In other words, the fear of war, the disaster of war, should give people an impetus to try and seek peace.
When you look at people in Gaza, and people in the West Bank, people in Israel,
they should want
fundamentally they hate war.
Yes, I think so.
What gives you hope?
There's no hope. No, it's an extreme. No, I'm not happy to say that.
Of course you are.
After seeing Benny laugh so much now, bro, I'm so triggered in this debate. I'm not even thinking of fucking Benny. I am so irritated. I fucking studied months and months for this. I thought we were gonna hash out so much interesting shit, and we get to the end of this 4.5 hour debate, and I'm just like, bro, fucking kill me, holy shit. Who's getting the best head right now?
I'm not happy to say that.
Of course you are.
It's a very bleak moment right now. Because
that I agree with.
Israel believes it has to restore what it calls its deterrence capability.
Oh, also, please, August, if you make a video out of this, put this at the very front. Please, if you're watching this and you hate me and you come to watch me cope and seethe or whatever because you think that I got destroyed in this debate, please remember all the times that you and your favorite content creators talked about how horrible smug debate bros are and people that scream over each other and engage in debate pedophilia and debate pervertry, and then look and see how all of your favorite content creators, and you yourself probably, are now championing Norm, engaging in the most bad faith, most disgusting, most debate pedophilia fucking tactics that have ever been seen in a 5-hour debate on the entire history of the internet, okay? Please keep in mind the double standard. I know they won't actually give a fuck, but like, oh my God.
I think you've written about it, actually. I just realized. Israel has to restore its deterrence capability, and after the catastrophe of October 7th, restoring its deterrence capacity means this part you didn't write about, the annihilation of Gaza, and then moving on to the Hezbollah. So the Israelis are dead set on restoring that deterrence capability. On the Arab side, and I know Mouin and I have disagreed on it, and we're allowed to disagree, I think the Arab side, the lesson they learned from October 7th is Israelis aren't as strong as we thought they were. And
that will be an unfortunate message if that's really what the Arabs come to believe.
And they think that there is a military option now. And I think it's a zero-sum game at this point, and it's very, very bleak. And I'm not going to lie about that. Now, I will admit my predictive capacities are not perfect, are limited. Yes. But for the moment, it's a very bleak situation.
That I agree with.
And I don't see right now a way out. However, at the very minimum...
Apparently there was a plan to settle Gazans in the Sinai and develop the Sinai, but Nasser axed the plan, yet because none of the Arab states actually liked the Palestinians. Jordan annexed it immediately, and Egypt made like a puppet government for the Gaza Strip for the Palestinians, and then in 1 year, Egypt recalled the government to Cairo and then disbanded it. Nobody was ever looking out for Palestinian interests. Palestinians were always a cudgel to be used against Israel. That's it. And then once the Palestinians realized that and became inconvenient and started fighting their neighbors, like, wait a second, do you actually not give a fuck at all about our struggle or our plight? Are we just here to for you guys to fight with Israel? And they were like, yeah, we are. And then the Palestinians were like, okay, well, fuck you then. We're cooing your country. This is bullshit. And then they get kicked out and expelled from places. That's like the history of the Arabs and the Palestinians, at least the Arab leadership of the Palestinians.
Permanent ceasefire and the inhuman and illegal blockade of Gaza. And
why is it illegal? They were shooting rockets at Israel for 20 years. Okay, why is that illegal to blockade Gaza?
I also like that he never answers like anything. Like, yeah, they were shooting rockets for 20 years. Why do you think the blockade,
for 20 years. Okay, why is that illegal to blockade Gaza?
He thinks that bottle rockets.
Why is it illegal?
I tried to bait him with the bottle rockets line because I wanted him to go, because I'd already read everything about the Iron Dome and the Bellingcat response to these weird academics that he claims to cite that have these hugely contrary interests to the Iron Dome, because many of the people that are critical of it sell alternative defense systems that Norm never apparently researched. I don't think that ever comes up, though.
Tell you why.
You don't rocket your neighbor. You rocket your neighbor. Expect consequences.
I'll tell you why.
Expect consequences.
But that works both ways.
Yes.
I know, I expect that.
Professor Morris,
both ways.
I'll tell you why. Because every human rights, humanitarian, and UN organization in the world has said that the blockade
nobody cares about amnesty.
is a form of collective punishment,
Nobody cares
which is
about
illegal under international law.
Illegal. The word
you
illegal
think
it's just it's so exhausting. Like, we have theoretically so much brain power here between theoretically, hypothetically, supposedly, ostensibly, Norm has read and researched so much. Why can't you explain the underlying rationale? Why not actually give an explanation for why the UN said something, for why Amnesty International said, why not engage with the source material? If you read, and it's funny too, because on my end, I feel the exact opposite. If I read a book, if I'm trying to be ego-driven, if I read a book or if I do some research or something, I don't want to just cite that I read it. I want to give all the information that I learned about it. If anything, the temptation is to lie about where I got it from and just pretend that I figured it out on my own. Why would I ever say oh, well, actually, I read this book and it disagrees with you? Wouldn't you want to demonstrate your authority or knowledge on the topic and actually give a compelling response to demonstrate why a particular thing might be right or wrong, instead of just saying oh, well, these guys say that? It's so wild.
Form of collective punishment, which is illegal under international law.
Illegal. The word
you think a blockade?
You don't understand the way the world works.
Yeah.
These things are irrelevant.
And you think confining, because that's the blockade.
Yes, you don't.
Because he skimmed the material. Big difference between reading and skimming. I would have to assume that he's read the material. I can't believe that he really just skimmed it all. He's been doing this for so long. What does he do with all of his free time? What does he do with all of his time if he doesn't? Because he doesn't do anything on a computer. Apparently, he thinks machines are literally evil. So what else is he doing in his time if he hasn't actually read the underlying material? He must have. I would imagine he must have.
Confining a million children,
that's the choice of Hamas.
Combining a million children in what the Economist called a human rubbish sheep.
Why would you cite the Economist on anything? The Economist, if anything, probably is citing somebody else. Why not go to that person? Why? What an odd quotation. The Economist said, what the fuck? What are we talking about right now? Oh, you think the blockade is unethical? Well, let me read you. The Wall Street Journal said, what the fuck?
Supported Israel in this war and continues to support Israel.
What International Committee of the Red Cross called a sinking ship, what the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights called a toxic slum. You think
it is a slum?
You think,
but it's caused
under international law, you think it's legitimate?
Forget the law.
Oh, do we even do the concentration camp argument? Damn, there's 20 minutes left. I feel like there's so much shit that didn't get brought up. Those the two things about who killed October 7th and what was the other one? There was a second one that I thought got brought up. Oh, and the memories. And the memories thing.
I know you want to forget the law. It's the one thing that it's what every Israeli fears the most.
What?
The law.
No.
Tzipi Livni said, I studied international law. I oppose international law. Of course you don't want to hear about the law.
It's got nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Do I ask about the Houthis?
Don't complain about October.
Oh, there's a big ask about the Houthis too. Please say that's in here too.
October 7th. If you don't want to, if you want to say forget about the law,
all I said was they acted like barbarians.
Then there is no international humanitarian law. There's no distinction between civilians and combatants.
There should be.
And so now you're doing what Moeen said. You're becoming very selective about the law.
Right here.
If you're going to forget about the law, Hamas had every right to do what it did.
Say something about the Houthis.
According to you, not to me.
Say something about the Houthis.
Because you want to forget the law.
Do you still support the Houthis shooting random ships?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's...
How can he go on? How can he so steadfastly, after this entire conversation, harp on international law, and I'm like, hold on, do you support the Houthis still? Absolutely.
Not to me, because you want to forget the law.
Do you still support the Houthis shooting random ships?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a violation of international law, so you play the same game.
Absolutely. And were there a power during World War II who had the courage of the Houthis? where there are power.
My God.
To have that kind of courage.
Courageous to be bombing merchant ships while tens of thousands of people die of actual starvation. Not the starvation that exists in the Gaza Strip, where people before October 7th don't die of starvation. Not the concentration camps of the Gaza Strip.
What about starvation in Yemen? Don't they have something better to do?
That was the Houthis.
Yes, I know. Don't they have anything better to do?
And in 3 years they lost 180,000 people.
Shouldn't they be feeding the Yemenis?
60,000 Yemenis died in starvation.
Why fight the Western powers and Israel when you should be taking care of your problems at home? The Houthis.
Often, the only allies of the dispossessed are those who experience similar circumstances.
God, I hate this language. It's Marxist, right? This dispossessed, anti-imperialist, oppressor-oppressee thing. It's all Marxist stuff, right? This is like the origination of this. This type of language, it rots the mind. It destroys the brain. This analysis that only has one dimension of oppressor, and is so thought-destroying. Oh my God.
Houthis.
Often, the only allies of the dispossessed are those who experience similar circumstances.
Don't you think that they should take care of the Yemeni problems?
I'm very happy they're helping out the Palestinians. Anyone who helps the people,
expense of the Yemenis.
Anybody who comes to the aid of those suffering the genocide, half of whom are children. Yeah, according to the most current UN reports, as of today, 1/4 of the population of Gaza
is starving.
That means 500,000 children are on the verge of famine.
They keep saying on the verge of.
I have
not seen one Palestinian die of starvation in these last 4 months.
Well,
not one. They're always on the verge.
Cases.
They're on the verge.
There have been documented cases.
I haven't seen it.
Yesterday, Al Jazeera said 6, and the day before that they said 2. So those are the 2.
That number probably dies.
I shouldn't have even offered that information up because I wanted to be really current on what was happening right now. That's why earlier when I said hadn't died of starvation, I said before October 7th. I'm very careful to qualify that, even though these guys have been saying people have been starving for decades, but neither of them were even aware of that story.
Starvation also.
I don't think there's famine in Israel.
There isn't. There isn't in the Gaza Strip either. It's something which is produced for the Western.
There are infants dying due to a engineered lack of access to food and nutrition.
I don't think it's engineered. I think if the Hamas stopped shooting, perhaps,
unfortunately,
as you said, engineered.
I think Human Rights Watch called it using starvation as a weapon. That's called engineering.
Okay.
That's what they did, but you were pushed on this by Coleman Hughes to bring up like an example of why is the Gaza Strip, like by what metric are they?
Oh, thank God this is in here. Okay, this is a good line of inquiry. Okay. Oh my God, this is unhinged. The other two have to come up. October 7th and memories, please.
Starving. By what metric is it so behind the rest of the world?
You know, if we're going to bring up...
Why won't I hear an answer to that? Because he didn't answer it.
I'm happy to answer it.
Yeah.
I just called you from the humanitarian organizations. They said 1/4 of the population of Gaza is now verging on famine.
Before October 7th.
Okay.
I'm
not going before October 7th.
You use that as justification for Hamas fighting. You say the conditions were unlivable. They had to fight.
I said to him...
So my question is, what made it unlivable prior to October 7th? What are the metrics that you're using?
There were about 5, 6, or 7 reports issued by UNCTAD, issued by the World Bank, issued by
Did you read any of them?
International Monetary Fund, and they all said, that's why.
Why did they say why?
Okay,
why did they say that?
That's why The Economist...
Why are you quoting The Economist?
...periodical described Gaza as a human rubbish.
So tell me by what metrics?
How does he not know the answer to this? This is what I don't understand. Decades? Brother, this is your job. Like, this is all you do. This is all you're known for. How does he not have a single thing ready to go here? Nothing.
Describe Gaza as a human rubbish.
So tell me by what metrics? If you're a historian, if you do all this work to get to things, tell me what they said. Tell me by what metric.
Bennell.
He's not going to answer again.
I don't think I've avoided any of your questions, except when they breached the threshold of complete imbecility.
You're about to tell me by what metric the Gaza Strip is a humanitarian crisis.
You remember what I said a moment ago? I said to Professor Morris, I defer to expertise. I look at what the
You're supposed to be an expert, dude.
Organizations say.
What do they say?
I look at what the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights said.
You don't know. You don't know or you don't care. Okay,
I don't know. Do you know how complicated? Have you ever investigated how complicated is the metric for hunger, starvation, and famine? It is such a complicated metric they figured out. If you asked me to repeat it now, I couldn't do it.
And yet we have a human development index where we rank countries, yet we can still measure infant mortality, life expectancy. We can measure all of these things.
Muin, I'm holding out for you here. You still didn't answer the hope.
I need no answer. God, how unbelievable.
Question. What gives you a source of hope about the region?
Well, first of all, I would agree with Benny Morris and Norman Finkelstein. That
I like the little broing me so hard. Oh my God.
The current situation is bleak, and I think it would be unreasonable to expect it to not get even bleaker. in the coming weeks and months. And this conflict really, it originated in the late 19th century. It's been a more or less active conflict since the 1920s, 1930s. And it has produced a tremendous amount of suffering and regional conflict and geopolitical complications and all of that. But what gives me hope is that throughout their entire ordeal, the Palestinian people have never surrendered. And I believe they never will surrender to overwhelming force and violence. They have taken everything that Israel has thrown at them. They have taken everything that the West has...
This is genocidal talk right here. Like, you're driving both ends to genocide. Like, that's what you're saying here. Keep fighting Palestinians, please, so that I can dress up in my nice suits, okay? And the Palestinian born in Holland, by the way, and I can go around the world and I can make money and get clicks and get notoriety and get whatever talking about your ordeal. Like, what a weirdly disgusting way of framing this entire conflict. My God.
They have taken everything that Israel has thrown at them. They have taken everything that the West has thrown at them. They have taken everything that those who are supposed to be their natural allies have, on occasion, thrown at them. But this is a people that never has, and I believe never will surrender. And at a certain point, I think Israel and its leaders will have to come to the realization that by hook or by crook, these people are going to achieve their inalienable and legitimate...
Even though the pages of history all show that this conflict is headed in a singular direction with no signs of reversal, with no pauses or steps back, it's always gone in the direction of Palestinians being deprived of their land, Palestinians being deprived of their future, Palestinians getting worse and worse. None of this is showing that...
national rights, and that is going to be a reality. What
do you mean by that? You mean all of Palestine? Is that what you mean?
No, and
from the river to the sea.
Well, ideally, of course, yes. And what
those are inalienable rights.
No, what I was saying earlier, and then the discussion got sidetracked, is that I did believe that a two-state settlement, a partition of Palestine along the 1967 boundaries, would have been a reasonable solution, because I think it also would have opened pathways to further...
But now you believe what?
Further nonviolent engagement between Israel and the Palestinians that could create other forms of coexistence in a federal or binational or
What do you think about refugees in regards to that? Do you think there has to be a resettlement of the 5 or 6 million, whoever wants to lay claim to being descendants of...
I think there has to be an explicit acknowledgement of a responsibility
and the return
and of the rights. I think that in the framework of a two-state settlement, I think a formula would need to be found that does not undermine the foundations of a two-state settlement. And I don't think it would be that difficult, because I suspect that there are probably large numbers of Palestinian refugees who, once their rights are acknowledged, will find it exceptionally distasteful to have to live among the kind of sentiments that we've heard around this table today, to be quite frank. I mean, I was previously unfamiliar with you, and I watched one of your preparation videos.
Unreal.
Very disconcerting stuff, I have to say. You were explaining 2 days ago in the discussion about apartheid and how absurd it was, that in your view, Jim Crow was not apartheid. Jim Crow was not apartheid. But Arab states not giving citizenship to Palestinian refugees is apartheid. That's what I meant with my earlier comments about white supremacy.
So my issue, that's great, the white supremacy comment. And if hold on, let me respond, okay? My issue is that I feel like we have jumped on this euphemistic treadmill, and I think that's part of the reason why this conflict will never get solved. Is because on one end, you've got a people who are now convinced internationally that they're victims of apartheid, genocide, concentration camp conditions, ethnic cleansing, they're forced to live in an open-air prison, with all of these things that are stacked against them, all of these terms that are highly specific, that refer to very precise things. And then when people like you say that they
nothing less from someone who doesn't think Jim Crow is apartheid.
I don't know if
who does think that Arab states.
The problem is you're morally loading. For you, apartheid is when racists do bad things.
No, there's a definition of apartheid.
That's great. But the specific top-down racial domination enacted through top-down, like federal legislative policies or whatever, means that I don't know if Jim Crow would have qualified for apartheid. That doesn't make it any less. Excuse me, Finkelstein. I'm talking right now. Excuse me, Finkelstein. I'm talking to your friend over here. I don't know if it would have qualified as the crime of apartheid. Just like if
you see what just happened there? This is why he's a troll. This is the first time I've been able to shut him down. And you know why? It's because I called him a name. And you know what? I bet he heard me say it. He's like, I've taught him well, and that's it. And his whole goal was to just troll the fuck out of me. And I did the hand thing, and I called him Finkelstein, and he was like, he got it. And then he just stopped. Fuck this guy. God damn. I think he was trolling me the whole fucking time. Envy, thanks for the gift of 20 memberships.
Excuse me, Finkelstein. I'm talking to your friend over here. I don't know if it would have qualified as the crime of apartheid. Just like if Israel were to literally nuke the Gaza Strip and kill 2 million people, I don't know if that would qualify for the crime of genocide.
In your eyes, probably not.
I don't. Well, yeah, but because genocide requires a special intent. I think the issue is instead of, and I think this conversation actually is emblematic of the entire conversation. I don't think anything.
Let me finish answering
Well, sure,
Benny
but you
Morris's
accused me of supporting racism. So yeah,
well,
I think
did. And you are.
I did it. Do you think I support Jim Crow laws?
Look,
what an unbelievable, and I'm so glad, hold on. I'm so glad because August, you have to do the cut in my video here. Remember earlier when I said, when people express certain propositions or certain truth statements about like what is apartheid or what is Jim Crow, they're not actually expressing an actual factual thing. It's like an emotivism. It's a form of expressing a feeling about a thing. When somebody says apartheid, and I just said it here, when you say apartheid, you mean that's when racists do bad things. So when you hear me say Jim Crow is not apartheid, which by the way, Jim Crow is almost certainly not apartheid, okay? When you say Jim Crow is apartheid, you just mean racists do bad things. So when I say I don't think that Jim Crow counted as apartheid, you hear me say I supported Jim Crow? I didn't think Jim Crow laws or restrictions or regulations, I didn't think that Jim Crow policies were racist, or I supported them? What an unbelievable... You can't even answer that honestly.
It doesn't matter what...
say that 800 support Jim Crow laws.
Look,
the fact that you can't even answer that honestly.
It doesn't matter what...
say that 800 civilians were killed by Hamas. You said, well, maybe 400 were killed by Israel.
No,
I don't know the number.
Maybe I didn't say that.
Oh, we revisit this. Thank God. Thank God at least it's in here. Okay. Whew. This is going to... okay. This is going to come in here. Thank you. Thank God. Jim Crow is a much better case for apartheid, though. No, the problem is that like apartheid implies a top-down system of racial domination. Jim Crow was like... There is no such thing as like the Jim Crow law, right? Jim Crow refers to a wide collection of like different state and local policies, different unwritten rules from like banks and individuals, different like regulations that existed in sports systems, different ways to sneakily try to get these, pesky African Americans not to vote in our polls with like poll taxes and poll tests and all these things. Because there was no apartheid, Jim Crow existed. And it was ways with people tried to weasel around the laws to try to discriminate against African Americans in any possible way they could. But it wasn't a top-down, like federally, constitutionally supported form of racial domination. That's why Jim Crow, I don't think you would say is apartheid. Unless you would just want to use apartheid as like racism, in which case Jim Crow is racism, so everything that's racism is apartheid, I guess. Curtis, thanks for the gifted membership.
Civilians were killed by Hamas. You said, well, maybe 400 were killed by Israel.
No,
I don't know the number.
Maybe
you said 400.
No, I didn't
you co-signed the opinion.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh, well, wait. How many? I think the word was some. That's what I heard.
No,
well, you weren't listening.
How many people do you think approximately, if you had to ballpark it, how many do you think were killed by Hamas on October 7th?
I think it's pretty clear that the majority of civilians that were killed...
51%? Or 90%?
Don't ask me to put a number
I just want to ballpark.
something
Those are
I don't
two very
know.
different intuitions.
First of all, when you say Hamas, do you mean Palestinians or do you mean Hamas
I mean the
specifically?
invading Palestinian force. I don't like to say Palestinians because I don't think all Palestinian civilians were involved.
No.
In fact, I'll say Hamas, Islamic Jihad, whatever.
But that's how this discussion started. You said Hamas, and I began to answer that, and then Benny Morris said actually he means Hamas in addition to Jihad and the others. So,
like, I hope that people see this for the wormy, snaky word games that he's trying to play. I hope that's incredibly obvious to people watching.
So of the invading Palestinian force, how many do you think killed civilians versus the IDF? What do you think of the ballpark, the percentage?
Well, the figures we have are that about a third of the casualties on October 7th were military.
That's
and
not
about
what
two-thirds were... What's your question?
What percentage of civilians do you think were killed by the invading force?
I think a clear majority, but I can't give you a specific figure.
If you thought it was closer to 51% or 99% were killed by...
Why would he know that? How would he know that?
Because it's interesting to actually stake out a position.
Yeah, it's interesting.
If you want to be completely agnostic on it, that's fine.
Based on complete ignorance, because we don't know, Professor Morris doesn't know, Rabbani doesn't know.
And, oh, yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, sorry. Don't let me take away from your zingers, King. I was going to say, and yet he so confidently knows that it's rape fantasies that the UN fact-finding mission was talking about when it came to October 7th and the attacks there. Like,
based on complete ignorance, because we don't know, Professor Morris doesn't know, Rabbani doesn't know.
You can speak with absolute certainty that the IDF is targeting and murdering Palestinian children intentionally. Do you see the double standard?
No, I don't. You see?
I know you don't. It's a rhetorical question, obviously.
Oh, look, and now the master has become the student. I do the thing, and then he does the thing. Oh, it's so cute. Look.
Palestinian children intentionally. Do you see the double standard?
No, I don't. You see?
I know you don't. It's a rhetorical question, obviously.
You know why?
Fucking kill me.
Because why don't you get on the matter?
I looked at the UN report. I looked at
the Goldstone report?
No, the UN report on the Great March march of return in 2018. And they said that the snipers were targeting children, medics, journalists, and disabled people.
Just as they are now in this conflict.
Exactly.
No, more journalists have been killed in the last several months in Gaza than in any other conflict.
And then in all of World War II. And in all of World War II.
Hamas is not killing journalists in the Gaza
Do you
Strip.
agree that they operate in civilian uniforms, that their goal is to induce that confusion? That that's the way that they conduct themselves militarily?
Let me finish my point. More journalists
Oh my God.
have been more U.S.
More journal. Let me get the talking points out.
He doesn't want to hear it. So
No, because it's virtue.
It's so
You're not having a material, a
virtue
substantial.
signaling.
It is virtue signaling.
Yeah.
Yes, like when you say
I know,
children over and over again. That's virtue
talking
signaling.
about,
You know, you
talking
have-
about
you have
how many,
this- you have
talking
this
about how
habit
many
of mocking
Israelis
the
were
dead.
killed.
They're so triggered. Good.
But,
over again. That's virtue
talking
signaling.
about,
You know, you
talking
have-
about
you
how
have
many,
this- you have
talking
this
about how
habit
many
of mocking
Israelis
the
were
dead.
killed. That's not virtue signaling, because that's human life.
I don't care about it. I don't care if
You
100 are
just
killed or 1,000.
you just
I'm curious who you're assigning blame to.
51%,
I'm curious who you're assigning
90%.
the question. Yes,
and then
that's not the number.
and
That's
then-
the responsibility,
and
Norm.
then Mouin mentions that more journalists were killed in Gaza than in all of World War II.
That doesn't get it. That doesn't
And,
further any
and
part of the
more medics
conversation.
were killed.
No, that's-
in Gaza.
that's silly.
And then he
Journalists
says it's
weren't
virtue
in the
signaling.
area.
But when Israelis get killed, that's serious.
I never said it's serious on both sides.
Yeah,
I didn't say
you
you
called
were
it
virtue
No,
signaling.
I'm not virtue
Virtue
signaling.
signaling.
I'm asking a substantive question of who do you assign blame to, or do you play into Norm Finkelstein's conspiracies
I
that the
think
ambulances should have known immediately who was dead, that the numbers were changed because they were
Mr.
fake, or
Burrell,
that maybe
Mr. Burrell.
51% of the people were
Now
killed
I'm back to being Mr. Burrell. I've been demoted or promoted. Who the fuck knows?
by Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but
You asked
49% were killed by
you
IDF
asked me-
helicopters.
You asked me a direct question, and you got a direct answer.
I didn't. I got majority, which could be
I
from
said a
51 to 99.
clear majority.
Oh,
What
clear
percentage is a
majority.
clear majority. As opposed to
Always, they live in
A clear
ambiguity.
majority, in my view, is well over 50%. Please don't ask me to be more
Well over 50%. What does that mean?
precise, because
You could say 80, 90, 95.
I don't. If I knew that, I would say it.
I think it's reasonable. It's a reasonable.
Perhaps it is, but
You're not the best person to be asking that question. You know, I read when you described Operation Defensive Shield, and you said a few dozen homes were destroyed.
You're talking about what happened in Jenin
Yeah,
refugee
right.
camp.
And you said
no. The Arabs
said
said 500. You guys said 500 Palestinians were killed in Jenin.
I
never said
and then
that. I
no,
never said
but
that.
that was the statement of the PLO,
Professor Morris,
the
I'm quoting
Palestinian
you.
Authority.
You said a few dozen.
And that there were
homes
massacres there.
There were a few dozen.
Yes,
homes
a few
were
dozen
killed.
homes.
Yeah. Well, it
That's
turned
right.
out 140 buildings were destroyed.
Benny's response here is, but I don't know if I'd co-sign this opinion by Benny, but
5,000 people. 5,000 people were left homeless.
How many
You
were killed?
5,000.
How many
You
were killed?
described it. No, I'm talking about homes destroyed. So you're not the best person to be criticizing what Mouin says when he says clear majority, but he can't say more. You know why he can't say more?
He doesn't.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, I understand that.
I hope as a historian.
If I was trying to belittle,
oh, I wonder if it got cut or did I speak over it? He says that I think he says Benny's like, there's a few dozen homes destroyed, and then I think Finkelstein was like, there were 500, and Benny's like, yeah, it's a few dozen. I'm like, I think a few dozen is probably under 100. I would say probably maybe even under 50, but I would say under 100 is probably a few dozen. We're stretching it when we get to the 70s, 80s, 90s as a few dozen, but you know.
You described it. No, I'm talking about homes destroyed. So you're not the best person to be criticizing what Mouin says when he says clear majority, but he can't say more. You know why he can't say more?
He doesn't.
Doesn't know.
Yeah, I understand that.
I hope as a historian.
if I was trying to belittle, I would give you a very different answer. I would just say, I don't know. I do know
the
that
right
some were
phrase, you know
shot.
what the right phrase there would be? The overwhelming majority were killed by Arab gunmen. And very small number were killed by Israelis by accident or whatever.
You're not
That's
speaking as a
probably true.
historian, though.
That's probably true.
That may
don't
be.
know that.
I can state with confidence a clear majority, overwhelming majority. You may be correct, but I can't state that with certainty. I think there's a very easy way to find out: is to have a.
Remember, the reason why they do this is because when they go back to their own crowds, they want to be able to say, I didn't give this up. I think that probably 55% were killed by Palestinians, 45% were killed by IDF gunmen and airships and missiles and Jewish-friendly fire. That's the position that he wants to go home with. That's why they won't answer anything more specific here. They want to be able to say around 45-ish% were killed by the IDF.
Independent.
Forget independence.
I know you
Exactly.
don't.
Well, of course you forget
the law.
independence.
Forget, that doesn't mean
Forget
anything.
the law.
Independence, UN High Commission
Forget
for
independent
Not
human
necessarily.
rights.
Not
Robert
necessarily.
Just repeat
They're
the numbers.
all
Just
from
repeat
barbaric.
It's actually insane how not in-depth this debate is. Yeah, I know. Again, I said that. I did not exaggerate that. 5-hour debate. I don't think we ever got into much of anything of substance here. Unbelievable.
Syrian was the head of the UN Commission for Human Rights.
But if it was an Israeli, it would have been okay.
He certainly would have been more honest than a
Of
Syrian.
course. Oh yeah. From your perspective.
Well, to disagree with Stephen, I thought this was extremely valuable. And at times, really, like the view
Oh,
of
I think there's a cut there. I think I said something like this. What a waste of time this has been. Yeah.
history, the passion. I'm really grateful that you would spend your really valuable time. And just one more question, since we have two historians here. Well, just briefly, from a history perspective, what do you hope your legacy as historians, Benny and Norm, will be of the work that you've put out there? Maybe Norm, you can go first and try to just say briefly.
I think there's a value to preserving the record. I'm not optimistic.
Oh, it comes up here. Oh, thank God. Okay, every major thing did get here. Thank you. Good job. Okay. Listen to this question and listen to this answer. Nothing good, nothing important was cut from this. All right.
Me and Norm will be of the work that you've put out there. Maybe Norm, you can go first and try to just say briefly.
I think there's a value to preserving the record. I'm not optimistic about where things are going to end up. There was a very nice book written by a woman named Helen Hunt Jackson at the end of the 19th century describing what was done to the Native Americans. She called it a century of dishonor. And she described in vivid, poignant detail what was done to the Native Americans. Did it save them? No. Did it help them? Probably not. Did it preserve their memory? Yes. And I think
this is such an insightful view into how these disgusting fucks operate, that like I actually don't give a fuck about the Palestinian people. I don't even care about like doing or saying anything that might help them. This shit is probably fucked. It's never going to change. So let's just like preserve their memories and make a ton of money in the meantime. Like, it's such a disgusting point of view to take on this.
Did it help them? Probably not. Did it preserve their memory? Yes. And I think there's a value to that. You know, there was a famous film by
It's a death cult.
Sergei Eisenstein. It was either Battleship Potemkin or Mother. I can't remember which one. The last scene was the Tsar's troops mowing down all the Russian people. And he pans the scene.
Not all the Russian people, just a few.
Yeah. Well, he pans the massacre.
But he could have killed a lot more.
And the last words of the movie were, proletarians, ! Remember, ! And I've seen it as my life's work to preserve the memory and to remember. I didn't expect that anyone would read my book on Gaza.
Like, wait, did I make this analogy? I think I did a few days ago, right? Where it feels like Faramir, who was the dad in Lord of the Rings, who was bemoaning his dead son, and he was sad that his son was dead, but his son isn't actually dead. He's just like knocked out or sleeping on like the fire pit or whatever. And then the little hobbit dude comes in. He's like, bro, your kid. Oh, Denethor. Yeah. Bro, your son's still alive. And he's like, we need to remember him as the brave man he once was. Like, bro, he's not dead.
Preserve the memory and to remember.
How many millions of Palestinians are there right now, bro? You don't have to remember them. You can go see them. You can go visit them. They're still there. They're still alive.
I didn't expect that anyone would read my book on Gaza. It's very dense. It gives me even a bit of a headache to read at least one of the chapters.
You wrote a book on Gaza.
And but I thought that the memory deserves to be preserved.
Amen.
Well, I would just say very briefly, unlike my colleague, I think writing the truth about what happened in history, in various periods of history, if I've done a little bit of that, I'm happy.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Benny. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Muin. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Norman Finkelstein, Benny Morris, Muin Rabbani, and Stephen Bunnell. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Lyndon B. Johnson. Peace is a journey of 1,000 miles, and it must be taken one step at a time. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.